And now, let us step through the umbral and admire the path to the crown. Once the gathering begins, tactician's performance will be evaluated by points. The first place earns 8 points, while the last earns 1 point. During the first 2 days, our contenders will face each other in 4 different lobbies. Each day, they will play 6 games, changing lobbies every 2 games. It may feel like walking on porcelain because every misstep could shatter their chances. As day 2 comes to a close, only the top 8 get to keep their brushes and advance. And on day 3, greatness will demand more than just skill. The tacticians who surpass the 20-point barrier will face their ultimate test. Only one will win the last game to settle the myth, become a legend, and conquer the Teamfight Tactics Tactician's Crown. Witness the final masterpiece. The Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown starts July 12th.
I kind of discovered the Senna tech before most people. Like, I had a good read on the patch. So I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Hello, my name is Relic. I am from Venezuela. I represent Latam. And I play TFT since set 1. I love competing in TFT. First of all, I am kind of addicted to competing. Like, it's my main hobby in life. I live by competing. I have been playing other video games as well. I was pro in 4 video games already. One of them being League of Legends. It was my main game, let's say, in my career. I played there for 4 years professionally. I went to Worlds as well. And TFT is different from those games because it's a game that you decide everything. Like, it's not a team game, and every game is different. I think I have my own view of the game on when to risk it and when to not. And I think I showed in Worlds that when my positions were difficult, I pretty much every time but once I saved them. I only started competing in TFT like less than 6 months ago, and I got to finals on MSI and Worlds. I think that's pretty good. I don't have an inspiration. I just have high standards on myself, and I try to be a better me every day. Sometimes I fail, sometimes I do it, but I usually don't look up on other people to inspire me. I just look up to on other people to learn from them because there are so many good players on TFT. I remember this game pretty well. It was one of the top ones that I got in Worlds, and I was very happy this game because it was the portal where you get an or item, and I was offered a DFG. This item is considered the worst last set, and maybe this set as well. But there was a tech with Senna that was pretty nice because you cast faster, and with the amplified damage that the item gives you, usually you clean the front lane very fast, and you manage to get on the third or maybe even the second ultimate on back lane, like very, very fast. I kind of discovered the Senna tech before most people. Like, I had a good read on the patch, so I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Yeah, this game was pretty clean, was a top one. I am very grateful that Riot is making TFT such a big esport and is making it so everyone can play professionally. That's pretty nice, and I hope a lot of people will be on my back this set. Mano, tengo fe.
Go! My name is Dobbs. I play TFT since Act 1 and I'm from Brazil. I compete in TFT because I love the way the game works. It gives me a challenge. I enjoy trying my best and getting to improve in the game. And that keeps me thinking that I just need to keep going and get better. I'm a person that likes to compete. I like competing anything, like a video game, a soccer game. When I started competing TFT, and then I realized that it's so great, and I just stayed, and I just want to keep going. The way I play to the game, I play that with energy, with anger. I might get crazy sometimes, but I'm always trying to do my best. So I'm never giving up, and I just try to do the best I can so I can keep going to the regionals, keep going to worlds. Maybe I play with us that once again. Well, my greatest inspiration in TFT, I guess, is a friend of mine, and it's Ego Illusions. I just play the game alongside him just from the beginning, and I guess he keeps me like trying to do my best so I can walk up next to him. He might not be the best player, but I think he tried his hard, so I appreciate that. This clip is from the game that the 7th game in the Brazilian qualifier, and like I was facing Tanjo, and he was like 75 out cash out from Fortune, pretty big, and his arm just put a QSS in his Wukong, and my Yone was managing to wipe his whole board, and I should lose that fight if that item was anything else. And it was like, if he eliminates me, I lose the tournament, he would win. So that fight was like, I wouldn't believe that I won because he was like so strong with the fortune. And in the later one, I managed to get a little better, and I managed to eliminate him and like get the win in the Brazilian first qualifier. So that round was like the point changing in the game. I just like to thank the people that roots for me, because I'm still playing because of them. There are a lot of people that keep watching my YouTube and me on Twitch, and I keep playing because I have people that watch and root for, and so that's great. I'm really glad that I'm still here.
Era a minha primeira final de um regional e chegar assim ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. Olá, meu nome é Pedro, mais conhecido como Bapizeira, e eu jogo TFT desde 7.1. Desde criança eu sempre gostei muito de competir e é algo que move muito a minha vida, a competição, eu tô sempre querendo ganhar. E eu acho que o TFT eu encaixou muito pra mim, sabe? Me encontrei muito no TFT porque é uma forma de você evoluir, de você melhorar como jogador, muito individual, né? Porque é um jogo de individual. E eu acho que foi perfeito pra mim. Bom, eu comecei a jogar jogos competitivos, acho que no console. Comecei ali no FIFA, no Rainbow Six. E depois que eu parti pro computador, foi mais pelo LoL até chegar no TFT, né? O que me torna único, eu acho que talvez a forma que eu me planejo pros campeonatos. Eu sinto que é o meu foco principal, ter uma estratégia bem traçada e algo bem pessoal para mim mesmo, tipo, enxergar as comps do meta e saber o que dá certo para mim, sabe? Acho que é isso. Minha grande inspiração, acho que com certeza é o Todd, o streamer e player brasileiro, porque o primeiro campeonato da TFT, quando eu tava começando a entender como é que funcionava o competitivo da TFT, foi um LCQ que o Todd jogou e eu acompanhei a transmissão dele inteira, assim, desde o começo, a galera vibrando e torcendo por ele. E algo que eu almejo muito ter isso pra mim, sabe? Ter gente torcendo por mim e torcendo pelas minhas vitórias. Bom, nesse clipe aí, acho que foi muito marcante pra mim, mas pelo contexto mesmo, porque era a minha primeira final de um regional e chegar assim, ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. O resto da final não foi muito bom pra mim, mas falando do clipe específico, eu acho que não só pela maneira como eu cheguei na final, mas pela minha estratégia foi muito marcante pra mim, porque eu tava utilizando a lenda Poro e tava meio diferente do meta ali da galera, tentando fugir dos contestes e tal. E eu sinto que chegar na final do meu estilo de jogo com a minha estratégia foi algo único pra mim. Bom, eu queria agradecer a comunidade da TFT que vem me apoiando, aos meus amigos também que tá sempre me ajudando a evoluir como jogador. E torçam por mim para os próximos campeonatos, que eu espero estar aí nas próximas Cups e quem sabe no Golden Spatula.
Nunca me había... No era algo que había pasado muy seguido y bueno, para el segundo día prometí que si llegaba a la final me tatuaba una Neko. Mi nombre es Altenahue, soy de Argentina y juego TFT desde el Set 1. Compito porque es de las cosas que más me gusta hacer. Lo hago desde que tengo memoria, siempre juego a un deporte, principalmente fútbol. De todas maneras, siempre que juego algo, a cualquier cosa, lo juego para ganar. Y bueno, otro motivo es poder dedicarme de esto. Poder vivir de lo que me gusta es un sueño para mí. Realmente mi historia competitiva empieza en TFT. Sí, lo intenté o deseaba que pasara en otros juegos, pero bueno, en su momento no tenía ni el conocimiento ni las herramientas, por ahí tampoco la habilidad, pero bueno, siempre fue algo que quise intentar y el TFT llegó en su momento justo para que lo pueda empezar con esa historia competitiva. Creo que esta pregunta es bastante difícil, pero algo que puedo decir que me convierte en único es haber llegado a 2 finales del mundo. Quizás no único, no, pero reducimos el pool de jugadores. Y lo otro sería, bueno, haberlo logrado desde Latam, que bueno, que es una región que está en crecimiento y bueno, que nos esforzamos muchísimo para tener este tipo de oportunidades. Siempre fui de seguir mucho a los deportistas argentinos en el más alto nivel. Tengo mucha suerte de haber sido, no sé, contemporáneo a Messi, Ginóbili, Del Potro, Maravilla Martínez, entre otros. También soy muy de seguir así los Juegos Olímpicos, sea el deporte que sea. Mientras haya una bandera argentina, yo lo miro, aunque por ahí no entienda. Y bueno, lo mismo con los esports. Me gusta seguir siempre que haya un argentino compitiendo. Y bueno, por ahí mi inspiración es esa, poder ser como ellos, pero en el TFT. Este es el primer día del mundial del 6.5. Es de la watch party que había hecho Cheche, donde él mismo realiza un clip que es realmente muy gracioso, donde están apoyando y festejando que yo pudiese rolear 2 necos y en el último rol tener la Jinx, poderla doble nequear, al mismo tiempo haber hiteado Sivir y todo esto, una vida. Esto es muy importante para mí porque no había tenido un buen día, también me sentía mal, tenía ciertos nervios, me había levantado muy temprano y hubo 2 partidas donde salvé posiciones gracias a 2 necos que aparecieron en la partida. No era algo que había pasado muy seguido y bueno, para el segundo día prometí que si llegaba a la final me tatuaba una neko y bueno, eso pudo pasar, me tatué y bueno, ahí comenzó uno de mis grandes logros en TFT.
I kept good mental. I kept rolling. I high rolled a little bit. I still got my first. And you know, GG's. Game is too easy. Hi, I'm Philip. I'm from North America, and I've been playing TFT since set 1. I mean, I guess to me, competing is just natural, right? I think it's what every player who plays at a high level wants to do, is they want to, you know, butt heads with the best of the best and come out on top. And I think that's my goal, is to do that, to improve, and to just, you know, hone myself as a player. And before this, I played like Hearthstone. I played League, never at the same level, but always aspiring to, you know. So it's a huge dream of mine to be able to play TFT on this stage. I think I'm unique, actually, in that I make a lot of mistakes. I think, like, of like most TFT players, I see myself as making the most mistakes, but it also gives me the most room to learn. There's like some TFT players who I feel like the game comes for very naturally. Like, I think like Setsuko, Dishsup, Weijin, all, you know, touch the game, we're instantly good at it and play at, you know, like a transcendental level as a result of that, and they're just like freakish intuition. I'd say I'm sort of the opposite, where like I feel like I come in and I do make mistakes. I mess up. I'm like at points not that great, unlike, you know, these other geniuses, but I make up for that just in, you know, being able to think about myself, my mistakes, and like how I can improve that going forward. I think for me, big inspiration is like my parents. You know, classic, you know, they're immigrants, came to the country and like worked really hard to give me like a better life. They don't really understand TFT, don't understand video games, but you know, they're still super supportive of it. And you know, just seeing how hard they've worked and everything they've done really inspires me to always give it my all, you know. Okay, so this is game 5 of Tacticians Cup 1. I think like at this point, it's really starting to like settle in that I can win the event. I'm like in the points lead, playing for like first versus Relic, who's just beat me like 2 rounds on a Fortune Cash like capped Ash board. And so, you know, I hit 8 IRLs. I mean, you gotta go for it, right? Like yeah, I mean, I end up skipping an Irelia. I think it's actually like, I mean, you know, after the tournament, I received like more messages about this clip and like this play than I did about winning the tournament. I'm pretty sure more people know me for this than like actually winning. But you know, I view it as a positive. You know, I kept good mental. I kept rolling. I high rolled a little bit. I still got my first. And you know, GG's. Game is too easy. Yeah.
It actually felt like I was like the main character of like this like incredible run in TFT. My name is Malala. I've been playing TFT since set 1, but I started competing in set 6.5. Yeah, I'm from North America. Honestly, I just compete because I enjoy the feeling of like beating people, and I just enjoy the feeling of being able to prove that I'm one of the best players in the world. So I've always played video games like since I was young. I got into League of Legends at first when I was in middle school, which was over 10 years ago. After that, I started playing like StarCraft and Melee. Never really super good at any of those games, but then I got into TFT because of my friend Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, ever since then, I just fell in love with the game. I hit Challenger in set 4, and then I started competing in set 6.5, and I've been competing ever since. I feel like my uniqueness just comes from my ability to make decisions in high pressure situations, and the fact that I don't make that many mistakes even when there's a lot on the line. Well, there's like this Chinese like artist called Zhang Jie. He's always been like a grinder. He's like a super successful Chinese singer now, but you know, everyone always said that he doesn't have talent. He just has like a nice voice, and he just like works hard. And I feel like that's kind of like the same with me. Like ever since like I came out in set 6.5, no one looked at me as like a beast. I feel like I've just been like grinding to get to where I am right now. And yeah, I guess that has like my inspiration for sure. Yeah, so during this, and I guess like during the entire last game of Worlds, I sort of had the feeling, or like as soon as I entered check, I sort of had the feeling I was going to win, just because that entire day things were going my way. especially in that last game when I had the 2-1 heart steal and then I hit 5 heart steal exactly on the turn where I need to raise the stakes. Honestly, I wasn't nervous that day until like the very few rounds. My hands were legitimately shaking the last 2 rounds, and like when I finally won, like even I sort of knew the game was over a few rounds before it actually ended, but even at the end it was so unbelievable to me that it actually happened, because it actually felt like I was like the main character of like this like incredible run in TFT. And I remember like people were coming into my chat saying like this is almost, or like this is just as amazing as like Soju going to Worlds or Soju winning Worlds or Setsuko winning Worlds. And for me to be on the receiving end of that is sort of something I never really expected. And I'm just like super grateful that I had the opportunity to like, play in Vegas, win Vegas, and so grateful for like all the opportunities I got after that. I never really expected to get to where I am, because I feel like I've been like a staple in competitive TFT for a really, really long time. And like to be in the spotlight, like, and to have like someone.
And it is so good to see all of you here for the America's Golden Spatula. We are so back! We are so back with a brand new format, a brand new set. We're here in Inkborn Fables. This is the last time you saw us here on the official broadcast. My name is Nekra, though. I'm still going to be your desk host this weekend, joined by 4 incredible casters. We've got Gangly and Ken here to join us on the broadcast first. How are you both doing?
Man, it is good to be back. It's been a little bit too long. You know, we haven't really gotten the reps in, but we got a new format. We got a whole new region. We got 32 players from all over the place. I'm excited for the weekend for so many different reasons that we're going to be able to get into the pre-show. I just can't wait to get started.
Hi guys, it's a pleasure to be here. We had a long journey until we can know who's going to be the 8 players who will represent our Americas in the World Championship. And now it's the time to discover that, so let's go!
Oh, so excited to see you again, Gangly. So glad to have you, Ken, joining us on the broadcast. And we are so excited to have Rupe-san and Casanova join us as well to bring you through the action this weekend. And we've got a lot ahead of us, that is for sure. But if you're tuning in to competitive TFT for the first time, there might be a lot for you to catch up on. In North America and Latin America, we changed up our format heading into the Inkborn Fables set. So our competitive structure looks a little different, but Gangly, still so exciting nonetheless when you take a look at the changes that we've made.
Yeah, I mean, I think there have been a lot of changes. You said the people who are maybe watching for the first time. I think the people who are even watching if they've watched every other set in TFT history, because there's been a lot that's happened. The 2 primary changes that I really want to touch on, first is it's no longer North America, Latin America, Brazil. We're now the Americas. We have all of the talent from all 3 of those regions playing against one another right now in one large region. And the second thing is that on top of just the most elite premier cups that we've seen this event, this set, it's the Tacticians Cups, we also have the sub-regional events, the lower tier. And so on top of the fact that we have the most elite TFT players from every region, the part that excites me is that we now have an ecosystem that feeds the tier below, the amateur, the players who are seeing these players in the top and saying, I want to be like that one day. I want to take a shot at the king. And so we've been able to see players like JD Zelinsky, who has been a name in North America, but certainly not at the most elite level, take a first place finish at the Ascension of the Ages, the first North American sub-regional event, and then go ahead and have a top 4 finish at the Tacticians Cup #1. And I really do think that this new structure has a lot of changes, but the thing it does really well is that it's allowing different players of varying skill find, I guess, an opportunity to grow their skill sets against the very best in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. From our sub-regional events, we ended up feeding those players into the main crux of our competitive ecosystem, the 3 Tacticians Cups. We have a Tacticians Trials that feeds into the Tacticians Cups. But, I mean, Ken, I feel like we already started kind of things off with a bang when it came down to Tacticians Cup #1, and just the fact that we got a chance to have all of these incredible co-streamers covering our events.
Yeah, we have a lot of co-streams screaming right now, and I think we are gonna say about Toddy, who's playing the Golden Spatula and is co-streaming at the same time. So he's gonna host and play. So or he's gonna be really bad, or he's gonna be really good. So let's see.
I think that's a special superpower. If you're able to not only be a co-streamer of the event, but you're also a player. And we had a couple of those in our co-stream program this season. I think Koi through Soju, one of them, but this was one of maybe the funniest moments, Kaylee, where you have the Kobuko dancing, and I think that was so special.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, Tacticians Cup 1, I think, was such a great start off to the set for multiple reasons. Yeah, we got to see the co-streamer program flourish. We got to see Pie Hat dancing on stream. That was definitely a high for me. On top of that, though, the actual level of competition was the first time we really got to see all these players come together. We're watching Philip right now. You didn't see it before, who actually skipped Irelia 3 on his way to winning the tournament. The most exciting part for me, though, 2 sets in a row now, we got a tri-state rep taking home a cup. Philip finding his first tournament win, and we've talked before about how this new format has allowed players to kind of find this trajectory of growth. Philip, one of those players that slowly over time has found better and better results, finally took home his first win in competitive TFT.
Gangly, I like to think that you have had a hand in a lot of these tri-state players' career developments with like your own competitive circuit, and now they are some of the best players in North America. I don't know. I think you have to pat yourself on the back a little bit for that one at some point. But
I don't know if I can say that I've won a world championship through replay, but you know, I'll take the compliment.
Yeah, it's through the heart, right? It's the heart that counts. Ken, similarly, when we take a look at Tacticians Cup number 2, we saw a player with a lot of heart be able to take that one.
Yeah, I have to talk about Koala. Who doesn't remember when, in the last match of the finals, he used that Lissandra with Suspicious Trench Coat and 7-star River, showing how much a flex player he is and getting the win of the cup. Amazing. Brazil.
And Koala, one of those players that, you know, I think 6 months ago, you asked the average North American viewer, who is Koala from Brazil? Most of them don't know, right? And this set, one of the most beautiful things is the exposure we've gotten to the top level of play from Latin America, Brazil, North America, and the feeding of talents from one region into another. We have this blending of tech, this blending of secrets, and now we get to go into the World Championship with a greater understanding of who the representatives from each region really are.
I love that international competition aspect. I love the international co-stream aspect. We got Hopeson having like the best pop-offs on the co-stream, and so I'm sure you'll be able to experience even more of that as we hear from Hopeson and Casanova a little bit later. But after Tacticians Cup 1 and 2, well, there is only one more to go, and we're actually right hot off the tails of it. Tacticians Cup number 3, we saw the return of the champion to North America. That was Mismatched Socks taking home the win, and Socks is one of the first players in North America that I was exposed to as one of the best players. You know, he had such a dominant run in the North American scene for the Fate set. He was able to go and represent North America at the Fates Championship, and I feel like it just has maybe been a little quiet over the past couple of sets, but it was this one. It was that win that I felt like solidified Socks again as one of the best competitors in North America. It was so awesome to be able to see him return to that form.
Socks represents an era of TFT that is really special to a lot of people, right? Because he was one of those players that was there from the beginning. He was the representative from North America at the first ever World Championship back in set 3. And while the game has left so many veterans behind, he is one of the players that is so good and such a brilliant man that he's been able to keep up and even to this day be able to find wins. He had to win back in the Astral Cup, and it had been 2 years since we saw Mismatched Socks back on top. Man, it felt good to be a Mismatched Socks fan of Tacticians Cup number 3.
It really did. And even just like thinking about that, I think about the golden era of TFT, and I just think about maybe the best is still yet to come, especially as we enter into this new age of competition for the mix of all of these Americas as a region. I think that's going to be so exciting to see what this Golden Spatula has ahead of us. As a reminder, this is the first time that we have this new structure in the Americas to reflect the same or similar to that of the EMEA region. So I think this is going to be a great test of strength for all of our players heading into the event, and I cannot wait to see what is going to happen. But one thing's for sure, it was difficult to qualify for the Golden Spatula Cup, and there were 3 main avenues for our players to do that. The first of which was to just get a top 4 at the 3rd Tacticians Cup. Sounds easy as that now, doesn't it? But it wasn't just Socks that was able to do that goal. It was also Prestivan, SoBio, and Ripple Overdrive. They were able to grab those spots 1st through 4th at Tacticians Cup number 3 to feed directly into the Golden Spatula. But the second way that our players could qualify were through the ladder snapshots. Ken, that was a difficult race for a lot of players.
Yeah. The way these guys came to Golden Spatula is through the ranking ladder. Some can say this is the easiest way to get here, but there isn't an easy way, I think. These guys prove themselves and can be surprised for who isn't paying attention for them.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the players on this list, right? And it's just the titans of every region. It's honestly, I think it's like the heroes for a lot of the fans of these regions. You have players like Dish Soap, Setsuko, Weijin making up that big three in North America, Michael, Toddy, VCL Left. These are known quantities in international TFT that everybody is aware of, and it makes sense that they've once again been able to dominate their ladder. But the third way that people have qualified for this incredibly difficult competition was through qualifier points. And this is the one that personally I find so fascinating. Qualifier points does something very different than the other two qualification methods. While it doesn't measure your ladder ability, right? And it doesn't necessarily test your ability on just one patch, it tests your breadth of TFT across the entirety of a set. And the thing this does so well is that it allows us to have the players that we know are always going to show up. Replay, Altanawe, Tex Summers, Milk, Pokigam. On the other side though, it opens the door for dark horses, for newcomers, for the players who are saying, this is my set and I'm gonna break out right here. And for this reason, I'm looking at players like Bruce, who dominated the Tacticians Trials every time he was in it, who had two incredibly strong final day finishes going throughout the entirety set. Players like Wilf as well, Philip finding his first tournament finish, Slooper and Koala from Brazil. There are players here who many may not consider to be favorites, even if they know their name, but they've proven themselves over the entirety of the set to say, this is why I'm here at the Golden Spatula.
I think conversely though, I think we also have to look at the fact that this is 32 players, which was already so difficult to be a part of this elite list, that we're missing a lot of fan favorites at this tournament this weekend because of how difficult it was to qualify. Regardless of your qualification method, there were only 32 spots, and so that's why we are missing players like Malala. You know, I think that's kind of incredible to think about. Malala having one of the best sets last set, and can't repeat that performance this time around. It was just so difficult this set.
I think one of the things about TFT in the modern age is that everybody is good. The floor is higher than it's ever been. And it's not just Malala. Every region has it. You have players like Isetoma from Brazil. You have players like Mbappe from Latin American North. These are players that are known in their, their respective regions as the best of the best. And this format's been extremely difficult. And if you aren't showing up on ladder and you have one or two low roll tournaments, well, guess what? You're not showing up at the Golden Spatula. And it's horrible that we're not seeing Malala. Of course, he would have gotten an automatic spot at the Tactician's Crown if he had qualified for the Golden Spatula. It's heartbreaking that it's a North American, but I don't think it will take away from his legacy. He still has the greatest set in TFT, the most winningest set we might ever see in the history of the game. He should be celebrated for that reason, but we can mourn for a moment that he isn't here with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something that we have to consider, is the fact that it is always going to be really tough, and even tougher as things go out, especially because of the international lens that we are putting on our tournament so far. And Ken, I feel like that's also really celebratory in its own right, that our players now have a chance to test their skills in an international setting on such a hard stage, even before we actually get to a point where we're at the World Championships. This weekend's going to be absolutely nuts.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have really exciting days of TFT. I think focus on the rule that we have no points reset now. I think that a lot of things need to focus, because it isn't just the points that you get for today and let tomorrow be tomorrow. They will need to think ahead and think and fight any little point they can get. I think we are going to see these players really looking for how they're going to play today to get healthy HP for the early game, and can structure their game for get a really good late game.
Now, my key for success for a lot of the players today is resilience, right? You can't start this tournament out going 8-8 and give up on the run. You don't get the opportunity to reset your points in day 2, which means if you have a bad start, you need to own your mistakes, own the low roll, and say, I'm over it. And I'm going to do my best. I'm going to put my best foot forward, because if you can have the consistency, the resilience throughout the day, that's going to be the difference between making top 8 or watching from the outside.
For sure. And I think it's even more important to have that resilience, knowing that with no points reset, it's going to be one player with the best average placement that gets a chance to make their way to the Tactician's Crown, our World Championships for Inkborn Fables. Alongside that, you also want top 4 in this event, because it's another way that you can qualify to the Tactician's Crown is by being able to have a great performance at this event. Good culmination of all of your efforts and hard work this season. There's also a couple other ways that players can qualify. We're looking to fill out 8 total slots for the Americas to make it to that Tactician's Crown. So this weekend has so much to play for, alongside of the fact that we also have this enormous prize pool. $14,000 to first place is nothing to scoff at, and an extra little bit to sweeten the deal there on top of being able to go get that World Championship title. But yeah, like, so much to play for. That AVP I think is the one thing that always makes these events so exciting to me. Knowing that there's no points reset, there is a world where it becomes like a very close race for that spot.
Oh yeah, that final day AVP race is always such an exciting thing, especially because it's kind of difficult to track, right? It's a little bit abstract unless you really know exactly how the players are doing throughout the entirety of the tournament, or you got the score sheet up on the second monitor and you're constantly refreshing. It turns into this very like dynamic race in those final days where it's like, okay, well, if this person goes second and this person goes 8th, all these variables that are not present throughout the entirety of the tournament suddenly come to life in those final couple games. So I think it's really cool that we get to have that qualification method, and it makes for a really exciting final day.
Well, we're getting ready to kick off our weekend, but one way that we can really get these festivities off to a good start is by talking to one of our co-streamers that will be covering the event with us. We've got Kai Watanabe with us. Kai, it's so good to have you here. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
We're doing amazing. So happy to have you here. How have you been enjoying the co-streamer process so far?
It's been pretty fun overall. I really appreciate the opportunity. It's been super dope just hanging out and just working with production a little bit, trying to get the production to look a little nicer. It's kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of janky from before. It might be a little janky today, but getting to work with production and seeing how this stuff works, it's pretty fun.
Hi, obviously you've been watching the entirety of the set. With that, you've seen so many of the players kind of be on the come up, or even just kind of maintain their dominance on top. So I want to ask you, do you have a dark horse going into this event that you think might make a deep run?
A dark horse? Is Greya considered a dark horse at this point?
I think some people.
I have a lot of eggs in my Greya Polygon basket, but half that basket's on at this point. But I really want Greya to do well, because the amount of content I can make about him, just being this dude that popped up out of nowhere and then just absolutely smacked everybody in America, like, that's kind of sick. So I need Greya to do well. But I also want Socks to do well, just because he's like a dad, and he like, I don't know how much he's putting, like, I don't know how much effort he's putting into the set, but if he puts in just like a little bit of effort, just kind of carefreed it and then just like one out, that'd also be pretty sick. So probably Socks over Greya for me.
That's great.
What do you think is the best hidden OP composition that we can see today that we didn't see too much yet?
Hidden, oh god, hidden best composition. I'm not gonna lie. I think at this point, there's nothing that's hidden anymore. There's no secrets. Everybody knows what's good. Everyone's done their homework at this point. I would be surprised if we see a composition that goes online and then it makes us go like, wow, like, we haven't seen that before. Like, at this point, we've seen everything. It's just all about the execution.
Just to bounce off of that, though, Kai, I think one of the things that's unique about this meta is how many comps are enabled by very specific circumstances, specifically like the Orin artifacts, for instance. Do you have a favorite in those lines? I know there's like some kind of spicy dark tech with like the different Gnar rerolls. There's some Rivet stuff there as well. Anything you like?
I got flamed yesterday while I was playing on stream because I don't know if you guys know who Disco is. This guy's the guy behind TFT Clips. But this guy came by my stream and then yelled at me because he was mad that I wasn't playing this like Riven reroll tech. I think it's with Innervating Locket, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember the artifacts. Like I don't remember all of them. But like that one with like Riven is kind of fun. So like it'd be super dope to see that and then somehow win out. It's not a very like first place comp, but it'd be super dope to see something like that.
Okay, I think that's a good one for the bingo card. Kai, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We hope you have a great co-stream later today. We're wondering though if you had any final thoughts before we let you go get ready for your stream.
Where's Kiyun? Like, dude, we're missing some like good people, man. Like Kiyun's not here, Kurum's not here. Like, I don't know, man. Like, yeah. I mean, you know, I kind of wanted these guys to be here, so kind of sad they're not here. But I don't know, maybe it's at 12. But yeah.
I think we're all feeling that one a little bit, especially for all of our big NA stands. But we're with you, Kai. At least you know that we're with you. We wish they were here too.
Yeah, sounds good.
Well, thank you so much again for your time, and have a great co-stream today.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Good luck on the main Brave squad. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I love that we got a chance to have Kai join our stream for even just a little bit. Make sure you go check out all of our partner co-streamers. They're going to be following along the action this weekend with us, and they're also going to be covering some of the lobbies that we don't get a chance to feature on the main broadcast because we can only pick one. So you know that all of our co-streamers have you covered in the other lobbies. But now, we are moments away from being able to get into our first game of this 3-day competition. But before we do that, we gotta get to know our players just a little bit better. We have 32 amazing players that are competing this weekend that have been able to get here through all sorts of qualification methods, all with the idea of the pride and the glory on the line for winning this Golden Spatula event, but also to make it to the Tactician's Crown. And what two better players to focus in on first than the two players that are in the race to make it to the Tactician's Crown thanks to their total qualification points from the entirety of the Inkborn Fables set. That's Altanawe and Michael, who both have a shot to just make it there through points this weekend.
All right, now, if everybody's ignored everything we've said up to this point, if your eyes have glazed over every time I've opened your mouth, I want you to listen, because this is the most important thing you're going to hear in the next 20 minutes of your life. There is a heads-up tournament going on in this event. Altanawe and Michael, like Necro said, are tied in qualifier points. Based on how the first 2 days of competition go, whoever is in the lead at the end of day 2 gets an automatic qualification to the Tactician's Crown. It doesn't matter if they go 31st and 32nd. These players are guaranteed to be one of the 2 Latin American representatives. And when you put it into context into who these players are, Altanawe is considered the GOAT of LATAM. Michael directly behind them. They both have 2 Worlds International appearances, Altanawe with 2 final lobby showings, while Michael has this consistency across Latin America that hasn't been matched by anyone else in the region. Even in set 11, you can see their stats here are so similar. They are 2 of the 3 players from Latin America that showed a distinct edge over the field, and the fact that we're now getting to see these players not only compete against the field, but compete directly against one another for a shot at the Tactician's Crown, to me is the biggest story of days 1 and 2 of this tournament.
I think Altanawe is a bit stronger right now than Michael, but Michael has all the potential for surpass that. Really need to see how they will perform this weekend, because I think maybe this will happen.
And I think what would be amazing is that to make it to the Tactician's Crown would be a 3rd World's appearance for either of them. That's the type of caliber player that we have competing at the Golden Spatula this weekend. But I think NA is knocking on the door. They've been at the top of the leaderboards for so long. And Gangly, we have had this conversation multiple times now. Well, there's a big 3. There are 3 clear players in North America that are considered the best of the best. But is there finally room to call this a big 4?
I mean, Necra, I've been shouting from the mountaintops that this has been a big 4 for quite a while now, but I'm glad that you're with me, because you and I kind of got to go head-to-head a little bit at the last regional finals about this. But yeah, you're right. Replay, with his incredible performance this set, has now surpassed Wajan Iverson and Dish Soap in career AVP since set 7. This now, for a lot of people, I think, makes Replay almost a clear kind of top 2, top 3 in the history of North America, I guess in the modern age of TFT. But yeah, I mean, you talked about it earlier. These 4 players have had an incredible set 11.
But I think that that's the biggest distinction, is that we're looking at them across multiple sets of competition. Replay is a world champion. He has won a Tactician's Crown in the past, and I think that was sort of the first point for him to be included in this conversation, is that not only was that set for him so good, but it was a couple question marks because last set maybe not as convincing for replay as what we've seen in this one. I think Inkborn Fables for sure has allowed him to put that stamp in this big 4. But I think what's really exciting is the fact that, like, there's no question about Dish Soap. Dish Soap has been #1 in North America for so many sets in a row. This is a player that players in Latin America look up to for tech, same in China as well as the rest of Asia. And I think that that is something to be celebrated. Not just the average placement, but the fact that Dish Soap also got 3rd place at Tacticians Cup #1, 2nd place at Tacticians Cup #2. He's just missing another 1st, and I know that it's very capable and possible for him.
For me, Dish Soap is the best player on the championship right now, today. And I think everyone's looking for what he's going to do and what they can do to win against him. He's the final boss of the weekend, and everybody is looking for take some points of him.
He's not invulnerable though, right? Let's not pretend, because we saw Tacticians Cup #3, Dish Soap went 95th. He had a day 1 exit. I don't think even on his worst day, Dish Soap is the 95th best player in the field of the Tacticians Cup #3. I think it's very easy to chalk some of that up to variance. I do believe though, like Ken said, I think Dish Soap is certainly favored in this field. Absolutely one of the players that if you had to give one person an edge over the entirety of the field, I would give it to Dish Soap right now.
I mean, I know he's done some really great competitive guides, though. I've definitely been studying up on the Lux reroll that he just posted about a couple of days ago. But I'm sure he also still has tons of secrets still left to be shown for the broadcast this weekend. But we've talked about Latin America, we've talked about North America. What about our heavy hitters from Brazil? Ken, do they have what it takes to take down these other top dogs?
Of course. Brazil is Brazil, and we believe in till the last second in Brazil. I need to talk about Bapizera. He's the best player on Brazil until now, until this start of this championship. His performance on this 3 Tacticians Cup was the best, second best in all the Americas. On the first cup, he was on the 5th position and ended up in the best punctuation if you add all the day's points. So you have to see that. He likes to play Reaper with Kane and Kindred as carries. Let's see if he can pull that.
You know, I think Brazil as a whole, when people kind of look at the numbers of Brazil, right, they see that in the Tacticians Cup, they didn't have the best performance. And I think even the Brazilians thought that they knew they were capable of more. The reality is, at the Golden Spatula, the only people who are here are the people that earned their spot throughout the entirety of the set. And so even if there may be some weakness in the larger picture of Brazil's pool, the people who are here today represent not only the best of this set, like Bapizera, but the historical heroes of Brazil. Bapizera, being the best player of this set, is one of only 2 players from Brazil to not have a world championship run at this Golden Spatula. Him and Toddy as well. Everybody else has made it to the world championship before. These are iconic heroes from Brazil, and you know that if there's any edge that they're going to have, it's their veteranship, it's their resilience, it's their ability to perform under pressure. And for that reason, I think anyone who's sleeping on Brazil is going to wake up to a pretty horrible nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I just even think back to Solbio's performance in this past Tactician's Crown. Did an amazing job there, was even able to make it, and I think just being able to say that you have made it to a world championship is pretty amazing. So we, ahead of this weekend, will be able to send 8 representatives to the Tactician's Crown from the Americas. We've got 4 slots on the line for places 1 through 4, 1 slot coming through from the average placement across just this tournament, and then 3 slots, 1 from North America, 1 from Latin America, and 1 from Brazil for the total qualifier points gained from the entirety of the Inkborn Fables set. We do actually have 1 player that have already made it. I think we should talk about that. That's Sox. Sox is going to the Tactician's Crown already, based off of that first place that we saw from TAC Cup 3.
And it is so impressive, right? Because in order to actually perform across all 3 sets, I'm not going to pretend like stats are prescriptive, that they're going to tell us the future. What they do, though, they're descriptive. They tell us that at any given point in time, Sox was in a form capable of going to the final day, capable of winning a tournament, and that's the mismatched Sox that we haven't really seen since the dawn of the early days of Sox's innovative flex play, of his ability to find edges with creative play when other people think that it's a locked-in meta. That may not be the Sox we see today, but clearly that edge is still there, and it's allowed him to qualify for the Tactician's Crown.
We have 32 incredible players waiting to take the stage for our first game of the Golden Spatula, day number 1. So let's get this party started, shall we? Gangly Ken, thank you so much for covering our preview show. We now send our love and the mics over to Rupeson and Casanova to bring us through this very first game. How are you both?
All right, thank you, Necra. I'm doing great. I'm Casanova, joined by Rupeson, and we are about to jump into the very first games of the Golden Spatula. And Rupe, the last time we were together, it was the last, Tactician's Crown, and we were maybe enemies, right? I was cheering for North America, you're cheering for Latin America, right? Of course, but now we get to come together. We just have the Americas, and we're trying to send the best players to bring that crown home.
Totally, Cass. I'm very hyped. I'm totally happy to be with you again here, man. You're a real friend, and it's an honor for me to be casting with you. And that story you're telling also has happened in Latin America. Before it was Latin America North and South, and then we come together as Latam. I hope that this new America format does the same. Like, we have Brazil, we have NA, we have Latam, but then the ones who go to Worlds, who go to the Tactician Crown, will be the representative of the full region.
Oh yeah, and I'm really looking forward to it. This entire season has been so much fun to watch, right? Getting the best of the best from each of our respective regions now coming together, playing in one big, strong, powerful region. And we still get to see some of that regional variation coming through between the players, though it has kind of merged quite a bit with so many players all practicing, even just solo queue grinding together, the scrims of all of these regions coming together. And Rupe, I just want to see, what, if any, are the regional differences between everybody? Do we see people actually prioritizing different compositions, or at this point is everybody just kind of on the same page?
Yeah, for sure. I think we have the meta is very volatile, it's very variant. But now let's go first to the lobby, and we will have a long time to talk about the meta. So let's start seeing which lobby we will be having right now and now on screen. So Bishop, Relic, Guasian, Pocky, wait. I know, Cass, there's not a weak lobby, but this looks pretty capped for me.
Yeah, this one's pretty crazy, right? We talked about the big 4 of North America, and there's 3 out of 4 in this lobby, right? Dish Soap, Wasian, Replay. We're just missing Setsi for this one. And then on top of that, right, we've got Relic, who's just coming off of a top 8 at the last Tactician's Crown, trying to make his way back.
Totally. No, Relic is performing highly impressively. He didn't perform well in the last cup, but he's actually training. He told me that he was training even better than when he went to the Tactician Crown last year. We have the underdog Super Pino, also from Latin America North. BCLF, one of the favorites from Brazil, coming here from ladder. And as you said, Wilf is obviously someone that can perform, and he's here. And we replay together with this show, for me, the top's performance, or the ones with the best highlight for the lobby. We're starting now with the first possibility of Portal. We have Portal, Ghost Subscription, and Larger Legends for a possibility of more HP cast.
Yeah, interesting to see Wasian standing on Larger Legends. It looks like for the most part, everyone else wanting Gold Subscription. They just like playing with high econ, and that just makes sense. It feels like TFT players in general just like to have more gold. It ends up feeling pretty good. But Wasian was another player I wanted to even talk about more, right? This has maybe been kind of the weakest set in recent memory for Wasian, which even with that being said, he's still here at the finals, right? Trying to earn a spot at the World Championship. So really my eyes are on Wasian and how he'll perform, because he has known to clutch up historically and should always be a threat to just win the entire event.
For sure. We're not seeing the Super Pino POV. Super Pino, just for you to have a reference, he's one of the best players from the region, possibly the best player from Mexico, and he's now representing here. First time being in a place like the world. First time for all of them, right? This is America's Cup.
That's
this is the
true.
final of America. Yeah. anyone who wins here will make history. No, we haven't had this type of tournament before. We obviously have like regional champions in the past, but now this stage of American Championship will give a lot of possibility for names and even for records to be broken in the future.
It's actually such a great point you make, Hupe, because we talk a lot about modern TFT when we're talking about, like Dish Soap, that big four of North America, and we're like, in modern TFT, they're the best because it's going back to maybe set 6x7 where we've added augments. But now we're even starting another new era, which is maybe what will in the future be called modern TFT, and the cutoff for that, which is now the convergence of the regions. Right now, America's just being a single region. As you said, none of these players have made it to a golden spatula before, because this is the very first one. And so this is the first time that anyone can say that they've made it there. And we will have our first golden spatula winner crowned at the end of this weekend.
I want to highlight also that 2 players from the same team are right here, Replay and Relic from Toronto Ultra. So they're actually working together a lot, and there's also like an amplified possibility of the team. Not only they're practicing with their team, they're also getting additional scrim time with people from EMEA, people from the same region. And now we're starting off with an augment that is silver. So
branching out.
Ooh, and oh my God, Reaper Emblem.
What a hit.
I'm sure he's happy. This is one of the best possibilities you can get here, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, this is beautiful, right? Kane being one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful compositions right now, if you can get it online. And starting out with this Reaper emblem is such a good signal to the rest of the lobby saying, I'm playing this. If you want to try and play it as well, you are contested. This is going to be my line, and I'm starting out there with this Reaper emblem. The rest of the items, nothing slammable, which is a little bit sad, but all the components are there, right? You want swords. The tier can work out because it can go into a Hodge, right? That can be a pretty nice item as well. And you have bow that can go into plenty of things that you're going to want for the composition. So Relic having a lot of good components, not a lot of good slams, which might hurt this early game where it could have been quite strong to have that Reaper online, but at least going to find an early win to start things off.
Good for Relic. As you know, Reaper's chat is one of the comps that has been most played on Cup 3 and also on this stage of the new patch. It's patch 14.13. So Reaper is like TRS comp, not only in win rate, but also in play rate. So actually, Relic having this possibility in early game is amazing for him. I'm not sure maybe one or maybe one will try to contest it, but as I said, he will try to protect himself. Now we have
2-1-2-2 augment.
Oh my God, this is amazing. The tempo of the lobby will start to climb out a lot, Cass, and anyone who wants to go for something like economy-wise or try to do some reroll would actually be very affected by this.
Yeah, it can be a very big pain, and we'll see. I mean, everybody having a lot of extra gold because of gold subs, so maybe there's some kind of outs to that. We see Weijin has best friends and then just picked up the haunted house. I believe that's what that is. So even more ghostly additions for Weijin, potentially going to look for a reroll angle on it, but also could just go for the higher levels, pushing the tempo with it. We'll have to see as we get through and look at some of these augments where people have ended up, because we do see that Pokygom heading for the Arcanist with the early Shiv Slam and the Arcanist spat, so he is going to just try and go at least a little bit towards the vertical early on.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't thought we were going to see Arcanist here, and I'm glad we do, because actually it's a great vertical. It's very, very strong. It can cap out when you get to level 7, level 8 with the Amumu 3 converted into Arcanist with the additional Soul 3, but it's actually a very good line with good tempo. So very good that Poki decides to pick up like this, and now we're seeing Wilf that goes for Epitaph. He already have the Nashor Tooth, so probably this is a Syndra Dryad Fated angle, a good item for him. Defensive items, he decides not to slam for now. Maybe he should, but now with this attitude, at least he will preserve a lot more HP for now in a 2-loss lose streak.
Yeah, potentially can still hold on to the loss streak. Going to be hard, with VCLF here losing pretty heavily. Replay on a loss streak as well. Going to be hard to defend that with the upgrade that has been grabbed. But by not slamming the front line, as you said, RE2 might be able to get the kills without actually winning the round. So we'll see if that continues throughout this game. VCLF should be able to easily keep the loss streak. It's just about, can he actually get any kills? And no kills on this first fight at the very least.
Good goal for him, 20 gold for most of the players here. So actually for VCLF to get that threshold is very important for him. We'll start to see the first carousel. Important that if we want to see some archetypes that we were talking about, Brazil is very heavy into AP. So Lux, maybe Lilia, maybe Syndra, and only Babsera maybe is the one who's displaying more AD. So I'm glad to see in this from BCLF. He's capable of playing the Janna Lux version. If he's contested or if he's not hitting, he's also capable of pivoting out and playing Lilia in one of the versions.
Yep, and immediately, yeah, we do see that kind of in action with the AP being the lead there. And I just want to take a look, Super Pino having some slams that might be contesting into Relic. Now, the comp should be able to support 2 players, but it certainly is going to hurt anytime you are contested in general. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. And then the extra component on this carousel from the Riven encounter, definitely going to help players, especially like Relic, who only had single pieces of items, try and actually convert those into full items. He definitely needed a lot more help in that area.
For sure. We now see Weishan playing. You said it, right? He got the Haunted House. So now he has the best 2 ultimates for this comp. You have Best Friends that will give you speed and will provide additional armor. So you need to gain time. You need for the front lane to actually tank a lot so that you can stack the Ghost as soon as possible and as much as possible. So this is a good line, but he will need to hit. He will have to have the luck to hit early to stabilize and then win with the Shen 3 and the Senna 3 as soon as possible. Now Wilf committing now with the Shojin. So now this is a great itemization. For me, the second beast for Syndra, you go for the Nashor Tooth, you go for the Shojin, and then you go for an AP item that will enable you to have great damage and a little scaling because of the speed you have in casting.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a good spot where the Syndra ends up snapping the loss streak. So we may see some frontline items slammed now to try and continue that. And I think that one thing that bodes well, you were mentioning Weishan wanting to reroll for those 2 costs and needing to hit, is the fact that VCLF looks like he wants to commit towards this reroll line, just only holding Luxes, only holding Jannas, and then just making as much gold as possible. So kind of committing to that 2-cost reroll. And so when you have 2-cost rerollers in your lobby, other 2-cost rerolls get better because everybody's pulling those 2 costs out of the pool. And I think Weishan is going to be feeling very good that there's another player going for 2-cost reroll that doesn't contest the units he wants.
For sure. And as you said, BCLF with 2, the best pairs he needs to have. Normally the tanks for this comp are late. You find them later. You want to go for Ilao, you want to go for Amumu, and that's the place where BCLF really he has confirmed the complete lose streak. So this will be a lot of gold generation for him with good pathing, going for the Lux, Janna, and Amumu comp. And now we see replay also going for Duelist, and this is amazing. I don't know if he will go for this comp, Cass, but actually he's, I think, the only one that is playing Duelist in scrims and like historically. People are trying to go for Kayn, people are trying to go for some of these comps that requires maybe an emblem, but he's the only one that has good performance with Duelist, and it's like his pocket pick that he can perform well. So I wouldn't be impressed if he used it right now.
That's a cool call out. I definitely want to kind of keep eyes on Riri and see what happens, especially when he gets that gold influx from the risky moves, right? That's why we see him at 59 health. He's not on the full loss, but he did lose a couple of the rounds. If he's able to like convert that gold into a really high tempo duelist board and win for a long stretch of time, that's going to be a big boon for replay, because risky moves is in the name. It is quite risky. You're losing a lot of HP for that gold, and it really has to convert to something big.
Really goes for the reforge in the item, and he actually gets some good stuff here. He has the possibility to go for the Night Fetch, but no, he goes for the Titans, and now he gets great items. These items, I think, is better for the mid game. He decides not to go for the Edge of Night. So for Yone, this is better. And then for Leiden, he can try to find Beast for Kayn. So I think it's a great decision for him trying to go for the Yone. First, he knows he will not get Kayn in the round 3. And he could get the Yone too. So actually good tempo for him, trying to penalize a little the lobby. And let's see what he comes up with. So now we have BCLF now obtaining some front lane, going up against the Ari and the Faded.
Yeah, and just big thing, because I think that every player in the game forgets about this, but VCLF, I guess most people have gotten there now with good positioning on this Lux, right? Making it so that it's actually being able to get good targeting onto back corners. Then on the other side, Wilf, by centering the Ahri, actually plays around the Lux. But very frequently you would see, Lux just put in the corner, default into corner, and then she only ever stuns 2 frontliners, whereas somewhere in the middle, you can actually get that corner positioning and get the stun onto carries. So we're going to see that for throughout the game, kind of watching that Lux positioning and seeing when it can find the stuns onto enemy backliners as we get on board with Wei Jin, who has been able to find Shen too, but no upgrade for the Senna. Didn't roll very much gold, it doesn't look like, so still just going to be able to econ in a very strong place here with already having that Shen frontline. This win streak should be able to be maintained.
Yes, for sure. You wanted to have here the Senna. He doesn't even have the pair. But actually, what's most important now that he has the Ginso is having frontline. He has it. Obviously, in this place, you need to get the Senna because he knows he's going to reroll. He said cast. Someone's playing, according to reroll, also 2 cost. So he's for sure committed to this line promptly. There's a world when, I don't know, no Senna appears and he could play some comp that is not played much, that is Ashe with Ghostly. It's also a possibility, but I know he wants to go for the reroll. He's the one who caps out better in this type of meta. So let's see what the game gives him.
Yeah, and he already has a good amount of copies of his 2 costs, right, for this stage of the game on 3-3. Having the Shen 2 already, even though he doesn't have the pair, he had the Aatrox pair at least, and so he's kind of getting towards some of those units and definitely can make it happen as we see Relic just continuing to try and keep a strong board here. Ended up losing a round, just kind of having that Yone 1 not able to get it done. And then also we have to consider that Relic is playing around metabolic, so he actually doesn't really have a lot of power in his augments right now, but he will have this sustain. He will have time to get that level 8 online, get that can online, and really push for a very powerful late game.
Yeah, for sure. Losing here will be good for him. He will get an additional turn on getting to Carousel, and it's very important for him to get the additional items he will need for the game, for the second carry if he decides to go for the Yone or go for a Kindred, and why not go for the 3 carries in the comp. So Relic, in this case, he wins, and now we see the face-off from BCLF, who already have 2 items on his looks, on Diana, and this will be very good for him. On the other place, I think, I'm sorry, this is contested. So on the front we have BCLF, and on the other one we have a Zyra, but maybe with a possibility to pivot out from it. No one's still going for the Lilia, as we were talking about in the break. Cass, Lilia is the default when you don't know what to play and you have AP. So maybe some of these players will have to go for that line in case they don't get a good spot, for example, a re-replay.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking maybe re-replay really wants this Lilia, actually, and wants to be able to play in that direction. If we look at his board, he's actually just still losing. He's down to 34. He did get that extra gold from the risky moves, but he's carrying this Zyra 2. He has a Cho'Gath front line, and now we see him pushing levels, and he actually pairs his Lilia in this shop. So this is a way to really get back into this game. He's able to get 3 Mythic online. He's got items for the Lilia. I don't know, maybe the spot's not too terrible, but it does kind of come down to how quickly re-replay actually hits the 3rd Lilia and is able to get this backline fully engaged.
Yeah, let's see what he goes for him. He decides to sell. So this is actually a very strong line going for the Umbral. Normally, you don't want to close it out on Umbral. Umbral late game has been very penalized. It's not in the best spot right now. But going for the Lilia, trying to go for that vertical of Mythic, maybe going for Invokers, depending on what the game gives you. And what's most important is this comp, given that we already know that some people are going for Kayn, will be to have the Annie too. Annie does the perfect counter for that comp for Kayn, because you get CC, you get the burn, you get the healing reduction. So he will need to hit not only a good backline, but also the Annie to be able to front this type of comps.
Yeah, and with re-replay, actually, I was looking at that. It's 3-5, level 740 gold. I mean, that's risky moves. That gets you that big econ lead. That's really, really powerful. And the fact that he already has the pair of Lilias, I mean, if he oopses into a Lilia 2 on his way to level 8, he's in a very strong spot, probably not needing to roll too much gold to find the Annie, to find the rest of the front line, and just kind of make it happen, stabilize, play towards the top 4. We'll see if it can go much more than there with how low his HP is. He's going to have to roll a little bit more aggressively than maybe some other players, but we're also going to jump on board with Dish Soap. Down only 74 HP. He's held on to a lot of HP early on. Level 6, 60 gold here, playing towards Ashe Wardens. Able to hit the Warden pretty early on with that branching out. And having 4 Warden, having the Ginsu on to this Aphelios for the mid-game carry. Not the most powerful board, but it is still a solid start. And if he can find that Ashe early on, get things rolling, I think Dish Soap has a good way to play for that top 4 as well. Yet another kind of composition that's good at playing for those top 4s.
Yeah, ramping up. He already has the gain, so he has good offensive items. So it's a good spot for Bishop. He will need to hit. He already having the Ilaoi gives you a lot of presence in the field and a lot of confidence. Even if you don't hit, you already have the front line that you will actually need. Now he only needs to go for the Nautilus. He needs to go for the rest of the comp that would actually allow him to go for the cap, right? But normally it's a comp that doesn't require much. It only requires level 8. He has the emblem. He has the additional Warden +1, so level 9 will be a lot more priority for him, trying to go for that vertical or trying to include more traits such as Fated or something else that gives him a little more push and power.
Yeah, but he's very rich, and actually, you know, his board is pretty inexpensive when we think about it, right? The Alawi is, of course, costly, right? That's 9 gold just there. But you look at the rest, and it's all kind of just these 1 stars, and because of that, Dish Soap is finding wins with a pretty cost-effective board. Allows him to go to 7 here on 3-7, still making 50 with this win streak. And we were talking about replay being pretty rich. I think Dish Soap, considering he has this streak going for him, might be even richer than somebody who is playing risky moves. And so this is an incredible spot that Dish has been able to put himself into. And if he can just maintain this power, but slamming another item on the Alawi, if he's able to actually make this a Felios or find an Ash, I mean, this is really, really, really good.
We have the 2 augments in the beginning chat, as you remember, and now we're getting ready for the next one. So very attentive, because they will be the round that will define it all. People are already strong. Some of the rerollers, such as Weishan, is getting close to the actual cap of the comp, but now is when the people that went fast 8, such as Disho, such as Relic, will start to prompt out and hit. So now the 4-2 will be augment selection and a fast roll down from each of them. So let's see who hits. Let's see who comes with maybe a creative angle in case they don't hit. And this will be the place where we actually define the level of play and who can be creative even if they don't hit.
Yeah, I want to catch these roll downs. And also, Weijin 9 win streak has only slow rolled, still 50 gold, right? So he's actually really slow playing it because he has so much power from those augment selections. He didn't have to try and rip anything on 4-1, right? He's just waiting and continuing to slow roll. He was on a decent amount of copies of each unit, but nothing too close to actually hitting just yet. But having so much gold to actually make it happen, is we get a call the chaos for Wilf, and it is triple Sniper's Focus as the hit.
Interesting. Let's see how he managed to play it out. Maybe 1 is good for him. He will try to go. Yeah, there's Syndra. It's actually very tough because normally you don't want to play a Felios in this comp, so he will not get like the best usefulness for this. Maybe he can split it out. He can go for 1 for the Syndra. He can give 1 to maybe the same Kindred, or even go for Kindred now. Maybe later for Asir could be something interesting to get a little more speed and the possibility of forcing a lot or getting more casts out. It's not, we have to say, it's not the best cash out for him giving Call to Chaos.
Yeah, certainly not incredible. I'm curious. I mean, we do see this way. It doesn't feel like he can kind of fit it on the board. Usually it's really nice if you can hit it this early on, start printing units, but very, very tough to fit it in this comp for Will. And yeah, we'll just have to see if it was enough of a hit. Unfortunately, that Lux is perfectly positioned to just be jamming onto this Syndra, and that's going to make all the difference in this fight. That should just be a fight win for VCLF. We'll see if the Kindred can get it done, but that's just not going to happen. So VCLF trying to stabilize here on a 2-win streak, still not hitting any of the 3 stars.
For him, it's actually a good spot, going for Tiny but Deadly, so additional speed for him that will synergize very well with the double Sojin he has on his front. And now Wei Shaverson trying to go a little deep, trying to get the rest of the units he wants, rolling for value. He doesn't hit, he decides to wait a little. He has a lot of HP still to handle around it. And as we can see, the ones who are in a bad spot is Wilf, that we saw his cash out was not good, and also Replay, who's low in HP but with a 4-win streak.
Yeah, the big thing to note is Riri has 1 gold, so he must have rolled all the way down, and I'm curious if he's fully stable at this point. We are getting a look at the board. He did find that Lilia. He was just 1 copy away, and we mentioned he shouldn't need to roll too much to get this comp online, as he's also been able to find Nautilus. He's got a pair of Nautilus. He's got a pair of Annies, so he's very, very close to just being full power. So yeah, maybe being at 2 gold is not too much of a downside. He made it to level 8, and he's just 1 off of each of the copies for his front line.
In case of Tisho, within in the upper end of the screen, he only has one Ash, but at least he hit one. He has some of the front line, so Bishop rolled to 0. He didn't hit much, but his comp is still good for this stage. I'm worried because without Go, he will not be able to go to level 9, and he still needs to make the roll down for the additional front lane and for the Ash too. So not the best position. The lock was not in favor of Tisho in this step. So now the people who didn't hit will give or receive a chunk of HP diminished.
And I do see this blazing speed pickup might be able to kind of mitigate some of that pain, at least for this stage 4, right? Because Dish Soap is able to fully itemize both the Ashe and the Aphelios, he's probably going to be able to steal a couple of wins during stage 4 that maybe he wouldn't have been able to get without the extra items. And while he's going to fall off pretty hard if he can't find these hits on his big 4 cost, it might salvage enough HP to buy him a couple of placements.
Let's see if he does. For now, BCLF gains or is able to accomplish the Lux 3-star. He wants to go also for the Janna. Remember, Lux is more utility. She has access to a backline. She should be able to maybe finish up some of the carries that are bad position. But it's Janna the one who is able to go from to back. Eliminating the front. She's the one who is good against Kayn, so we actually need this Janna 3-star to be able to contest and try to win out against other comps that are born capped out, especially now in round 4. We see now Super Pino going quickly for the back. Super Pino already have a Wukong 2 stars with a Duelist emblem, so good spot for him. Let's see if he can close it out.
Yeah, I want to call it Wei Jin also rolled down. We see he did find the Senna 3 very close on Shen as well, just 2 copies away and still on 40 gold. So we were looking on the other side, VCLF rolling down the 2 costs, finds the Lux, but had to roll all the way down to nothing to do so. Wei Jin still has an economy rolling as he's hit this Senna, and unfortunately he does really want to roll to finish off this front line, but at least he's got the econ to try and crawl back. He'll probably just accept a loss streak into neutrals here because he had the HP to spare, and then use that extra gold, find Shen, and push the levels.
For sure. I think that's the play. Go for Shen, start to getting close to the Laoi. That is very contested. It's very unlikely he will try getting it, but as you said, Shen is the most important. He will actually, with the ability, is able to diminish the damage around him. So he needs that possibility in order to for the Kinso to even scale. He wins against Wilf. So now in danger territory is Bishop, only with 19 HP. As we said, Cass, he stabilized, but not enough. And now he doesn't have the goal to ramp up again. Let's see if he can at least grab some positions and not go 8th.
Yeah, he tried to do his best to mitigate it, but there's a lot of players that ended up hitting pretty hard on this stage anyway. And because of that, Dish is just on a free fall, very likely to end up in 8th, as we've seen a couple other hits. The only other player kind of contesting for that spot is VCLF, and we've seen this Lux really carrying a lot of the fight. Tiny Bit Deadly giving a lot of extra damage, and even though he did not find the Janna, there's an extra Janna out of an orb. Oh, that is such a big hit. Now he's just 1 away if he can get there.
Let's see if he gets it. He's
gold
rolling
sub
now.
as well. It's a lot of money.
Okay, there's the Ronan. Also, Shen 3 for Wei Shen on the right. And let's see if the Janna also appears for him. He goes for additional value. No, and
oh my god, this is just feast and famine on the 2 sides, right? Wei Jin rolls like twice. Hits the Shen, but finally finds the Janna. Huge for VCLF to actually get there. Wei Jin able to get there with 50 gold remaining, though. And so Wei Jin definitely holding on to a much better position after that one.
I want to shout out the GG Tech team in the production. Amazing that we have the split screen just in the moment that's more important for them to roll down and they actually hit. So now we have the face-off. So the 2 hit in this moment, BCLF is in a position of more riskiness with his 25 HP. Let's see if he knows.
The dodge!
Oh,
Senna sidestepped it. Now she casts! Oh! Senna sidestepped the cast from Lux, didn't get hit, and then is able to hold on just long enough to get that win. And it's massive for VCLF to lose there, potentially down to a single life if he takes a bad loss.
No, for sure. Wei Shen in a perfect spot, hitting and penalizing BCLF in the moment he hits, and now Wilf, together with Bishop, they only have 1 life. So they really need to perfect positioning, try to guess who they're going with against. and making sure the Ashe is in the opposite direction of the carry so that the range is as far as possible from that, and she gets additional damage. So for now it's Wilf against BCLF. So we have the Syndra Fated Dryad comp versus the Super Lux and Janna.
Really good positioning for Wilf. The Lux is not casting towards Syndra and still finally gets one cast off, but the Ornn is in the front line tanking up so much. Syndra finally gonna go down, but now it's up to Azir. Can he get a cast onto the right targets? Cannot! And it is gonna be VCLF finding the win. Wilf looks like will go down. Dish Soap, it looks like able to survive a little bit longer, picks up a win. So Wilf gonna take the 8th as Dish Soap at least escapes that one.
You're a lover of the chaos, Cass, and he got the bad end of the chaos. That's what happens, right? The variability is too high. It could have gone well for him, but it was almost one prismatic less for Wilf, and that defined his at 8th place now.
Right, now we've got Weijin on board once again to support pickup from this encounter. Just to add on to the power, see if Weijin can make it towards the 6 Ghostly as well, just pushing levels towards level 8. He's already got 5 online, just needs to find Morgana, I believe, and then he'll be on 6 Ghostly with the Haunted House, and that's a way to start to cap out this board.
For sure. Yeah, Ghostly, it would be amazing for him trying to go for that. And he already has a pretty good comp. Normally, you will need the emblem here, but he's actually in a great spot to go to 8. And he already hit. And we know Illaoi 3 is not going to happen. Now we have the split screen. So Pino in the right going for the Lee Sin plus Duelist and the Wukong 3 that is actually doing great job. And on the left, this show going with the Super Ash. Let's see if the placement is good enough. And what's the Destiny going to do for them. Position is very important, trying to split, not going for the easy CC or crowd control on each step. And let's see if it's enough for him. It's very important for this shop that the Nautilus cast and gives him a little time for the Ginso to ramp up.
Now just taking stock of this carousel here, Hoope. We've got Pino grabbing this Heavenly Emblem. You know, we were talking about the fact that he was able to find that 2-star Wukong very early. And Heavenly Emblem can be very strong when you get it in those late game scenarios towards the end of the game with the Wukong online, give that extra attack speed. Gonna give some more power to this board as there was already just a surplus of items there. It's a way to actually continue to ramp up. Looking at the two sides here, we've got Replay, relatively low on HP, but he stabilized hard on 34 once he was able to find this Lilia. And these kind of feel like two of the strongest boards in the lobby right now, two of the players who will be contesting for that first place.
Totally, Lexi Super Pino is enough for him. He has a Super Irelia already with Morello, so the Dance of the Blades will allow him to give a very chunk of reducing the healing of the tail. And we have Pokégon for the other place with the Soy 3. Very strong for him. Actually going for this. He doesn't have a lot of frontline. We want to see the Amumu 3, we want to see a little more frontline, but he can surpass that with the Locket of the Iron Solari. Let's see if it's enough. Soy also making good damage here. So now we will start seeing the fight to see if it's good for them. So Duelist against Arcanist, and let's see if Pino can surpass his limits for Latam. As you know, he is the underdog and he really wants to perform. He's been training a lot. He has been sick, Cass, for the last week. He had trained, but maybe up and down in mood. So my best energy for him in this competition.
Oh yeah, for sure. But he's put together a very powerful board. He's survived for so long, right? Dish Soap and VCLF go down in that previous fight. Dish Soap in 7th, VCLF in 6th. And so Pino has made a top 5 with this duelist composition that we were saying not a lot of players were looking for, and really only Replay in scrims has had a ton of success with it. But Pino bringing out in this very first game, going up against Relic now, trying to hold on, coming down to the Aurelia once again, and she's getting it done with having this Morello, making it happen, takes out Relic. Pino gonna find that top 4, as Relic could just never get the full comp online that he was looking for with that early Reapers. He did get there eventually, but not in a strong position. And now Pino just having to deal with Pocky, Weijin, and Replay for the rest of this game. And these are the boards that are the most terrifying.
Okay, we can talk about the rest of the players in this case. They're looking for something else. Weijin obviously fighting out with the Senna with this comp. So Pino trying to go for it. Let's see. It's a good implement for him. Pino wants to go for the additional little ramp up onto the mid section of the round. and Wei Shan wants to go for the late round because of that king. So let's see if it's enough. Pino tried to force and going slots against him, and it's a good victory again for Pino going against Pokemon. So now, good for him. Let's see if it's enough. And for now, let's see if the placements are good for him. Relic now in a lose streak. So let's see if it's good for him for now. We see only like 2 players, or Wei Shan and Poki, still in the front cast. Also, Replay playing well. Replay is in a 9-win streak. We haven't seen in a while. Let's see what he's playing and what is it about. And Bishop is about to be also defeated in together with BCLF. So BCLF and Bishop are now confirmed lower in the places, and it's very important because, as we know, Cass, this is a format that rewards all the placement, not only on day 3, but every good placement would be great, going for that average placement that is so important for the day 3 and the possibility of getting that place for the Tactician Crown.
Yeah, it's a big fight here, and Pocky and Pino have both just been eliminated. We have Replay on a 13-win streak going up against Weijian Iverson head-to-head in the top 2. Replay able to fully stabilize around that early pair of Lilias, putting it together and able to make a comp fully work. We saw that extra gold from the risky moves pay off as he was able to be the first to be able to hit that composition. And while Lilia is kind of one of those more consistent ones where you have to find everything, Replay able to get there, going up against Weijian. Weijian wanting these long fights, as you were talking about. He's got the Ginsu, he's got the Ghostly, so he wants this to last a long time. But the Lilia is already firing away on the carries, getting so much damage out. But however, the big front line is starting to crumble around. It's still not enough. Weijian going to take a big hit, and Replay should have this in the books, as Weijian down to 6 HP, and the fight did not look remotely close.
Let's see what he can do. So Wei Shan against Replay going in this one. If you have it cast, you can take it away. I'm getting the update right now in the fight, and let's see how it does. Let's see how they perform. They're up against each other again.
Yep, it'll be one final fight between these two if Replay can find the win. He's got the Moonstone Renewer, finds a small Alawi upgrade. He already was kind of dominant on the front line in the fight. Senna not able to take down all of this beef just yet. And so because of that, I think Replay should just be able to have it. We're looking at this Lilia trying to get things done on the backside, but on the right, we have Senna actually just cranking through, and they'll be able to pass a lot of the ghosts very quickly by getting these early kills. The problem is Udyr is already down, and it's just up to the Shen, who's getting chunked out by the Lilia, and it's just way too much. Replay able to grab game number 1. Welcome to the Big 4, Riri. We knew you were already ready to be here, and he's continuing his dominance across set 10-11 here, and just incredible work from Replay, taking it down alongside Weijian going 1-2.
Amazing for Replay. When we saw the power rankings of the player cast, Replay was in the top. He's actually performing amazing. He's capable of playing lines that people are not playing, and he's well prepared. Relic told me, he's part of the team, that he actually believes he's the best in preparation for this game. So actually, it will be amazing to see more of him and to see if he can maintain this pace throughout the rest of the competition. Chat will go to a small break, and after the break, the analyst desk will break out what was this game, and we'll see the rest of the placement of the lobby. So don't go away, we'll be right back. Whoa!
Do you have so little faith in your own light? Only you can save us. But first you have to try. once more.
Not a jump scare from an Ari to get you going for this next game, but what a start we had to the tournament for game number 1 of day 1 of the Golden Spatula Cup. Gangly, Ken, we're off to such a start there. Replay really living up to that title of being one of the big four now, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you look at that entire lobby and I mean, listen, I've seen a lot of tough lobbies on day 1, but this is a killer, right? Replay, Weijin Iverson, Dissoap VCLF, Pokygom as well. It's like from top to bottom, there's no weaknesses in this. And despite that, Replay, who opts into this very high risk, the risky moves taking it up front, is able to play a Lilia comp. And, you know, I think one of the things that's really special about this is that Lilia is one of those comps where if you miss, you just kind of die, but Replay pilots it well, hits what he needs, and is able to take the win.
Yeah, I like the way that he used his HP on the early mid game to echo his game and got the comp he needed. I don't think he is gonna think just on the start of the game, I'm gonna play Lilia this game. I think he is going to really flex on this game to use the comp that the game give to him.
Yeah,
I think you have to, though, for sure, in this type of meta.
Yeah, and it's not just this Lilia in this lobby that I think
cute
stands
dog.
out. Yeah, I think this lobby dynamic told us a lot about where the meta's at right now, right? Because we saw a lot of players looking for this early direction based on what they thought they were given on stage 2. They committed relatively hard, right? We saw players even opting into things like the branching out. And while I don't think that Replay took an augment that necessarily locked him in, what he essentially did was took an augment on 2-1. I mean, he took an augment on 2-2 as well. We can talk about that in a minute. But after 2-1, when he saw everybody locked in, said, you know, what's left for me is Lilia. And so he knew where he had to end up, and he piloted himself into a position where he had the economy and had enough health that he said, listen, 1 life is enough. That's all I need. And he goes on a 14 win streak to win the game.
Yeah. I mean, part of the reason why I feel like he was able to get to this comp was not just the fact that he took such a broad stroke augment to begin with, but you also had gold subscription as your portal, which can be hit or miss based on the amount of gold that you get, but you always know that there's more gold coming every single stage. So you can kind of start to play around that a little bit, which is why we saw a lot of these boards go for like 3-cost reroll. I think that's also something to talk about. You also had the center reroll here from Weijin Iverson. A lot of people able to hit those reroll compositions pretty early on in the game, Ken.
Yeah, and we don't see any comp equal, 2 players doing the same comp. Everyone made a different comp, and I think that's really good to see, because players are flexing their styles and flexing their comps to get just 1 position more on top or getting the win like Replay did, and that's amazing.
I think there's a certain meta that evolves in a patch like this, because when the primary comps in the meta are compositions that don't support multiple players, it kind of turns into something where, you know, if I know that this player is going to contest me even if it sends us both bot 4 because he wants to prove that he's willing to sacrifice that in order to get it next time, right? It does kind of earn you a little bit of respect in the lobby. What we saw here in this lobby was kind of the opposite, though. People chose their lanes, like Ken is pointing out, and they stuck to it. And I'm curious to see if that's what we're going to see throughout the entirety of the tournament, or if we're going to start to see people begin to contest one another. There are some lines, right? Like, I do think that there's a world where, like, this more AP flex thing can support people. I know Reapers in particular, though, is something people really don't want to over contest because of the strength of it right now, and how much worse it becomes when it is 2 or, you know, even 3-way contested.
Yeah, I think a lot of it too, we're gonna have to continue to see what types of units end up being contested, because even in this lobby, there's a lot of boards that need the Alawi. There will always be boards with these AP lines that are going to need the Amumus as well. And it's those frontline units that are able to make these AP comps as strong as they are, just buying you that time for your backline to really flourish. After the first game, we don't have a whole lot to talk about here, outside of the fact that our players on this first page, 17th through 32nd, they are going to start off their tournament journey today with a bot 4. But as we take a look at our next page, these are our players that will able to get a top 4, and a lot of great names hitting this list as well. We see Bio able to start off here with a top 4. I think it's also important to note Altanawe is off to a top 4, as well as Michael getting a first. So Michael versus Altanawe, I mean, they're both starting off with top 4 so far.
Yeah, Michael Altanawe, and I think Bob Zara being the other player kind of in the big picture of day one. Bob Zara being a player where I believe if he gets 21st place or higher, secures his spot into the Tactician's Crown. So right now, I think Michael Altanawe, Bob Zara, I don't think they're sweating or celebrating too early from just one game, but they are players that we need to be watching throughout the day. And I think we talked about it before, resilience is key. If you started off bad, shake it off. Bring it the best you have to the next game. If you won your first game, you did pretty well, don't celebrate too early, because you've got plenty of TFT left to play.
That's
have 5 more games for ahead now. So let's see how these guys can play. Let's see how they can perform, because one game that you got the bot 4 or even a top 4 isn't enough that you can leave the competition or win the competition. So let's see how they go.
There is something to be said, though, about the fact that a couple of our players in that first lobby started out doing something a little risky, whether it was making those risky moves, branching out, which may or may not have helped you, or just a random call to chaos. I think we'll have to see if those risks are still something that these players are willing to look for. As we throw things back over to Rupeson and Casanova, what do you both think? Do you think that players will continue to play these maybe more risky choices, RNG-based, to help their game?
All right, Necker, I think it's go big or go home here, right, at the Golden Spatula. You really need those top placements if you're going to actually lock in a spot to the championship. You have to make top 4. You need all the points you can get. I don't think this is the time where you can play too overly conservative, so I like that we were able to see that immediately, Hope. And we're going to be able to get into our next lobby very quickly here, but I love that we got to see such a diverse composition spread in our first game.
Yeah, for sure. We didn't saw maybe Fortune going into Kaisa, but because as we knew, the augments were very promptly for the beginning, so the tempo was so high, the inflation was so high that we couldn't perform. But now we see the list of our players, Altenawe going with a good position, good top 4, Fellow with a top 1, Bayo is the only one with a camera, so we can see him directly here, and actually representing Brazil, him and Tori. Also Babsera, who's actually the best performing, or at least in the cheat. He didn't get a top 4 in the first placement, but let's see if he can perform now.
Yeah, and I mean, Setsi starting off with an 8th place, a little bit uncharacteristic, but this set has been a little bit tough for Setsi at times. Got a couple of tournaments where just things weren't going his way, and so tough start to the day, but we'll see if he can completely turn it around. But player who did not have a tough start, of course, that's going to be Philip, finding that first place. He's had a big breakout set this time around, getting his very first tournament win, and Philip has been a player that is very fun to watch for a very long time. He plays with my favorite little legend, mostly because it pisses off Crowan, and you know, that's the little honey buzz duckbill. And so we love watching Philip play. He's an absolute beast, and I think as we're going through some of these other North American players, right? JD Zielinski, this is somebody that was called out by Gangly early on as kind of an up-and-comer here who kind of got to call his shot from the Ascent of the Ages. And now we've got Milk. And we haven't talked about Milk a whole lot just yet, but a lot of people have been talking about, is this the actual test of Milk when he's trying? He has played an absurd amount of games this set. He definitely feels like he is wants it bad, and he's trying very, very hard. So is this the fabled Milk when he's trying, who sits at the top of everybody's power rankings when they actually do these abstract ones of who's the best of all time? It's usually, a lot of times it's not Suko, it's not Dish Soap, it's Milk when he's trying. So is that him actually here today?
And he's made it to Worlds, and he performed well in Worlds. More than 700 games, as you said. Amazing the time of the preparations he's been having. And also, him and Philip have something very similar in their stats. They're the ones who with the most percentage of top 8 or top 1. So actually, when you see Philip, you see him more consistent normally in his gameplay, but actually he's very risky. He's capable of risking and going for trying to ensure that top 1, even if he has to maybe penalize or having a more volatile game. So Milk, normally known for forcing comps, he obviously wants to go in a comfort zone, but his mid game has improved immensely, and actually he will be amazing as a performance, as someone to see. So the lobby is being made again, Cass. We'll promptly have the second game. We have some time to talk a little more about the players. So in case of Altenawe, as the people in our friends in the casting and analyst desk were saying, he's very close to, or he's actually tied with Michael, and now he's 2 points apart. So Altenawe needs to race against himself to get in a good position and surpass, but also in his mind he's trying to win against Michael and trying to win the spot for the best Latin player in terms of qualifier points.
It's actually one of the just coolest narratives that we've ever been able to have at kind of this level of an event, where it's not normal that we just get this full-on heads-up. 2 players, the only 2 in the running for something. Normally it's a couple players are in the race and then we'll kind of narrow it down, but no, this is from the start. Just Maiko versus Altenawe. Their placement in the tournament doesn't matter as long as it's higher than the other person. And so Altenawe starting off with a 3rd is like, that's great, that's a good start. And then he looks and it's like, Michael went first. Well, I'm behind already in this tournament. I might be in a good position for the tournament, but I'm behind already in the race. And of course, I'm sure after one game, not thinking about it too much, it's really going to come to a head when we get towards the end of day 1, end of day 2, where we see how close these players are. But if someone can pull ahead, get a big lead here in the very first day, that's a lot of stress off of their shoulders if they can lock in that spot to the crown.
Yeah, for sure. We can talk a little about meta also. We're not seeing hero augments. When we saw the data and when we saw some of the scrims that the players were doing, hero augments are not being preferred. Differentially from last patch cast that people were forcing any hero augment possible. Now maybe Garen is the only one who's performing well, but Kobuku is not very good, the Jordik is not very good, the Neko is okay in a good spot. So actually the meta shrinks a little, but there's still plenty of possibility. As we just saw in the last game, no one played the same comp.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, even though those hero augments have been narrowed, we were talking about how there's still kind of opportunities for them to show up. Like Shen, it took a nerf, right? This is one that you would expect to see a lot more. But now it's like, okay, maybe you have like a Ginsu plus 1 more component towards the second Ginsu and you see it and it's like, yeah, okay, like I'll play Shen. Like that's reasonable. Or you have a couple copies of Shen already and you can kind of go in that direction. There's still like ways where we can see the comp. It's just no longer, hey, I see the hero augment, I'm just going to click it and go for that kind of direction. And I think, maybe that's the healthier way for hero augments in general. They shouldn't necessarily be those auto clicks, but being something that when you're in a position where you can play around the unit or you've got the right items, they feel good to click. And I think that that's closer to where we're at right now. Maybe they could be a little bit stronger, but certainly they may be a little too powerful before.
For sure. And also we're seeing the importance of going for a direction early, trying to go for reroll, or going to fast 8 with a very strong comp. No one is going for the fast 9. It's not existent so far. Setsuko might be the one who maybe likes that style in the past, but right now legendaries are not in the best spot. they're good, but they're not better than Kane. They're not better than Cap, Syndra Ward on level 8. They're not better even than Ashe. Ashe is losing in average placement cast. It's not very well, but it's preferred because you know you cannot get to level 9 with enough gold, especially in these high tempo lobbies with the best in the world.
Yeah, I think one of the big things with level 9 is just what you said about the tempo, right? Because the 4 costs are so strong, it kind of makes more sense from more spots to play on level 8. And when you get that point, it makes Fast 9 a lot worse because everybody's spiking their boards. So if you go to 9, even if you hit kind of medium, if someone has kind of filled out a very strong level 8 board, they're just gonna beat you up. And by going to level 9, you were already getting, hit over and over again trying to get there. So you can't really get the full stabilization, even though there's a lot of power within the legendaries. None of them, I guess, are strong enough to where it feels like, oh, if I just 2-star this, like I'm guaranteed to be stable. It doesn't feel like they quite get you there, even though those boards can get rather capped out. And we just don't have the time to get those late game boards in general, because these level 8 boards are so strong and you get stuck rolling for them for a lot longer. You're staying on level 8 a lot longer.
Okay, we're ready again. The lobby has been remade and we have the same players. So we already talked about some of them. I want to highlight again Babsera, even though he goes for a bottom 5 now. He's actually performing the best in Brazil. He's playing a lot of Kane. Normally it's a line that's very, very strong. And now we start with the second game of this day 1 of Golden Spatula America. 3 golds champion, support anvil, and the possibility of opening the game with a lot of gold.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, it looks like actually a spread between everywhere. Philip just trying to one guy the support anvil, feeling a little bit down for that, but he does swap in the last second. So either way, it's kind of just gold, but 3-cost champion can sometimes lead to stronger openers. It kind of changes patch to patch which 3-cost people like. With the duelist meta, like getting an early Volibear was very, very good for trying to win streak right now. I think a Mumu could be a very good pickup early, where you might keep it to try and stay alive, but we are going to hit the gold opener instead. So it's just going to be a large chunk of econ for all these players.
Yeah, normally when we see this gold opener, maybe 1 or 2 can go for tempo, but they will try to go for fortune. They will try to get the cap of 50 gold as soon as possible and start building up that economy and maybe going for a reroll as a possibility or as a preference. Obviously, you don't pick what you want to play. The game starts talking to you and you have to decide according to that. And now we're seeing Babsera with a possibility 2-3 stars that are, or 3 costs that are interesting, Thresh and Alun, but they cannot be played now together with what he has in this board. So he decides to go for the Story Weaver because it's more easier to go for this line than to go for Fortune and try to think about what the storyline for the game could be. So also attend to this possibility. Sword and Belt, not anything to slam right now, and now he decides to sell. So some people level 3, or everyone level 3, and let's see what we can, maybe we can see the rest of the players to see what other initial lines they have.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just going to be looking, as you said, for a lot of gold, right? So we can see pretty much everybody just like 10 to 13 gold. JD Zielinski is the only person actually holding on to a lot of units. And so to me, that's kind of the most interesting. What units did JD find that is making him not want to have 10 gold, right? He's the only player in the entire lobby that doesn't have it. So we see him holding just a full bench, trying to find pairs, trying to play for tempo. You said only 1 or 2 players will likely be able to play for tempo. So we'll see if JD gets punished here, right? If he doesn't actually pair up any of these units and find the 2 stars, he is just behind on econ without any of the power.
Yeah, for sure. If he wants to go for tempo, he has 2 possibilities here. Switching gears is also interesting. He can try to control the possibility of winning and losing, but he also has some possibilities that are very interesting. Featherweight's also very good if you can commit to 1 and 2 star or 2 cost champions. So let's see what's he going. So Altenago in the right, going for more rerolls in his element, and he already has a 92. And the situation is featherweight. So very good.
Yeah, Tattoo of Toxin, right? That's actually pretty strong for this comp.
For sure. He will have a lot of speed. He will be able to stack the ghosts more frequently, and he now can commit to playing the reroll of Senna. And now JD Zielinski going up against Sobayo. Sobayo with a little tempo also, going for the Band of Thieves, and already committed also to the AP line with the Spark.
Yeah, and we see that Sobayo has gone towards not making econ as well, right? He's at 8 gold. He will be able to sell up to 10. Everybody will be able to make 10. But the players who really committed to the econ lines, Tori and Setsuko, both at 20 gold to start things off. And we'll see how they can try and snowball and compound that interest and make an even bigger lead, as it looks like both of them are going to be going for lost streak, which you would expect with that much of an early gold lead.
For sure, Setsuko had 2 out of 3 fortune. He already have the Kobuko and the Timo. It will be interesting to see if he gets anything else. He sells everything. He's trying to look for the high roll, maybe a Tristana. He will try. Obviously, he needs the level 4 for that. He doesn't want to level up to get it. So he will naturally need to get that Tristana of that Zoe and try to go for a good cash out. Maybe go for 50 at least, and that will enable him to play maybe a good Kaisa comp. But he actually has been playing any comp from Fortune. Normally when you play Fortune, you try to go for Kaisa because it's very standard and can use resources very well. But Setsuko is capable of playing any comp out of Fortune.
Yeah, we'll want to see if he can make that happen, if he can find that fortune. The carousel is going to be a big opportunity if he can find one of the 3-cost fortunes there. And I wanted to point out that Setsuko's augment choice is Stim Pack. So he's very committed to this lost streak, try and hit that Stim Pack at the same time or a similar time as that fortune cash out, and just have just an infinite amount of resources to build a first place board and really swing, you know, that 8th place start that Setsuko had, and just try and completely negate that by finding a first.
I find it very interesting because we see Babsera here, for example, he already has a Morelos Slam and a sword, and you see his plays, and you see, well, maybe he's playing AP, maybe he will play something else. We don't know actually what he's playing, but I've seen him several times in this spot, and he finished out playing Kane. So actually, it's also a possibility, chat. It's not like older patches that we will see a line and try to go for something else. Players that really know how to handle different types of early games are capable of this, even if the second augment obviously helps him. But we also see him there in the smile, the possibility of him to ramp up and playing his favorite comp, that is Kane. So now again against Sobayo, good face-off here. I think Sobayo is a little stronger with the front line, and he should take it out.
Yeah, and he pushed 5 as well, right? So Babsera is still on level 4. Sobayo has pushed to level 5. I think that, you know, you have the Ionic, you've got this Saloon in the back line with the Thieves Gloves. I mean, this is a very, very powerful board, and Sobayo really wanted to keep the win streak, because you can see he's the only player that pushed to 5, right? He's still playing low econ, but high tempo, pushed to 5. Nobody else did. And so he's able to find the win streak off of that. Look, on the board here, Fortune available. The Tristana. Is Setsuko going to be able to get it? He does. There's 3 Fortune online. 2-5 for Setsuko.
Totally. So Setsi will start to be ramping up the Fortune. It's a good spot to get her. End of round 2. I think if he gets some good numbers, he could try to go for a couch out between 4-1 and 4-5. And he should get maybe 50-60 that starts to give you a lot of good resources. So Setsuko obviously knows exactly what type of threshold he will want to have. But he depends on the dice. The luck of the dice will actually play a huge role in him. And now we see Babsera also going for the AP line, slamming an Asher Tooth. So probably it could be Lilia, it could be, as we all know, he could stay on Kog'Maw as a possibility. I don't know if he didn't level, so that could be also a possibility. We haven't saw it, we didn't see it in the last. And Altenawe going so far for Dryad Fated, but with this augment, maybe some reroll possibilities here, Cass?
Yeah, maybe some opportunities to play around the Zoe instead, right? It does feel like it wants to be towards the Dryad Fated, but you know, definitely some outs with having that silver ticket. And we'll have to follow along, because Altenawe could also just use it to try and find some tempo in the mid game. You know, maybe roll on 6, stabilize the board, or just roll on 7, stabilize the board. Sure. And just getting the extra rerolls from there, it can work out. It does feel like a bit of a waste of an augment if you're not going to reroll a little bit more, but it's possible that the other silvers just were not very good at all, and Altenawe just decides to go for that. So the options are still open, and maybe Altenawe decides based on what some of these other AP players are going, because there's a lot of players who have kind of committed towards the AP direction.
For sure. We see also Toji, so Brazil taking place, as we were talking to Ken in the previous conversation. Brazil going deeply into the AP line, in exception of Babsera. Babsera is the only one who's playing AD. But AP Magic lines are preferred. They've been training together, so they actually know how to play around any possibilities that they have. And now with 4 Luxes for Toshi, they will be the possibility he has. He also has Caretaker, so naturally cast, he can even level promptly to 8, and that will give him additional luxes, and he now has it for free. So he already has the damage. He will need more frontline, especially that Ilaoi and that Amumu that are so important in this comp.
Yeah, it's a good call. I had not noticed straight away that this was Caretaker's chosen. So everybody knows that Tori is playing around the luxury roll, right? Everyone should probably steer clear of that line. They know that they will not beat him to it because he's getting free copies over and over again. And so this line should be completely closed off for anyone else playing AP. And so we have to look at the other players who are in that AP line, who is actually going to kind of stick with that, because Tori is taking one of those lines away. And now you have kind of Syndra, or you have Lilia as the other option still remaining. Yeah, you could argue still Zoe reroll is an option.
For sure. We see now Setsuko with the possibility of cash out. Obviously, he will push his luck. And now let's see the dice.
With the
5. Okay?
That's not bad,
Five is
actually.
good. Yeah, it's not bad. The thing about 5 is that he will have all round 3, and then he will cash on 4-1. That's good for him. He can roll early. He can roll before everyone else. And that will give him a good position to pick whatever composition he has, or even maintain the flexibility of choosing in terms of what all players are maybe doing, or the second element that will also be very important. So good dice for him, for sure.
Yeah, it works out, and it seems like he's dodged any chance of snapping his loss streak. With everybody being so rich, I expect a lot of 3-1, 3-2 people getting upgrades to their boards, whereas Setsi will just kind of keep it pretty weak. Really, the only people to look at would have been Toji and potentially Milk, but Milk has kind of turned things around and started winning. Baptera's on a 3 loss, but he didn't start out just aggressively losing, so I think he's likely to be stronger than Setsi as well. And I mean, Toddy actually, there is like a world where Setsuko could accidentally win a fight against Toddy because of just how Tristana works and dodging all of the casts from the Lux. It would come down to some pretty unfortunate by RNG for Setsuko to actually win it, but it would be possible. And so we'll see if Setsi ends up with Toddy in the pool and how he plays around it. But right now, doesn't have to worry about it, not even in the same pool.
Yeah, now Brazil against Brazil again. So Babsera also committing to the AP line. You already have the Jewel Wanted, the Morello. Seems like Lilia for me. Maybe something else. We will see if he goes. He surprised us with something else interesting. And for example, now Toshi obviously going for the backline, not able to surpass now the Ilaoi. The backline is not being diminished as fast as possible. So seems good for them. Let's see if Babsera can close it out now here in the end. But no, the Lux is capable to take it away in the last moment.
Okay.
But Toshi maintaining now or eliminating the lose streak he had so far and starting now to win. When he races up, he will look for something additional. Babsera on the left, we have Toji on the right, the possibility of golden helmet. So too healthy for Babsera. Perfect for Trump. Yeah.
Is JD actually, which is just, we had the wrong port in the top left, but it's JD that grabbed that too healthy to go with the featherweights.
Nice. Thank you.
Which is insane, right? As you said, perfect for the composition. I was wondering, I was like, oh no, is Senna contested? But it's like, no, that is JD's board. we are just playing around that. So JD rolls down a lot of gold. However, he's down to 0 gold. He rolls all the way. He does find his upgrades, but he is going to have to go on a long road of making this money back. However, I do think that 2 healthy featherweights combo should help him preserve a lot of HP.
Yeah, I've seen them very in a lot of times. It's as you said, he has to roll deep because this is the peak of the comp. You need to have the composition to start. You need to start hitting them a lot of HP in stage 3. You cannot be shy in this moment with the comp of Senna. The thing is, as you said, he rolled too deep. So now his next peak strength will be very delayed. And let's see if it's enough for him. So Bayo on the other end, going for little bodies. So now a possibility for him to play something around this, and Toshi obviously putting the Lux in the middle with better possibility of accessing both corners and avoiding the front. Some people have asked why do we put Lux in the middle? It's not only to protect her, it's also to give her access to both corners and obviously obliterate whatever carries the enemy could have.
All right, and there we go. We are going to get another encounter. What's going to pop up? Oh, a dummy. So even more potential gold, but only if it survives. So the win streakers stay winning here, getting a little bit of extra gold by trying to keep that thing alive. Setsi not going to get any value out of this. He's just going to have to keep losing. A bad encounter for Setsuko. Bad encounter for players like Babsera, who are still on this loss streak, but very good for Altanawe and Philip if they're able to continue to hold on to their win streaks.
Yeah, I like to see Milk here. He actually had the possibility to contest Lux, but he won't. He will try to go for the Lilia as a chance. So that's good. He recognized that he cannot outperform Toshi when he already has caretakers and the possibility to getting so much looks out of the lobby. And now we see a little of Sobayo. So Mythic, Invoker, Reapers, Umbral, good tempo for the mid game. Still not going for a particular line. It will be interesting how he will use this little body for the late game cast. And Milk, who's simply using this cold mog as a holder and trying to go later for, as we said, either Umbral that we haven't seen it so far, and I know it's not being prioritized, or going for that Lilia that he actually loves and knows very well how to play.
Yeah, it seems like he's keeping the option open though, right? Because he's 50 gold and he's holding that pair of Alloons. So it at least is something that Milk is considering. But yeah, I expect it to be Lilia. Kog'Maw still a great item holder for the early game, able to find a good amount of kills, if not finding 1 rounds. And so we'll see what Milk can actually put together as we approach closer and closer to Setsuko's cash out. We got a couple more rounds before we get there, and he's still 49 HP. He will be very low, but he will have his stim pack. He will have all this econ over the course of this massive loss streak and the massive cash out. So I can't wait to watch him execute on this, because it is always a treat to watch Setsuko cook.
For sure, we have to watch him. He already has 2 healthy, so he's perfect to play Kaisa. He has the Slam of the Last Whisper. He already has a Morello. So any additional items he could have to have the second carry, to have a front line, to have the Sylas of an off-tank, anything that the Fortune can give him will be well used in his comp. So we can see now Toshi, but in the next round, please be aware, we want to see Setsuko and what the cash out brings to us.
Yeah, and look at Taji here. Just 1 copy away from Lux. So all he has to do is level up, and there we go. Then Lux is hit to the 3-star already. So deciding not to do it here, just wants to preserve the econ, it seems like. Even though this would be, kind of on cadence, it would be on tempo here, but just wants to hold out a little bit longer. Not too worried about the HP. Feels like the board is probably strong enough to find some wins, and actually rotates into Setsuko, so able to get the maximum reward, right? You're going to definitely win this fight. Plus, you get to hang on a little bit longer onto this extra gold to push levels after the fact once you're able to 3-star this Lux just by leveling to level 7.
For sure, this is an easy win for Toshi. Setsuko trying to kill as much as he can. So 27. So it will be a 20 cash out for him. Let's try to look at the POV of Setsuko to see what brings to him. Maybe some components, a little gold, nothing too fancy. And let's see if we have it. No, one more.
One more round.
So one more, 27. This is better news, because one more will allow him to go for the 30. Yeah. It will be perfect.
That's actually so perfect. So we'll have to see where that goes. He's got so much gold already, right? Like, he's 71 gold. He's level 7. This is absurd. And this is pre-cash out. Now, I don't think we saw what he got from his stim pack. He is low enough that it should have popped already. So I didn't actually see if it was just extra items or if it was a bunch of gold or what, but he is so rich.
As you were saying, Toshi decides to level up. He gets the Lux 3-star now, and this will be very good for him as finishing up the round 3, accessing to backline, good components for her, trying to go now for maybe a third item. Pure AP will be good. Rabadons, he doesn't have an additional rod in his bench, so he will try to tempo it out. Maybe whatever the wolves give him will be the option. And now we see the cake going directly to the other side. 38 for Setsuko, so this will be the final cash out. So a good 30 cash out. Let's see what it brings to him.
Oh, a lot of just ore cost, so a lot of gold, and it's kind of the last thing that he needed. He already had a lot of gold. Now,
Galio, that's not bad. Yeah, it wasn't amazing, but
Galio's at least good, right? It is part of the composition already, so he's still kind of one stat. But now he's still level 8, 45 gold. He lets the neutrals tick through, and then we'll see the big roll down on 4-1, where Setsi should be just way ahead of the pack. But he's not too ahead on items because he just didn't get that many out of the cash out or the stim pack. This is some good hits. He found swords. He found, an extra crit glove. He's found some actually good stuff here. But we'll have to see if he can actually just hit the units on this roll down, because the cash outs aren't going to make him just insanely strong on its own, but that gold has the potential to make him incredibly powerful.
Okay, there's the Galio 2 to ensure the front line. He's trying to look for the Kaisa 2, at least has a good front line to go with it and ensure the damage. He doesn't hit, so he's actually going to be trapped in level 8. Keep rolling. Level 9 will be very tough for him, and he actually goes for now maybe an additional front item, So he goes to the Protector's Bow, and now we will see the Slam, probably everything defensive going for the Galio, and finishing up the items with the Verdugo Gigante, with the... I got it in Spanish, the Verdugo Gigante.
With the Dragon's Claw, the Warmogs?
No, in Kaisa.
Oh, in Kaisa. Oh, the Giant Slayer. Yeah,
the Giant Slayer, yeah. I love that.
Oh,
Come on. Only for you to have it. Yeah, for sure.
I know this. You said Gigante and I thought big. That's got to be a tank item. No. Yeah. Giant Slayer, of course. But yeah, so it works out. He doesn't hit the Kaisa 2, but he still has a decent amount of gold left. So I think that Setsuko should be pretty stable from this point. His front line is just insanely strong. And so the big question is, will he find that carry fast enough, or will everyone else start to hit and catch up?
Okay, he decides to go for teaming up. Let's see. Oh, he has an additional Kaisa here.
Oh, this is Philip's board now.
This is Philip. He had the possibility. He decides to go against it. It's not in his comp. He doesn't want to grief if it actually doesn't work for him. And let's see if it's enough for him. He gets the cane. Still needs some more level 2 upgrades. But as we've seen in the later phase also, 2 Brawlers, very important in this composition. You have 4 Bruisers, even better, to win a little time and be able to get the comp in place. He decides to sell the Johnny. Johnny already did his job, and now the Kane should be the protagonist of the comp.
Yeah, still itemizing the Kane 1 over the Yone 2. Part of that is, Little Buddies is going to be able to buff up this Kane, so the Kane 1 should still probably outperform even over the Yone 2. Still has to find the extra copies, though. He's only on a single copy, but the rest of the board is quite strong, right? He's got the Little Buddies rolling. He's got this 2-star Galio. He just doesn't have the items yet on the front line. However, this Kane is still such a beast, even at 1 star. And it looks like it's still going to be able to do enough. Philip going to be able to find another win, maintain this HP.
We talked a little about Altenawa and Jade Zelinsky, both with win streak. Altenawa with 94 in HP. And now let's see a little what he's playing about. We saw that he had the golden ticket, so he actually went for the Ghostly Zoe reroll. This is actually better, a lot better than the Senna Ghostly, but it's a lot more difficult to hit cast. You actually need 2-3 stars for it to work. And normally the Zoe with priority, and then you can pick maybe Shen or maybe Laoi as an additional 3-star for the front. But it's very important to hit the Zoe. Zoe is stable until now, casually, until 4-3. After 4-5, and obviously in stage 5, if you don't have the Zoe 3, the comp will start to drop out in power and will be vulnerable to the others.
Yeah, and some of the problem is it's interesting that both he and JD are at the top of the tables, and it kind of makes sense with the power that 2 Healthy brings, but they're heavily contesting each other if JD had stayed in that Ghostly line as well. Even though they're not rolling for the same carry, and that certainly helps. This is a lot of copies of Shen that JD is probably not going to have, or if JD also has a lot of copies, they're both going to be struggling to finish that 3-star.
For sure. Now, the loss of Altenawa, as we see, he managed to kill a lot of units, still preserving good HP with 83. And now Babsera is the one in danger with 16 HP. Orange as an artifact. So now these possibilities will be very good for a lot of our players and very mediocre for others. There's a lot of artifacts that can go well in Sylas, that can go well in maybe Udyr or Ornn, some of these units, but some of them are actually not very flexible. Let's see if we can get some additional power in this case. Toshi goes for the Enerverding Locket, and finally, no, Toshi goes in the end for the other one, the Garen and Luren's Echo, and it will be interesting to see it. Actually, I love it when this item came out, cast, everyone was putting it on Caitlyn, and it was like spreading out damage.
Oh, yeah.
The additional cast, that was so amazing. And now it's more like a tempo item that gives you a little AP and maybe gives you additional boost in the mid to late game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that pans out, as it is going to go on to Janna for Taji. On the other side here, Altanawe getting that Horizon focus. That's the one that off the stuns deals extra damage, right? I believe.
For sure.
Yes. Not a lot of synergy with that for the comp, just trying to find the extra items, I guess, there for Altanawe. Maybe the component was important and he didn't have good options because he was, last pick. You mentioned some of these items being good for Sylas. There's Trenchcoat. That's exactly what you want for Sylas, and Setsuko was able to grab that first pick off the carousel to help level up this board even further. Going up against Taji, who has hits, but Setsuko having all that power of the Fortune, of the Stim Pack, of the massive loss streak, he's able to start rubber banding, and he has not lost yet.
Yeah, it's very good for him. 29 HP, actually preserving a lot more than I anticipated he will. So he's actually very stable now. He can go to level 9, try to go for that Udyr, try to go for the Saya also as an additional carry in his comp. And now we see Babsera really struggling out. He ended up playing the Lilia, one of the version, an exalted version, so it's a different of the normal that we will have. He needs the Annie 2. We talked about this previously. Annie 2 is the perfect counter for Cain. So if a Cain is able to get to the backline without the Annie trying to get to him, so now it's actually the placement. So Cain will go for the right, will eliminate a lot of the armor from the Nautilus. Nautilus will only be able to hit one time. There's the CC, there's the crowd control. Cain goes to the backline, and this is what you don't want to see happening. Very bad news for Babsera Cass, and the Cain went to the kitchen.
Yeah, Kane's going to just take him out. Annie 1 not going to be able to do anything. Babsera going to take another bot 4 back-to-back in games 1 and 2. Not the start he wanted to see. Now we've got eliminations coming through. Milk taking a big hit, going to fall very low in this spot. Had a very good first game, but now no gold left on a 2 loss, potentially no hope remaining as we look at where he got stuck. And he also got stuck on that Lilia 1, playing the exalted version. Lilia ending up contested and just not being able to perform for anybody.
Yeah, it's what's happened with Lilia. You don't end up going for a comp that gives you like direction from the early game, and then 2 players have to go for the Lilia. They contest, they don't hit in the moment they want. Maybe they hit, but it's too late. The rest already have the tempo. You are not able to go to level 9 to cap out your comp. So bad news for Babsera and also bad news for Milk. Let's see if the elimination of Babsera at least frees out some of the units for him. Maybe the Nautilus 2 can be good. And now we're seeing the other placement. Let's see if he hits something here. He's looking for the Cain 2. So very close
as well.
Yeah.
Two copies away and 1 copy away.
Okay,
the Cain, massive hit for Philip.
Yeah. Okay, he has the blue buff. He decides to go for the Silas, getting more value out of the Innerelli Locket for him. And he decides to go for 3 items on this Silas. He wants the Silas too, and now he faces off against the Mirror. So it's very important to win against this. Try to free out. One of the players go out, Bio or Philip, it will free a lot of Jone and the possibility of having a second carry. Cain is more important, but having the Jone 3-star is always good and is always preferred as an additional possibility, as an additional threat and access to backline.
Yeah, and for this, I mean, this is just a diff of Silas's. Silas 2 being so good for Bio, and also that Zonier's Hourglass making such a big difference in that fight, getting Cain stuck on it for quite some time. I wanted to call out just off the side, we did see that Altanawe did hit Zoe 3 and Shen 3, and we see that JD still holding on to this massive life lead. So the 2 players who were kind of contested on that ghostly line, playing 2 healthy, still holding on to HP this entire time, and just absolutely dominating through this lobby. I mean, just look at the power on this board from Altanawe kind of getting to what you were looking at. So I just wanted to call it out because we hadn't seen this board in a while, and I did notice that he hit those 3 stars. Altanawe in very good position for this top 4 and potentially to push it even further.
Yeah, his comp is amazing. He will only be losing out the very, very cap additional boards from the rest. In this case, Toshi still doesn't have the secondary carry, but he has a very good front line with La Taza or the Teapot, like you told me yesterday, Cass.
Yes.
And we call him La Taza. The Amumu, we actually love Amumu a lot in Latam, but I'll get your naming. I will call him the Teapot.
Nah, see, I love Latasa as well, but he is, he is just my little teapot. He's short and stout, and he's just bodying everybody. That's a Mumu. We love him. He's so sweet. He's one of my favorite characters in League of Legends and in TFT whenever he shows up. But it is going to be Milk surviving another round by having the other Lilia player fall down. Milk was able to hit Lilia 2 and Nautilus 2. Still no Annies, but can he hold on for another placement? Pudgy is actually able to get Diana 3 as well to join this board, so not able to find the other 2 costs, right? The Janna's not upgraded yet, but finding 2 frontliners to pair up with this board.
Yeah, for sure. He doesn't have like the scaling. He doesn't have an arcadial staff, something like that. But it should be enough for him. Let's see. Now he faces up against Sobayo. Sobayo trying to threat a lot with the Cain. So the Cain would be very important. If the Cain gains access to the backline, it could be the end for Milk. Only 1 HP for him. But actually the front line is holding up a lot. And he's actually going fat. The trench coat getting some damage there. And now the Silas against the world.
Yeah, but there's so many little allowies to tank up and buy some time because of the trench coat. Milk gonna hang on, and Taji goes down. Setsi takes a loss down to 3 health, and Milk just outliving so many players here. He really has to be grateful to Bapzera for not being able to stabilize and putting his units back in the pool, because Milk is pulling off a miracle trying to hold on for a couple extra points.
The Praise getting some good information and good data for him, because without the Milks, it's like he's praying, right? That's from Vegas. It's like praying, like summoning out the gods of TFT, summoning out Mordok to give him an additional value. We see him right here on the left. He's actually, I don't know if he's praying, maybe he's peaceful, but he's actually thinking about it.
Yeah, he hit Morg. He's got some more damage for the board. And he'd prefer that was an Annie, but I think considering the items that he slammed, Morgana is definitely a massive pickup for Milk's board. And now Setsi might be the one in danger. Looking there, Silas so heavily contested in this lobby, not able to find the 2-star, and he has 3 items invested, included an artifact, which is certainly making the board weaker than it really wants to be. Setsuko going to be going up against Altanawe, who is one of the most powerful players in the lobby. JD Zielinski also kind of part of that echelon, as we've seen this Ghostly board just continue to find wins. Question is, can Milk hold on? Can Milk survive? Setsuko, the same question. He's not getting any damage through the Shen. Well, it looks like Milk has had some success getting through the front line. Now it's really up to that trench coat to try and hang on a little bit longer, and it's not getting it done. Milk gonna go down. Setsuko takes forever to kill the Shen, but able to get some backline access, and Setsuko gonna be able to hold on. Milk able to scam a couple placements, but not too many. Ends up in 6th.
For sure, he gained 3 points now, going up against Jay Zielinski. So the Senna, a very good performance for him. And Altenawe now dropping up in power. He already has a good Zoe, but it's not enough against the board of Setsuko that is actually very capped with additional resources. So Philip now, he decides to go for the middle lane Kane. What are your opinions about this? Some people always try to go for the corners to get the Kane in the front, and some people say, hey, I don't care. I just want to force it, power out in the middle, and sometimes it works even better.
Yeah, I'm curious if it's like matchup dependent too. I'm wondering if like because of these Ghostlies, it's a little risky to put him on a corner if he gets focused immediately and gets too many stacks and go down, or if there's concerns about like Lux, for instance. Being center is probably best against Lux because you're actually just never going to get stunned. So maybe there's some considerations to that, but Philip does end up scooting the Kane a little bit to the left now, and immediately is going to take a lot of these Ghostly stacks, but does feel like he's just doing way too much damage in the first place and should be able to just deal with JD.
Okay, JD is still very healthy.
Oh, Setsuko!
No! He's been eliminated. Good cash out. He actually managed to cap out, but as you said, Cass, very contested the Silas. So 3 items on the Silas that didn't perform well because he couldn't get in 2-star. And it's actually a very important component in his comp to get that additional value of shielding, additional value of damage. So Setsuko goes out in 5th place. And now Sobayo, Philip, Altenawa, and Jade Zielinski with the top 4 ensured.
Yeah, I mean, Philip continuing, first place in game 1. This board looks like it could contest for a first in this lobby as well. He found the Silas too. This is an incredibly powerful Silas. We talk about how strong Kane is, but just, I mean, this Silas is innervating Locket blue buff. He's got the Shred from Ionic. This is perfect. And I think he just hit Yone 3 off of an orb there. So now he's got the full comp online. Philip trying to run away with a 1-1 here.
Yeah, no, it looks perfect. It looks so amazing for Philip. He has the additional possibility with the Johnny accessing the backline. So not only the front to back will be good for him, he can casually eliminate a good front backliner from the rest of the lobby. So his Aumen Little Bodies is doing a lot of work also for the Kane primarily, and also for the Silas. And we see Sobayo in the left with the very similar comp, almost the same, we could say. And they will be facing off. So Altenawe against Philip. So Ghostly, Super Zoe against the Kane. Very important, your eyes on the right to see that Kane if the access to the backline is soon enough.
Looks like he's going to walk just directly into the Shen. So he's not going to be able to actually get to the backline, but Yone might. So we see the next cast come through. Does he go to the Zoe? He does not. Goes to the other side, but there's just so much damage. The Kane just doing far too much. Altenawe just not able to hold on, even though there's a lot of beefiness coming from that 2 healthy. It's just not getting it done. And both Sobio and Philip, looks like their Reaper comps have outscaled the Ghostlies.
Yeah, Altenawe is trying to go for the Morgana as the secondary carry. It doesn't seem like it will be enough. So maybe only trying to look for HP. He's now been losing the last round. He won the previous line and lost the other previous one. And maybe looking for the Aatrox. Aatrox is not like the best unit. It doesn't have item, but it could give him the additional support he has. More too. A little better. More is more there for the utility. Reducing, giving a reduction in speed, giving the reduction of obviously magic resistances, and the Morello. Let's see if it's enough. He goes against now Jesilinsky, who has been a very important and very powerful force to be attained here in the finals. So let's see if it's enough. Zoe trying to force out her way, but she cannot destroy the frontline cast.
Yeah, having a tough time getting through the Shen. 3 also just buying enough space. Now it's just down to the Senna. The Senna onto the Zoe first. Oof. Able to take it down. And this was an important win for Altanawe because he wanted to get that 1 gold, buy Morgana, and then hopefully in his next shop, see an Aatrox. That's kind of the best way to try and cap out this board. But instead, he's going to have to lock his shop to get that Morgana, and it's going to lose him a full shop trying to find this Aatrox. We'll see if he finds it on level 9, 20% odds on the 2 costs. Who knows if it's even valuable, since it is just going to be a naked 3-star Aatrox if he finds it, but still, extra stats are relevant in general. Because now we see Philip taking the loss in the Reaper Mirror against Sobio. I would have expected Philip to be slightly stronger, but he ends up losing that one, and now Altanawe going to have to face a Reaper. Both the Reapers going up against the Ghostlies, and so far, it has seemed like the Canes have been winning these fights.
Yeah, Kane now going for the front line. He doesn't get access to the back line, so this is good news for Altanawe, but the front line doesn't seem to be enough. So Bio is too powerful, so Altanawe will get a chunk again of his HP taken down.
Oh, Philip lost!
Philip also goes down, so Philip
lost!
Oh my god. How?
So
he was
surprising.
so strong.
Yeah, I honestly don't know, because I'm looking at that with the 3-item, 3-star Yone. We have 3-item, 2-star Kane, 3-item, 2-star Silas. Silas even including having an artifact, right? This is like everything you'd want. Little Buddies is a good combat augment for that board, right?
Yeah,
so I guess maybe Sobio or JD just having full combat augs and it just making the difference. I mean, I guess like Altanawe has 2 healthy and Martyr, but this was not getting it done. I guess I gotta look at the augments once again from JD and Sobio and just see maybe what the difference was in taking down Philip.
Yeah, for sure. JD was the one who took him down. So he's very strong. As you said, combat augments probably going for the composition. A lot of also a lot of utility, no? He has support items that give him shields, that provides additional value for him and wins enough time. So if the Kane doesn't access the backline, if the Jone wasn't able to get also a good chunk of HP from the back, actually turns out to be. So JD obviously is performing well. And now Altanawe going up against the JD, the Ghostly Senna versus the Ghostly Zoe.
Yeah, and then also you just see this 2-star Udyr just go kill the Zoe right away. So, I mean, maybe that's the difference. Just this 2-star Udyr with 5 Ink Shadow in. Maybe that's just enough, because look how powerful this board is. JD fully capping out here. So much damage. Takes out Altanawe, and now just Sobio. But if he was able to deal with Philip, even if we agree, even if Sobio is stronger, maybe it's an item difference, right? Having Edge of Night as a late game item, that could be just better, right? Alongside Zonya's maybe being just even better for the Silas. Maybe we can say that these are potentially just better things, even though the unit quality was a little softer. Now, I don't know if that's making the difference against JD if the other Kane comp couldn't get there.
Let's see it. As you said, he needs to access the backline as soon as possible. The Udyr will make a very important performance on the left. So all eyes on the left. We see the Kane going out against the Udyr. Kane's trying to go. Now the front lane trying to surpass. A lot of focus on the Ilaoi. Let's see if it's enough. Good damage again from Jesilinsky. The Udyr making the work, Cass.
Yeah, Udyr
going up against it. Totally melted everything.
All right, well, I think I know what happened. Now. I'm pretty sure this Udyr has just been smacking everything up. Whoa. Oh, it is brilliant. Just the 5 Ink Shadow, coming in. He's got a lot of extra HP, and then just you get the Ghostly stacks, and then Udyr starts going crazy in the Tiger stance and just kills it off.
No, it's amazing. It's amazing to see the other working it out. Normally, it goes perfect, as you say. Normally, you want to play the 6 in Shadow if you go for the vertical, if you have an emblem. In this case, he's able to get it perfectly. It's a scenery that has been buffed. So it's actually pretty good. And the additional damage and the additional reduction in damage also for yourself is making it work. And no matter what happens, he always has good items. In this case, the Ionic Sparks and the Morello will give him a lot of utility. And now he looks like the favorite. And now Sobayo with only 1 life left. Let's see if something additional of the components will help him.
Yeah, and that fight, I mean, it wasn't even close, right? And we're getting an additional item onto Kaisa because there's nowhere else to put items anymore. So now you just have a 2-star 5-ink Shadow Kaisa with IE Last Whisper, get some more Shred to help out your Senna. I mean, this is just everything coming up JD. That fight was already big, and now it's just, I mean, it comes down to can Kane somehow accidentally sneak onto this backline, and can that make the difference? You maybe are seeing the start of that is this time Udyr not just taking down the Kane, but you do have the Kaisa and the Senna focusing him right away. Finally takes something down, but runs back to the Udyr. This time not as dominant, but it should just still get there because the Silas is all that is left. Sobayo goes down. JD Zielinski gonna grab first place.
Amazing for him, going with, as you said, Cass, amazing augments, goes for featherweights, he goes for 2 healthy, then he goes for additional support items that give you superb ability. He gets the eye that gives you a lot of shield, so perfect itemization for him. Good tempo, also not going you said it, he on round 3 rolled a lot, rolled to 0 almost. And we said, okay, maybe he will win now, he will decay later, but he actually was able to recover economy, and he hit in the moment he should. So actually, well performed by him, well deserved first place.
Yeah, it was great. He didn't get baited because he was contested by Altanawe. He just went for Senna and then pushed levels because he knew he could still cap out very high with other units instead of actually playing for just all of the 3 stars. Really well done from JD. We'll let the analyst desk break it down even more. Go to a short break, throw it over to them, and then we'll be back with more of the Teamfight Tactics Golden Spatula.
Whoa!
Nunca me había... No era algo que había pasado muy seguido y bueno, para el segundo día prometí que si llegaba a la final me tatuaba una Neko.
We have now completed 2 games in our very first day of the America's Golden Spatula, which means we still have 4 more to go. But let's break down the action of that second game. I've got Gangly and Ken back on the desk with me to talk through that second game of action. And, you know, I feel like the first thing we maybe have to talk about is how different this lobby was in contrast to what we saw for game number 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, that first game we talked about it right after too. Everybody stayed in their own lane. We saw nobody contesting units, and that's a big part of the meta. I've heard so many players talking about how they are really trying to angle for playing lines that are not contested. This time, however, that was not the story. Bobzera and Milk both contesting Lilia, going 6th and 8th, but on the top side of the table, JED and Altanawe both contesting that ghostly line, the ghostly reroll. However, JD opting into the AD variation, Altanawe opting into the AP variation, allowing them to share the tree of things like Shen and only having one of them get the 3-star. And then Bio and Philip both playing the Reaper line, one of the most popular compositions in the meta right now. Philip, one thing to note though, is did see the out of saying, hey, you know what, if I find the Yone 3, that might be another way to cap my board. Ultimately, he hits it, but JD Zelinsky's board is just way too strong and was not able to get any further than the 4th. But it is interesting to see the dynamic of how that lobby was so different than the first.
I think one of the points that we have to focus on is that the flexibility in the comp, because Bio and Philip go to the same comp, but one focus on Yone and Kayn, and one focus on Kayn and Kindred. That split the comp, that opens more space to you to establish your comp and get one position more on top, or get one really good position because you go to another way in the same comp as your enemy.
Ultimately, JD, though, taking that lobby with that center reroll, and JD Zelinsky, he's one of these players that we talked about in the pre-show, came into the set, you know, wins the Ascension of the Ages, goes top 4 in Tacticians Cup 1. He even won a PBE tournament, if I remember correctly, and had such a career-defining first half of the set, and unfortunately wasn't able to keep that pace up into the back half. I said going into this tournament, JD has basically let his rewards of the first half of the set carry him as far as possible. He gets to be here, but he can't have any more day 1 or day 2 finishes. If he wants to make it to the Tactician's Crown, he's got to be able to show up in the form he showed us back in Ascension of the Ages and Tactician's Cup number 1. So you know what, JD's got to feel pretty good about going first in game number 2.
Oh, for sure. I think JD Zelinsky is definitely going to be feeling really good about those finishes, but we do have a couple of other players that need to start stepping it up just a little bit. As a reminder to everybody watching at home, we do have 24 players that get a chance to move on to day number 2. Not half. We're not cutting the field in half, which I think is actually a really important thing to consider. It's just the bottom 25% going home. And I think that softens the blow a little bit and maybe even helps in terms of just, okay, phew, like 2 bad games, 3 bad games actually might be okay. I just gotta, you know, lock in for the second half of the day and I'll be totally fine. One player that was so locked in though, Ken, we had Altanawe that was towards the top of that game board for the majority of the game.
Yeah, he got a composition that I really like, because the way he used the Senna to get him the early game a good comp, a really good way to set the mid game, and in the final game that he used the comp. I think Gangly can say about this more than me, but the way that he used Zoe is really good for just in a 3 position, but top 3 is already really good.
Yeah, it was so great to see the Zoe with all the ghostly units, but I think everyone's going to have to keep their eyes out for just how much those ghostly units are going to be contested. We now get a chance to look at our leaderboards after 2 games. Here are players that are in 17th through 32nd. Unfortunate for Toddy. This was another 7th place for Toddy in this game, and that was so unfortunate, Ken. We were watching that game, that Lux maybe just coming online a little too late for him.
Yeah, he didn't catch up to the other guys. The early game, it's not good for him. He doesn't catch the composition that he needed, and I think he didn't establish so early the Lux as he was thinking when he's going to the comp. He is just only player that go to the Lux, but didn't go well. Didn't work out for him.
You need to have so much HP at the end of the day after you hit that comp in order to actually be able to snowball that. But as we take a look at the 1st through 16th places, I think we gotta call out the fact that both Tech Summers as well as Weijin Iverson Gangly, they kicked off the day with a 2nd and a 1st place.
We spend a lot of time talking about Michael and Altanawe, who largely are considered the 2 LATAM GOATs, but Tech Summers, I mean, he surely should be somewhere in that conversation. He's the only player from LATAM to have 3 World Championship runs. This is probably one of the most iconic players from LATAM to the non-LATAM audience. People saw this guy at Worlds back to back, 7, 8, 9, and he shows up time and time again representing Argentina. And I think in a similar way, Weijin Iverson being equally iconic for the North American players. And Weijin's coming off a set that has been pretty good for most players, not pretty good for Weijin. So I feel like he has a little bit more to show going into this weekend, that it's just been the lower end of variance, and he's coming up with a great start on day 1.
Well, we're going to be taking a short break to reseed our lobbies. When we come back, we're going to have our action ready for you for game number 3, so don't go anywhere.
No era algo que había pasado muy seguido y bueno, para el segundo día prometí que si llegaba a la final me tatuaba una Neko. Mi nombre es Altanawe, soy de Argentina y juego TFT desde el set 1. Compito porque es de las cosas que más me gusta hacer. Lo hago desde que tengo memoria, siempre juego a un deporte, principalmente fútbol. De todas maneras, siempre que juego algo, a cualquier cosa, lo juego para ganar. Y bueno, otro motivo es poder dedicarme de esto. Poder vivir de lo que me gusta es un sueño para mí. Realmente mi historia competitiva empieza en TFT. Sí, lo intenté o deseaba que pasara en otros juegos, pero bueno, en su momento no tenía ni el conocimiento ni las herramientas, por ahí tampoco la habilidad, pero bueno, siempre fue algo que quise intentar y el TFT llegó en su momento justo para que lo pueda empezar con esa historia competitiva. Creo que esta pregunta es bastante difícil, pero algo que puedo decir que me convierte en único es haber llegado a finales del mundo. Quizás no único, no, pero reducimos el pool de jugadores. Y lo otro sería, bueno, haberlo logrado desde LATAM, que es una región que está en crecimiento y bueno, que nos esforzamos muchísimo para tener este tipo de oportunidades. Siempre fui de seguir mucho a los deportistas argentinos en el más alto nivel. Tengo mucha suerte de haber sido, no sé, contemporáneo a Messi, Ginóbili, Del Potro, Maravilla Martínez, entre otros. También soy muy de seguir así los Juegos Olímpicos, sea el deporte que sea. Mientras haya una bandera argentina, yo lo miro aunque por ahí no entienda. Y bueno, lo mismo con los esports. Me gusta seguir siempre que haya un argentino compitiendo. Y bueno, por ahí mi inspiración es esa, poder ser como ellos, pero en el TFT. Este es el primer día del mundial del 6.5. Es de la watch party que había hecho Cheche, donde él mismo realiza un clip que es realmente muy gracioso, donde están apoyando y festejando que yo pudiese rolear 2 necos y en el último rol tener la Jinx, poderla doble nequear al mismo tiempo.
Hello everybody and welcome back to day number 1 of the America's Golden Spatula for Inkborn Fables. My name is Necker and I'm joined by Casanova to bring you through the action of this 3rd game. And Casanova, we've already had 2 amazing games to kick things off, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's in store for us for this 3rd one.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't wait. We've got a little bit of the race between Altanawe and Michael that's been cooking, and they're 1 point apart. Both of them have had just really strong performances so far. And yeah, you know, it's still early and someone can get a lead, but I would love if this race between the two just stays neck and neck all day. And we'll get a chance to see even more. We got to see some Altanawe earlier, and I know we're going to get some Michael in the upcoming lobbies.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see how the rest of Brazil is going to do as well. Bapsera is still leading the charge when it comes to the qualifier points, but he's not untouchable. There could be a couple of players that could catch him, so we'll have to see how the rest of them are going to do as well. But I think in North America, we have Wasian Iverson that's off to such a strong start, Casanova, and I feel like what sort of comeuppance for him after the set so far.
Yeah, I feel like he always shows up when it comes to the regional final, and this is, you know, the Golden Spatula. That's essentially what this is, right? It's America's regional final, and Wasian, even if the set has not been the best, he is going to show up here, and he already has to start the day, a first and a second place, and this is kind of the form that we expect out of Wasian, even though, yeah, the rest of the set in the tournaments, we haven't really seen it. I think it's like his lowest AVP in a set that he's had over the past, like, 4 or 5 sets, or 4 sets, I guess. And, you know, I know that's not indicative of where his actual play is and his level of play is, and he's showing us that right away to kick things off.
I think that's something so important to actually think about for a lot of these players, is that some of these tournaments are just such small snapshots into what every single player is capable of. And we get a chance to test a lot of those skills. We are sending 8 players from the Americas to the Tactician's Crown, the World Championships for this set, based on their total qualifier points. So how well they've done in all of the tournaments so far this season, their performance at this individual tournament for places 1 through 4, and also just consistency with the top average placement, also able to make us to the to the Tactician's Crown. There are a lot of different tournament
The new terminology,
names right
it's
now.
getting
We're
us.
trying, I know, and so many terms to add to the TFT lexicon. But we do have our next lobby ready to go. So Casanova, let's check out who we've got. Our 8 players here are going to be a really nice mix of LATAM, but like I'm seeing a lot of Brazilian players in this lobby to see who can catch Bapsera.
Yeah, I mean, Koala Esbelto, this was a player, you know, I think we had talked about not being, you know, a household name, especially not outside of Brazil, up until, you know, the second cup where Koala was able to get that win, take it down for Brazil when everyone thought, you know, NA is just going to win all of them. But no, Koala Esbelto came through, picked up that victory, and already having a pretty decent start to the day, sitting, you know, near the middle of the pack towards the upper echelon with that 11 points to start things off. And then also Ego Illusions, you know, recently joining Team Liquid, and we saw it kind of carrying Team Liquid through some of the EWC qualifiers, and they didn't quite make it, but Ego was the, you know, big bright star for that team. And so Bapsera has a lot of competition when it comes to this, and we talked about, hey, he needs 21st place. Right now, he's not in 21st place. He has some work to do to claw back towards a spot that he needs to get to actually make it and guarantee his spot, because the destiny is in his own hands, right? He can lock everyone out of being able to pass him if he can just do kind of okay in this tournament.
There are still 4 games ahead, though, to see if Bapsera can hold on to that and make it to that 21st place. But the first thing that we've got right now is our portal selection. And we had one player that was off by their lonesome, but at the end of the day, we are going to get that completed item anvil to kick off the game. So, Casanova, when you are popping this anvil, or you're thinking about popping the anvil, where do you feel like is the right time for it?
I mean, usually, so if you're going to just try and full loss streak, sometimes you can hold it a little bit longer, but oftentimes we just see the 2-1 pop, and then you just kind of use it either to help inform your direction, or you use it to just kind of complement the components that you were given, right? So the components that you're given, if you're given kind of an AP line when you pop it, you want either AP or frontline, you know, vice versa with AD. Or if you find frontline components, it's a little bit more flexible. If you see something like a Shojin, you're like, well, okay, AP line is open. Or you see like a really good AD item, you can kind of move from there. So I like it a lot. Pop on 2-1 to just find your direction. If you have like a full loss angle, you hit Fortune early or something, maybe you can hold it and wait and see a little bit later when the rest of the game is kind of shown what it's going to do. But if you don't pop it on 2-1, you just start to get blasted by everybody who has an extra item on you.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like in some cases, I like to look around to see what the rest of the lobby is doing, and then I'll pick accordingly whether I want to search for a frontline item, or I actually want to search for something to really boost up an AP or an AD hero that I've like put onto my board. So it'll be interesting to see where people land after we get a chance to see kind of like early iterations of comps, but I want to see what these augments are going to look like for everybody first.
Yeah, I mean, we get a big 2-1 here, right? We get the augment selection, and then we're going to start to see these animals get popped. And I think, the scouting is a good idea, right? If you see people who are going AP and you have like flexible items, maybe you pop and you go AD instead and you try and get out of their lines. But we do see a Fortune Crest pop up here. It didn't look like there was any Fortune on the board for Babzera, so not going to be able to try and, cheese that out, go for like 5 Fortune, go something there. Ends up getting Edge of Night, not today. This is going to be the Reaper line. You heard Hoopa-san talking about it. Babzera loves to go towards Reapers, and this is a great start, having the Edge of Night. And then the pop doesn't find anything good. It's not anything that you really want. You can play this blue buff onto the Silas later, so it still has some value, but not exactly the items that Babzera would have been looking for.
No, it does feel nice, though, that you're able to create a second Edge of Night. So at the very least, you know that you have the components available to at least be able to build out for both the Kayn and the Yone. But yeah, like not necessarily getting like a frontline item. You're not getting an AD item that's going to be particularly effective for any of these other AD champions. So yeah, maybe even think about reforging it. I don't know. I might think about reforging it.
To be fair, I probably, like, it's good enough of an item, right? It's really good on Silas. It's just a while until you actually get to play the Silas. So it's going to take, it's going to be a really good late game investment. But you have 2 not today Edge of Night. That's good enough for your early game. You're not too worried about it. And overall, the spot for a Reaper position, pretty good for Babzera there. And I don't think he's going to be too upset about it.
As we take a look at some of the other compositions, though, being built out in the very early parts of this game, you've got an early Alawi here for JD Zielinski. I feel like that's such a hot commodity nowadays for all of these comps. It gives you tons of flexibility to build around, but you're seeing a couple of pairs on the board here with Mythics, so maybe even thinking about being able to go into something like a Lilia later.
Oh yeah, I mean, just holding a lot of pairs, it looks like JD does want to try and make a stronger board. He's lost streaking, so we'll actually see if he decides to commit to the lost streak, sell up to 20, or if he keeps holding the pairs and tries to improve his board significantly. Good call on the Alawi. I think a lot of boards are just playing Alawi right now, so those copies are pretty invaluable. It keeps you open to the lines, and you want to make sure that, 2-star Alawi can cause you to just win streak through stage 3. So if you're able to actually find that early, really good to be able to hold on to it as long as you're not going to lose too much econ by holding on to the single twos.
Let's take a look at JD Zielinski. Unfortunately, not able to kind of keep up so far, but it's still so early as we get a chance to look at some of these other boards. Koala has some interesting components. I feel like you have the glove, the tier, the cloak. I feel like these are all pretty good as just generic flexible components.
Yeah, it looks like nothing that Koala really wants to slam, but open to either AD or AP lines still. Oftentimes we've seen adaptive slammed in the past as an early game item that can kind of be flexible later and where it can actually go. But we aren't seeing Koala slam that just yet, and we're just continuing to see probably a lost streak and just holding off on slamming any components for the foreseeable future. Koala can find the lane that looks a little bit more open and then commit at that point.
I'll take a look at this, though. Michael and it's going to be Pino fighting up against each other, both of which are starting to look at like Umbrals and Reapers. I think that's so interesting. We already talked about this in the second game, how there has been a lot of contest for Kayn, for Yone, like that whole Reaper line, all of these ghostly units. So who's gonna win the game of chicken?
Yeah, I mean, we see Pino and also Babzera are going to be completely committed towards Kayn, both of them playing not today, both of them with those Edge of Nights. And so that kind of opens up where I believe it was Michael who's playing kind of a duelist early game, might actually have to play towards duelists instead of playing towards Reapers because he knows that Reapers are going to be incredibly contested. And so just playing around that Kiana early and then leading into a Lee Sin later and just playing that line, trying to go for a top 4 with that might be a better out.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Pino actually get a top 4 there with a duelist in that very first game. So it wouldn't be necessarily unheard of to try to just go for something a little bit less contested and just hope you hit better than everybody else in the lobby. I feel like there's still a lot of merit there to picking a line that doesn't necessarily have as much opposition. But as we take another look at JD Zielinski's board, it's going to be Fortune. Found the Tristana pretty early, able to tech in the 3 Fortune now with the Kobuko at the front.
Yeah, I mean, this is just fine, right? 2-5, that's when Setsuko had it online last time. Yes, the result didn't come through for Setsuko in that game, but I think that the Fortune was played well, and it wasn't it wasn't due to like fortune issues or the timing on any of that. It was just due to Silas being so contested, never being able to find it. And so JD has a similar spot, similar amount of gold, has it on the same amount of time, and has raining gold, so gonna have even more econ coming through from that. So I think this is a great spot for JD. He's actually 90 health right now. He didn't even full loss into this, which is honestly probably preferable to not have taken just like an extra 10 damage for no reason prior to this. So I think JD is going to be in a good spot to try and, you know, get a big cash out and turn this into probably Kaisa once again. That's going to be the preferable line out of Fortune.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It also just like could just be some really like valuable units if you're able to get a big cash out. But there's actually a couple of other players that have taken some more of these econ focused augments. So like JD Zielinski, we also have Setsuko that took Raining Gold. Koala, I think in some ways I consider this an econ augment. Scoreboard Scraper, that's not usually an augment I feel like gets picked too often nowadays, but could work out if you're expecting to not have a strong board against other players.
Ooh. Look at the shot. Wait, this is a Kog'Maw commit.
Spot.
Let's go.
Is. You got the blue buff so early, one of the biggest items, but you're still looking for something like the Ionic Spark to really beef it up.
Yeah, I mean you're also just gonna be on 5 cogs. You get like a pair of Cho'Gaths, pair of Malphites. Not an insane amount of all the units that you want, but 5 Kog'Maws and a blue buff. You're starting out good. Scoreboard Scraper is going to be able to give you just like a lot of extra stats over the course of the early game, and then you convert that later on to just some more tankiness for the board. I mean, I think this is solid. I don't think we've seen much Kog'Maw recently in tournament, but if there's a spot to play it, I think this is probably going to be it.
Yeah, I again just maybe need that rod to make the Ionic Spark, and I feel like you're so happy. But whoa, wait, we have 2 players.
Uh-oh. This is always dangerous, right? Because they can easily grief each other. We just saw Setsi roll a 6. He is going to be staying for the long haul trying to get this. And we have to see if we can find one of these players, if they know they're in the other pool, if they know they're going to win, if they can bench their Fortune in time, make it so they don't actually lose out, and then put Fortune back in. There's a lot of ways that you can try and trick your ways around this, but they are contested. This is just happening, and they have to be paying attention to each other for the rest of this stage 3, where they're both going to be looking for cash outs at the end of it.
That's going to be super rough, and we are going to have to keep in mind if they are in those combat pools. For Bapzera, though... rolling. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wait, go back to Koala's board.
Yeah, Koala's hyper rolling down. This is a commit to the Kog'Maw. There it is. Kog'Maw 3 gets hit right away. Cho'Gath 2. Good amount of Caitlyn's. Could actually stop on the Kog'Maw 3 and just have 30 gold. I know there's still a lot of 1 cost that you want to hit, but you know, keeping a decent amount of econ can be quite solid. But you're gonna roll down to 20. I think that's a reasonable decision to make, and stopping there. You don't want to completely kill your econ when you already hit one of the 3 stars and you stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna end up seeing this Kog'Maw get a chance to cast so frequently with this blue buff. I mean, take a look at how much it's gonna be able to chunk down this front line. The only problem, though, is that you are going up against Pino, who does have the Not Today. So a lot of these champions are going to be moving so fast, and with that melee pressure, you can just walk onto the back line, and Kog'Maw doesn't always...
JD versus Setsuko, JD won!
That's wild. I didn't think they would face each other right away.
Yeah, no, I mean, the roll down was definitely the biggest, like, important thing right there, but then also suddenly our Fortune players just, like, fight each other right off the back of it. So Setsi is free. He's free to go. He doesn't have to worry about JD anymore because he already had the fight. He lost. He's not going to beat anybody else. He's not in danger of beating anyone else. So he's in a phenomenal position.
Because the pool's going to reset after a while, but not for a while.
Yeah, he shouldn't have to worry about it in stage 3. And after stage 3, he cashes out, right? So then he's out of there.
Yeah, that's going to be a really nice cash out when we get around to it. You still have to kind of consider, though, what everyone else is doing now. We did just get our second augment choice, so we can talk about that a little bit, but I think it feels pretty good to know that you're going to be in the clear here for the Fortune. And take a look at this. You're running into Pino again. It's one of the Not Today players. Took Unified Resistance, so you get a little bit more tankiness there for your front line too.
Yeah, Unified's going to be good for the late game for both of these players, right? It's just a very good, strong silver combat augment in general. Combat augments always best for capping out the board. A lot of times the econ augments help you get there, right? But anytime that we see these boards that should be in a solid state to just get themselves to a strong late game position, especially when their positioning is very easy for that. It's going to be really nice. On board Igo, and we've got an encounter. Way going to be giving some extra gold with the dummy once again. Bad for Setsuko, who wants to keep losing, but good for the win streakers.
It is nice. Yeah, gain 1 gold every time it survives a player combat. So yeah, I don't think that Setsuko is going to be getting that gold, but it's fine because it's about the war at the end of the day with the fortune, rather than just the small little bit you get here and there. But as we look at like Michael's board, already has a cane. So that's kind of hype.
That's huge. That's massive for sure. 5 Heavenly as well. So actually just kind of like Heavenly Reapers fully online here, not towards the like Silas variation, right? At least for now, right? At least for this stage of the game, you're on level 7 and you've just hit the cane. We'll see how he pivots later on, but having the early cane, super powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be able to shred through this front line and the back line. But I think what's interesting to think about is, like, do you keep Heavenly for the rest of the game? Or do you decide at some point that it's not as valuable versus some of the other things that you could have?
Personally, I've been liking the other variations of the board more. I think you just have more, equity in the rest of your units. The rest of your units are actually going to help be multiple carries for the cane. But Heavenly units are incredibly cheap, and you have this very cheap, strong board with the cane for this mid game. It's going to allow Michael to just try and get towards level 8 and then have a better roll down from there. And the fact that, he was contested on this cane so heavily, and he's kind of forced some people out of it because he was able to get there first. And you see someone like Pino is playing around a Lee Sin, so Pino might have already given.
It's so tough because I think at least we saw Pino was already one of the players that like opted in to play 8 duelists in that first game, so I don't think it's necessarily hesitant to actually move away from the favored Reapers line, especially with Not Today. But it is sometimes what it takes, because you don't want to lock yourself into a position where you just go, I can't hit my units, and now I'm going out in 8th because they just aren't there for me anymore.
All right, Michael. Start slamming additional items here. He just puts the glove onto the Kha'Zix. Yeah, I am curious where he will end up with the comp, right? If he does just try and continue with Heavenly or not. Like, my opinion is that the other version is stronger, but that doesn't mean that you have to fully pivot out of it, right? If the units are all going to be contested towards the end. There's Pino. Pino has moved the items once again. They were actually on a Lee Sin, and now they're on a Yone 2. So Pino actually might still be trying to pivot back into Reapers if he's able to find the cane a little bit later. So Pino definitely not closing off that entire avenue, even though Michael had hit earlier.
I feel like it's just so tough because the power level of the Reapers is always going to be a little bit higher than the duelists. So like if you can actually get there, maybe you did find the triple Yone in the shop and you're just okay with the removers that you have as well to kind of flex around until you're able to hit what you want. But Setsuko is very close to getting a cash out.
Ooh. JD Zelensky has a cash out of his own, and it's a fine vintage cash out if you look at all these items on the bench. They're about ready to go.
What are you looking for with that? I still have a lot of nostalgia for just like all of the ZZ Rots. I kind of like always hoping that I get a chance to see a bunch of those, but
yeah, I mean, so there's still like ZZ Rot's still powerful, of course, but a lot of times it's just trying to buff up a single carry. We had the moment of like Fine Vintage Duelist, right? That was a composition for a little while as well, right? Just giving your Lee Sin an extra like 4 items. I think that kind of style is a bit better. I think like Fine Vintage Cane could be quite good, but it's not something that we're going to see here because it's way too contested. It really comes down to what can JD find, and he's just Fine Vintaged every single item he has. So there's a potential that he needs to go for the ZZ Rot variant because he doesn't actually have any additional items to build a carry around. And I'm very curious, alongside you, what he ends up going for. His cash out is going to be a TG, so that's some extra items that you can either roll or go from there. But Moonstone Renewer is just one of the best support items, so that's an instant click. He goes Aegis, that's also very strong. And then we see Eternal Flame. So he's just kind of going for some of the unique strong ones. This is probably either Zeke's or Locket to just give more power. Actually, Banshee, so probably buffing up a melee carry, I would assume.
Yeah.
Maybe we do see Duelist actually ends up being the route that JD Zelensky goes, and this is still playing around a Lee Sin.
Yeah, it would be. And I think you could also consider, even just in the future, how you decide to pair Duelist with something else. I mean, Setsuko is actually going to find an early Aurelia here after getting very close to the cash out as well. Early Aurelia, you also have the early Lysandra, but you're, oh my gosh.
5
Is he pushing
fortune in.
his luck?
Oh, no. There's no way.
Surely
Like,
not, right?
like, if he rolls a 1, that would be great. If he rolls a 6, he loses the game instantly. So I think he has to cash out, but still playing 5 fortune to just heal a little bit, mitigate some of these losses.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but oh man, that cash out is going to be absolutely enormous as we take a look now at just kind of what's happening in stage 4 as we get a chance to start looking at things. The Mythic board is so interesting. I mean, the Kog'Maw, you now fully itemized it. You found the Caitlyn 3, and you do have a fully itemized Cho'Gath in the front. So you're buying a lot of time here for your 2 backline carries to operate.
Yeah, with a little bit on the front line, Koala rolled down to 0. Doesn't have either of them 3 stars, but is 1 away on Cho'Gath. At least kind of close. And when he levels to 6, he does have a Lowy 2 to immediately hit the board. So we do get a Tristana encounter. I believe that's just extra gold for everybody.
It is. So now that's so nice. You had rolled down to 0. You get a little bit of extra gold now, even just to either repair some of your econ or actually find that Cho 3. So just a little bit of a better spot. But oh, here's the cash out here from Setsuko.
Yeah, I mean, he
Aurelia 2 already.
Aurelia 2. Was that just out of the cash out? Is 2-star 5 cost?
He had one on his bench.
Okay. Yeah,
At least one on the bench.
I didn't see what he picked up, but he's level 9. He had a lot of gold. Doesn't look like he got any items once again. Just a lot of gold units. So potentially he did get some 5 costs, and it ended up being this 2-star that he was able to get from that. And because of that, he is going to play around this Aurelia because why not, right? 2-star Aurelia, very, very powerful. And he has great items for it, and they're not committed into the trick shots just yet. So, in fact, Setsuko, instead of just playing trick shot off of Fortune, can play fast 9. And I did my little air quotes with it because you just were gifted this Aurelia 2 as a carry. And so now you can just try and play around it best you can. Moonstone going to be added to it. That's brilliant to give some extra tankiness to the front line.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really great spot now for Setsuko. I know, I'm like, I don't really feel like Fast 9 exists anymore, personally. Like, it's so difficult to play for, and sometimes you just don't have enough HP when you get there, or you just never get enough gold. But Setsuko looks very stable, very happy, going up against Greya. Greya, of which is going for the Lux reroll, has not managed to find the Lux 3 or the Amumu 3, still holding on to quite a few Janna as well, but so close to get them. That's another Amumu to add to the pool.
And another Lux, so he's one off both. There's the Amumu 3, there's the Janna 3, where's the Lux 3? Is she there as well?
Oh, so close. That feels good though. That's a huge upgrade here for Greya.
Hitting just about everything, just needs to find the Lux, but being able to find the Amumu, already massive. Having 2 porcelain emblems in, so you're only playing 2 porcelain, but you have 4 porcelain right now, which is incredible to be able to have with such a low amount of investment. Just came off of the Wandering Trainer and then being able to just get 1 more in the final augment. I guess in that sense, it is a lot of investment coming through, but not on the units that you're putting onto the board.
It's not bad having just like the extra dummy. I don't know. Sometimes you're able to position that in some way, maybe to draw some aggro from some of these melee carries. So not too bad to have as just an extra bit. But we've seen a couple of players now actually take like Wandering Trainer, branching out. How much risk do you put behind some of those decisions when you don't know what you're going to get out of those emblems?
Yeah, there's a bit of risk. I think Wandering Trainer has been just so good as a gold, getting 2 different emblems that you can potentially work with. If you ever get to work with both of them, it's just OP. If you ever get to work with one, it's like on rate, it's quite strong. Plus you're getting the body of that dummy, which is already good as well. So it's pretty much always good. There's very rare occasions where you can't make something good happen of that. You know, we get a little bit more dicey when you get to like Wandering Trainer and Prismatic, and it's like 3 randoms and a dummy versus any other Prismatic augment. It's a little crazier. It's still good, and it can find some really high roll scenarios, but it's, you know, it's a little bit more risky. And then branching out, also risky, but it's a silver, so your opportunity cost is a lot lower. So that's the thing. It ends up just being quite strong because usually an emblem is better than most other things that you would get from silver if it works out.
Not bad then. Yeah, totally working out for Greya here. Maybe not able to use the umbral part of that dummy, but who knows? Maybe a little later on if you decide to just tech it in. But for Koala here, you finally were able to get the choke at 3. We saw that come through a little while ago, and everything else also pretty fully upgraded. You do have to deal with this Lilia, though, on the other side. Nico was able to find the Lilia alongside a 2-star Morgana. So that's going to be a pretty aggressive backline to have to try to take down for anybody facing Nico.
Yeah, and Koala was winning for a while, but we are getting to that like power trough that Kog'Maw kind of has in late stage 4, mid to late stage 4, where, you know, you've hit your 3 stars and that's great, but you're level 6 and everyone else is level 8 and they have a bunch more units on the board and they're starting to hit their carries as well. So now this is where, you know, Kog'Maw to catch back up has to get a lot of levels, and I think Koala was a little behind on gold. He does have 43, level 6, but he would like to be level 7 by 4. So, like, he should be level 7 by now, starting to push towards level 8, and he's just not there just yet, even though he has the units. And the scariest part is players at the bottom with low HP, a lot of them are actually still quite strong. Setsuko and JD both had some cash outs. They're level 9. They might not die off very soon, and Koala's going to be tanking a lot of big hits.
Yeah, if you can't find any more eco to like actually get the level up, you're definitely going to struggle here. But we get a chance to take stock as well of what's going on Michael's board. Was able to find that Kayn so early, but hasn't necessarily been able to find upgrades for it quite yet.
Yeah, the Kayn just kind of having to do everything on its own as a tier 1 unit. And that's definitely hurting Michael, but finding it early did help him win a good amount of fights, and so he still is kind of our life leader, even after taking such a big hit there. So Michael potentially just bleeding out for a top 4, because 73 life is just so much. It's hard for him to lose too much faster than that, but these stage 5 losses are going to get very scary. He's low on gold, and he's on a 4-loss streak already, so it's possible we could see him bottom out in a 5th or a 6th.
Things are going to start to look really dicey towards the end of stage number 5, that's for sure. But first we have Raptors, so who knows if you're able to get something else to make your comp a little bit stronger. Gray is still looking for that final copy of Lux in order to make the Lux 3. So just getting a couple of items now.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, oh, you know, what if? I was like, that's Zoe, that's the wrong Arcanist.
Yeah, wrong one.
Oh, there
well,
it is.
Just roll once. Just roll once, actually. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, of course.
Beautiful.
How can I be so silly?
Okay, cool. Gray is actually holding on to Ashe. I was curious if this was going to happen. Because 6 Porcelain is very, very strong, you have 2 emblems. So if you can find Lysandra, you can play Lysandra Ashe, you can play that 6 Porcelain. And what it does is it just makes your Amumu so incredibly tanky by so much time. And so I kind of like the option just to keep it open. Though Greya a little bit behind in being able to push levels. We'll see if he can just win a couple of fights in a row here, try and hold out and make it to level 8. If he can just bingo Lysandra, there you go. You might have a spot where you can play this 6 Porcelain and try and start to play for a top 2.
Yeah, of course. Especially because you have the Invoker synergy here right now for your Janna. Janna is also providing a ton of value here as a 3-star on this board. And yeah, taking down a Lilia, I feel like that's no easy feat in this day and age for the meta.
And also just having the Exalted online for that reroll comp is very, very good.
Yes.
This was the perfect Exalted. You know, Lilia, Lux, and Diana being the 3. They're able to just get on the board, makes it very, very good. A couple players being able to get this Exalted online. It's not too hard to actually put together. A lot of the units kind of synergize pretty nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're going to have a lot of compositions that end up leaning a little bit into, like, I feel like all of these you could end up using there. Maybe not the Rek'Sai anymore. I think the time has come and gone for that one. But wow, we get a chance to see the Kog'Maw with the long distance pals. See what's going to happen against Greya's reroll board.
Ooh, the stuns are landing onto Cog though from the Lux cast. That's a big difference. That's going to stall so much damage over the course of the fight, just stunning him over and over again. And it's
dead.
enough. Koala's going to take another big hit, just kind of free falling after not being able to push enough levels. 48 gold. He can push to 8, but he can't actually roll anything to get there. Koala going to drop all the way down to the bottom. 9 health. JD at 10 health. A lot of low health bars at the bottom. Setsuko, even though he's at 13, he is on a 6 win. He's very likely to be able to stay alive.
Well, a couple of interesting pieces now being swapped out here for Koala, but yeah, there's a bunch of level ups happening across the board. Ego also just ended up leveling up to 9, ended up getting what was that? That was a 2-star Nautilus?
Yeah, upgrading the front line a little bit more. Ego being able
That's
to find a
pretty
couple
big.
of upgrades. He was on a 2 loss, but he did find some upgrades there. So I think he's probably going to stabilize on that level 9. I think he's got him there. But looking at this, again, another Kane that's just unupgraded. The Koala might be able to eat this alive and actually stay up a little bit longer. But I don't know. These Reapers are still trying to get their due. This is going to be enough. Koala going to be able to take that win. Stay alive a little bit longer. Did we lose anybody? Kino down to 1 life.
Whew.
Holding on. Look at this. 1, 9, 10, 10.
13 even.
Yeah,
for
13.
Setsuko.
Setsuko should be safe at level 10. You would think that he's the most powerful in the lobby. But he is also on 1 life. You are right. If he loses a fight,
Yeah.
he's gone.
So that's a very dangerous predicament for all of our players to be in. Greya and Ego are still leading the lobby, but it's so interesting to see how small of a health differential there really is between Michael and Setsuko. Another carousel pick here before we really do start to see some eliminations come through. We should see the first of several in this next round. The final hope here for both Pino and Koala to make some significant board upgrades to keep themselves in this. And we're still not seeing that final Kane copy for Pino to get this to be a 3-star. In fact, going to end up just kind of changing a couple of pieces around, but still not able to find the 2-star Kane.
Yeah, nobody's hitting their Canes. I was seeing Michael on the carousel. We had all of the comps. He also didn't have Kane 2 at the time. None of our Kane players actually hitting. And so a lot of them are going to bleed out. Michael able to hold on to so much HP that he might still be able to top 4, even though his comp is absolutely nothing at this stage of the game. Pino looks like he will just go down, cannot get through this Amumu. However, we did see Yone got to the back line. Still not able to do enough. Koala going to fall as well, but Koala had a better fight. I think Koala will hold on. That will not be an 8th, but Pino, that's looking like an 8th for him. We'll see where everyone else goes with the chips have fallen.
It's a triple.
Triple knockout. Pino in 8th, Bopzera in 7th, and Koala in 6th. Very rough for them as Michael takes another loss. 8 streak. Hey, I told you he'd bleed out possibly to a 4th. At worst, he'd bottom out to a 5th. And it looks like if JD can hold on, Michael is going to go down in 5th here.
This has just been such a close lobby. I mean, Greya is still one of the strongest boards in the entire lobby, still holding on to a copy of Ash just in case you can actually tech in that 6 porcelain. Can't find the Alawi 2. Mind you, Alawis are just like maybe totally gone into the pool at this point because of how many people were playing them, and maybe a couple more will make an appearance as we see yet another fight. It's going to be our 2 strongest boards in the lobby right now, players with the most HP, but is this Lilia that's able to get the better of Greya's board. That Annie too as well. Like, what a tanky force to have, especially against some of these melee comps. But that's Michael. That's a 5th. That's a 5th
Michael
for
got
Michael.
blasted. He was starting out really good. This is still a great 5th from Michael, considering everybody was contesting his unit, everyone's contesting his line, and he was just able to preserve HP. He preserved so much HP that he goes on a 9 loss streak and then dies. 9 loss streak in stage 4, stage 5, dies and goes 5th. So really, really well done preserving HP early on in the game. If Michael did not do that, this would have been just like a hard 8th place. So really, really well done. You take those 5ths. You're not happy to get a 5th, but you're happy to get that 5th.
Yeah, I mean, this has already been such a difficult lobby, and a lot on the line for our players. I mean, I'm just thinking back to the fact that Bapsera going out in 7th place is just not a comfortable position for him, knowing what qualifier points are on the line for his spot at the Tactician's Crown. And now we're past that halfway point of the day, so we'll have to see what those final standings look like. But Casanova, we have our top 4. We're getting a chance to see maybe just some final rounds. We're definitely not going to make it super far into this stage.
Yeah, Setsuko really needed this big game. I think a first is actually just so important, considering how his first 2 games have gone, to try and claw back some of these points. And being able to go 10, kind of this fast 10, is quite good for that. But not finding a ton of upgrades on his legendaries. Looks like he has a Recon 2 to go alongside this Aurelia, and then the front line with the Ornn. This comp has fallen off quite a bit from where it used to be. This was the kind of comp that you would just think is a guaranteed win, and this time loses to just a Lilia setup that was quite strong, and instead Setsuko takes a 4th from a comp that we would have looked at in the past and been like, oh, that is just going first every time.
Yeah, I mean, you're level 10, you have so many units, you have so many powerful pieces. You were even able to get a huge fortune cash out. But this is kind of the second time now that we've seen Setsuko go for the fortune plays, just maybe not having nearly enough HP to actually solidify like a good end game. And I think that's something that a lot of our players are going to have to revisit if that risk is worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's the 4th and a 5th off of 2 fortune games that looked fantastic. I feel like they were really well piloted. And it might just be like a prep issue because it just seems like this style of play is like not good enough right now. It's just not getting there. It's not able to contend with all of just the reroll, or not the rerolls, but just the 4 cost, the level 8 plays. And Setsi, we know he's very partial to this Fast 9, to this like greedier playstyle because of how well he can capitalize on it. And he's succeeding. I haven't watched these spots and felt like, Setsi screwed that up. It feels like he's getting what he wants and it's not winning in these boards, as we see JD, who had the worst end of the stick on the fortunes, winning the fight against Setsuko early on, outplacing him in the long run, getting 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is something that we're going to have to keep in mind. And I think when you look at just how JD Zielinski ended up playing that, I think maybe a big difference there is just the fact that you did have fine vintage. You had a lot of really high quality items that were able to help you spike those boards maybe just a little bit better. But as we look at our final 2 players, it's going to be Ego Illusions and Greya. Greya with that Gianna and Lux reroll versus Ego Illusions that has been able to build up to this Lilia. The Lilia too is actually able to be right across from this Lux as well as this Morgana.
Yeah, able to get in a pretty good position for that. The Lilia is just gonna blast the front line still though. Mumu, so incredibly tanky, holding on a little bit longer, gets another cast from Lux, gonna heal him even more. But Mumu just doesn't want to go down. Finally he does, but it's a little too late, and Greya actually gonna be able to win that fight.
Oh my goodness. That's the power of the Amumu though. This is the win condition for this board, and there you see the porcelain emblem actually
it's going to Ego. He can deny it, but does he want another item? He might have to deny it. No, he gives it. Gray's just gonna get another porcelain emblem. He's just gonna get to play 6 for free.
That is, that's just huge. That's actually just huge. You see the Ash go into the board. You see that porcelain emblem get slammed onto the Alawi, and that is 6 porcelain now for Greya. What can an Ego do to actually beat this board? Especially after having
you thought you were having trouble killing that Amumu before? I mean, this is 6 porcelain Amumu. This thing is not gonna die. This thing's an absolute beast. It has to get bursted because it will keep casting and healing and then getting the attack speed to cast even more. And you're also looking at this Lux casting even faster and giving even more healing to the Amumu. It compounds. So you have to find a way to actually burst him down in between the heals, and I just don't think it's gonna happen. That, or you find access to the backline. You find a way to get kills onto these backliners, and hey, look, the Wukong, he's made it all the way back. He's on the Janna already. He's doing so much damage, getting those stuns out with the Silvermares. And maybe this is the difference, is we do see the heals still coming out from the Lux though. She's still keeping the Janna alive. The shields and heals are just too much. And it's just not gonna do it. It's just a Wukong. Amumu's still full health. His damage is way too slow. And that's Greya taking another win. He's still gotta get a couple more to close this out, but damn, that 6 porcelain looks good.
It looks so good, and that was after Ego actually pushed all of the units to the left-hand side to actually get that backline access. And now you got the Lysandra in. I mean, if you didn't want the Ashe before, now you also have another Arcanist, so the Lysandra can just kind of take things out of the front line and move them.
Yeah, I mean, Lysandra, look, maybe not going to get an insane amount of value because she's 1 star and doesn't have any items on her, but it's so much better than an Ashe. And if she casts even a single time, it's a huge benefit to the fight. When you were already winning, you were already favored. So you get 1 good cast, and that's going to make all the difference. It's going to be on the Wukong even, so just dealing with one of the big threats and just throwing it away. Ends up throwing, I didn't actually see where that cast went. I think she got a cast off, but there's going to be a lot of damage. Looks like the Amumu is actually nearly going down. Ego did get to go to level 10. Was that enough? I didn't see where the swap was that put the damage onto him, but he takes out the Amumu. He's actually going to be able to win this. And Gray is going to go down. Ego Illusions finding the positioning that he needed to take out the Amumu, finding the damage. It looks like the level 10 made all the difference.
Hey, sometimes it's just an extra unit to inspire one more treat or something, and just be something else to take the aggro from something like that Lux. Whatever it was, congratulations to Eco for taking that first place in game number 3. We're going to have our analyst desk break down all the action after we come back from this short break.
I kind of discovered the Senna tech before most people. Like, I had a good read on the patch, so I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Hello, my name is Relic. I am from Venezuela. I represent Latam, and I play TFT since set 1. I love competing in TFT. First of all, I am kind of addicted to competing. Like, it's my main hobby in life. I live by competing. I have been playing other video games as well. I was pro in 4 video games already. One of them being League of Legends. It was my main game, let's say, in my career. I played there for 4 years professionally. I went to Worlds as well. And TFT is different from those games because it's a game that you decide everything. Like, it's not a team game, and every game is different. I think I have my own view of the game on when to risk it and when to not, and I think I show it in Worlds that.
Welcome back, everybody. We just finished up game number 3 of the Inkborn Fables Golden Spatula. I'm Gangly, and back on the desk right now with Hupe-san and Ken. Welcome back, everybody. Now listen, there's a lot to break down in that game, Hupe. I feel like we could talk for hours about the things that stood out to each of us. The thing I want to talk about first, though, is how contested that lobby was. We saw 4 players playing into this AD line, and we know this is strong, but does it surprise you to see it 4-way contested?
It totally does, especially when Pino and Babsera, we see them holding hands 7 and 8. They already have the element for it. They have the possibility of going exactly and telling the lobby they're going for it, but also Michael got good items, and then Zelinsky got in a trap that he actually needed to go either for Duelist or for Kane, and he decides to be the 4th one playing Kane after Babsera and Pino go away.
That's a real problem for basically everyone that goes to the same composition. Just G-Day got a real good game, and I think everyone that goes to the composition last JD got bottom 4.
Yeah, I mean, the only person playing Reapers that was able to top 4 in that lobby was the guy who had Fortune in. And granted, it did get griefed, but I mean, you have the additional resources into a fine vintage cash out, and JD did have those resources to still find the top 4. I do also want to draw attention to Setsuko, though, because we saw that spot thinking there's a world where Setsuko goes first, and all of a sudden, Hupe, Setsuko finds himself up against Greya and Ego Illusions with these incredibly high cap boards.
For sure. We were talking about it. Level 9 is good, but it's not the best if the rest of the comps are already capped, and that's what Ego Illusion did. He had a great comp with good front line with Diani, Lilia, Morgana making damage to the backline, and then getting to level 9, including more of the heavenly units that actually gave power to the full composition. So very rewarded. I'm very happy to see Ego Illusion performing this well, going for the AP line, and he gets the first place with a very good combat outfit and performing really amazing. A good victory for Brazil here.
Yeah, Ego Illusion's one of those players that I think very quietly has had an incredible set 11. I think when people think of the Brazilian players right now, most eyes are kind of going to Babzera, but Ego's one of those players that has dominated the ladder. He's made final day multiple times. The one thing he hasn't do, though, I want to draw attention to, is he hasn't been able to crack that top 8 in a tournament in set 11. And I feel like if he's playing like this and is able to craft these very high cap boards, he's showing us a little taste of his capability, of the fact he is able to actually place among the most elite in the world.
I think if we think the Babzera is the best player of Brazil, Ego is the second one. He really good on the play with Kais and trick shot, but he has this flex player favor, this flex player to be the one that can reach us another composition than the same ones that we see on Brazil, like the Kayn, even the Lilia that brings this game is a composition that we can see him through this game, but I think we didn't see everything that he can show for us.
And additionally from Brazil, Koala Esbelto going for the Kog'Maw. First time we see it, Gangly. I think the spot was very good. He actually accomplished a good tempo with it. Regrettably, only a 6th place, 7th place with it. So it's not enough. Now we have the standing. So after 3 games, things are starting to pop up. And now it's very important. These last 3 games will decide who advanced to the next stage.
Babzera having a horrible day in this first half of the day, and we've been talking about it. Babzera can lock in his spot at the Tactician's Crown with a 21st place or higher. Right now, it doesn't even look like Babzera is going to be making it to day 2, and it doesn't mean he's disqualified, doesn't mean that he won't be able to get it, but it now allows Ego Illusions to maybe take that spot. On the front half of these standings, though, Mismatch Socks.
Amazing.
Fresh off his win at the Tacticians Cup 3, says he doesn't have the time to prep. But you know, Hupe, I think there's something to be said about when a patch does not have significant changes. Yes, Syndra is not played in the same way that it was last set, but that last patch. But Sox was one of those Reaper players, right? He wasn't relying on the Syndra, and I'm sure he's not playing Reapers every game. But you have to imagine that the patch being small is playing to Mismatch Sox advantage.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking about it. He already qualified to the Tactician Crown, so he doesn't need. He's playing for money. We have to say it. And I'm really thinking about this, and the difference of patch, as you say, is more important. So I think we're ready for the next game. Gangly, send it out.
All right, everybody, hold on, because we've got 3 more games on the day, and I know Casanova and Necra are ready to take us there. So, handing it off, Casanova and Necra, take it away.
Woo, we're back. We've got game number 4 to kick off the second half of day number 1. Casanova, I think the desk brought up something so important, and that is just how close this race is going to be as we start to get to the back half of the day to see which 24 players can actually move on. We're only sending 8 home.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a relatively easy cut, but it is the most difficult field that we'll have, right? So even just making the top 24 can be a really tough journey. And I want to call out Sox even more and give him his flowers, right? I mean, he's got 2 kids, he barely has time to actually practice, and then he's just steamrolling everyone. And it bodes really well for us as a region, because this is one of our world's representatives that's going. He's going. There's nobody can stop that. He is going. And he's dominating the tournament, so he's showing that he deserves to be there for sure. If you didn't already think he did from the qualifier points, from all the success he's had, he's in form, he's doing great, and I mean, I can't wait to see this guy at the Tactician's Crown. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yes, me too. I think Sox is going to be an amazing representative for the Americas. And I remember when Sox had his first kid, we were like, oh, dad buff. that's just stat buff right there, because he was still doing so well in his tournaments. But then after a while, it's like, I think you just get a little busy. He had kid number 2, and then I think it's always a little bit more of a handful when that happens. But I remember seeing Sox at the TFT Vegas Open, and just like, he does so much fun when he plays TFT, and I think that's something that we should all remember, is that TFT should be fun, as much as it can be heavily competitive.
Oh, it is the biggest thing with competing, is if you're having fun, you will play so much better. And the fact that Sox, it seems like, is always having fun. At least when he's doing well, he's always having fun, right? I think he's had his sets.
It's easier to have fun when you are
you're winning. Yeah, yeah. And then it's also easier to win when you're having fun. It's this little like paradox, actually, of the two things. But you know, he's always someone, even in sets where he didn't like so much, then he didn't do that well. And so I think it's like when he likes the set, we have the chance of just having Sox completely pop off, and he's doing it here, having a great performance. And we'll have to see, you know, how that story continues. As they said, he's playing for money. There's a lot less interesting narratives with Sox for the Golden Spatula itself. But I'm just happy that if we're sending this guy to Worlds, he's showing his stuff against everybody else already in this tournament.
Oh yeah, we still have a couple more spots on the line though to see who we're going to be sending to the Tactician's Crown. But let's check out our lobby. We are going to be following lobby number 2 for this game number 4. And speaking of players that have a shot to represent at a Tactician's Crown, Casanova, this is a lobby full of players that have already been to a Tactician's Crown.
Absolutely, yeah, we've got quite a few. You know, Tex Summers has been to plenty of them. Relic recently made a top 8 out the Nawe. Been to multiple, right? We were just talking about how he's been to 2 looking for his 3rd. Replay, you know, I think you might have heard of him if you've ever watched a World Championship. He did win one a couple sets ago, and now he's looking to try and get back there. And one of the players actually in this lobby that has not made it to 1, and you know, every set we keep saying, next set he's the world champion, and that's Prestevent. And I think, you know, he has a good shot of making it once again. And I'd love to see Prestevent get his shot to really go to the Tactician's Crown, try and bring it home, because he's such an incredible player, and he has come so close so many times. He lost out on tiebreakers once. He's been just like 1 or 2 placements behind once. He's constantly just on the edge of making it, and he's just not quite gotten there. So we'll see. He's earned himself another shot here.
He has, and both Prestevent and Ripple Overdrive, these are 2 players like Sox that have been able to make it into this tournament from their placement in the most recent Tacticians Cup. So there is maybe something to be said about you're able to perform well at a super stack tournament to make it here. It is so recent when the patch hasn't changed very much. Maybe Ripple is able to do the same. Not to mention the fact that Ripple actually only got qualifier points and is only here because of his placement in Tacticians Cup 3. I feel like we've had so many stories of players that have been able to run with any small chance that they get.
Yeah, I mean, Ripple is somebody I've been watching since set 6 kind of have this rise towards the top levels. And you know, we saw it last set. Ripple was looking really good, didn't quite make it to the championship, but overall he's had a couple of very good sets. And you know, coming into set 11, it wasn't really his best performance overall, but then finally when it mattered most, he earned his spot. And you know, you look at the stats and it's like, wow, in tournament play he has the highest AVP of anybody, but it's only like 19 games, because it was only really just like at the very end, that last tournament, where he popped off and absolutely destroyed everybody. And so just seeing that, I mean, as you said, it being on the same patch, it bodes well for Ripple, or not the same patch, but a similar patch. Bodes well for Ripple. There haven't been a lot of changes, and he's locked in on this patch. He's doing extremely well. And this is a player that, you know, if he's confident, if he's good on a patch, he's just as threatening as any top player.
Absolutely. And what a great start to see too. You have you already got a Jax too, so that's pretty great for you at the beginning of stage number 2. You also have a couple of augment choices that you get a chance to see come through here, but also is sitting on a pair of Garens, so maybe looking for an opportunity to actually go down a Storyweaver route. Casanova, we haven't seen many players actually do that, either with a Storyweaver start or even just stay vertical. I know it's very conditional, but you have all the pieces here if you want.
Yeah, I think just on the stream so far, we haven't had any lobbies where someone has actually had the conditions for a Storyweaver start, right? Because you either want to have a couple Garens and then you hit the Garen hero augment, and you kind of go in that direction, or you want to have an emblem to start things out with Storyweaver, because just playing it kind of natty without any of that, It's not very good. It's a fine early game to play in general, right? Like it's just, a powerful enough synergy. So we'll see Ripple start with this, but eventually kind of phase it out unless he finds a very solid direction to stay in. And that would be, an emblem. Usually you don't play for the Garen hero augment on 3-2. It's really just like 2-1. So realistically, it's just, do you randomly end up with a Story Weaver emblem, or else Ripple will probably be out of the line?
Yeah, that's a good point. You could go for that, but I think like in general too, if you are able to get the 7 Story Weaver, because it's tough to actually get to a point where you have the full vertical trait online, it's a really good composition against these melee comps, especially when you look at something like the Reapers. Something that can beat it is a 2-star Aurelia. So you might want to consider having that in the future. But for Tex Summers, thinking about the Fortune, does have the 2-star Koboko.
Yeah, I like the Story Weaver call out into the melees because the Kale, the AP Kale actually can blast them really, really well when they're trying to run up. So I think that actually is something that maybe can be looked at more when people actually have the option to go there. But Tex, by having 2-star Koboko, it puts himself in a little bit of trouble. We see him corner it, and he should be able to still get the loss. But he doesn't have an extra Koboko 1, so he's kind of stuck with a little bit too much power on his board. And in fact, the Tristana got out of the way. Okay, he still loses. It's fine. Everything's okay. Everything is gonna be fine, Necra. It's gonna be okay. He's not gonna win any rounds. He's fine. He's so fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Especially if he finds a 1-star Koboko to replace it.
Yes, of course. That would be preferable for Tex. But this is a very, this is a 2-1 Fortune start. So I'm curious how deep Tex will be able to go with this.
Tex is one of those players too that we looked at as one of the highlights of the Latin American region. A player that has been able to make it to multiple world championships before, and also been able to just perform well at a lot of these more recent competitions. But yeah, that was a cash out already.
That was really cool. So I wonder if that pool is like way higher odds to get gold, because it was just 3. It was like nothing. And he just needed a little bit of gold to actually push the next breakpoint on Econ. And so I am curious if he just cashed out to do that, or he knew Preston was in his pool also playing Fortune.
Oh my goodness.
He cashed out to not lose any of his actual spots because he knows he can't get weaker because he has Koboko 2. Either way, I mean, this cash out was really heads up. Because he can stay in Fortune. He can stay in Fortune. It's fine. He can start losing again. It's not a big deal. He stays in Fortune. He got gold, he made extra econ, and then he played Prestivan where he couldn't avoid winning. He had to win. So, I mean, everything shows up good for Tex there, and now he can start his loss streak again with Prestivan out of his pool.
Yeah, that's so heads up. I mean, we just saw that play out with Setsuko and JD Zielinski. Both of them actually running into each other like right when they started. It's okay. We're good. We're all set here. But this is a very interesting carousel. We have an Alune encounter here, so we're getting a fully completed item right off the bat.
Oh, very interesting.
Wait, Ripple stole the static shift.
Oh, he got it. Oh no. I was looking at Taji actually has Stim Pack and 2 of 3 Fortune missing Koboko, and I'm curious if he actually has the 3rd and benched it because he thought he was going to queue into Tex or Prestivan. And then if we have 3 Fortune players, that gets even more. Somebody has to get out. Somebody has to be done with it and just figure it out. And Tex is leveled to 5. Tex might be the one who's done with Fortune. He might not actually want to play it anymore.
I mean, listen, we don't want a repeat of last game. And also, we told y'all to not contest each other. I think this is also one of the worst ways to contest each other is when multiple players are going for Fortune.
Oh yeah, I mean, it absolutely can doom all of their game. I mean, usually one person gets away free, right? The downside is you don't really get away free because you have to play a weaker board than you would normally play, and you get less kills and you take more damage. So it's always a little bit dicey for everybody involved. And so, yeah, we'll see who actually pivots out of the Fortune. Tex still has it in, Pgod still has it in, and Toddy does not. Toddy is just playing around Exalted. So I think Toddy probably just is not actually going down that line whatsoever, as we did see Altanawe picking up a Gnar and potentially going Gnar Senna reroll. We had items on Gnar and actually rerolling Senna as well. I'm curious, that comp has not really been in favor for a minute now, so I wonder if they'll actually commit to this as the reroll or if that Gnar is just kind of hanging out for now and we'll pivot into something else.
I don't think that Gnar is necessarily a bad item holder, though, especially if you want to
No.
go for something like a Cane in the future. You already have quite a few pieces to be able to buff that up. If for some reason you don't end up hitting the Senna, then you have an opportunity to go that route. But Casanova, I miss Gnar reroll. I love Gnar. It has been one of my favorite units this entire set, and I'm so sad that Gnar reroll is not that good.
I mean, maybe we'll get it here. I don't really advise generally playing Gnar unless you've got the there's a really cool way that you can play around an artifact. It's like the corrupted Vamp Scepter. You can play Gnar reroll with that, and it's actually quite good. He doesn't cast, but he still has his passive stacking ability. So he gets like a lot of resistances, a ton of AD, and then he just has a million attack speed and Omnivamp, and he's just doing so much damage. And so that's the way you can still play Gnar reroll right now and actually feel very good about it. But those conditions are hard to meet because you want to decide you're playing Gnar reroll early game. You don't want to decide later. And so you need to have that artifact very early on and then decide that you're going to go that route.
Yeah, well, unlucky. Probably not going to see the Gnar reroll this time, but what we are seeing right now is I spotted this Reaper emblem due to the branching out a little bit ago, but Bruce did get that for this Kiana for now, and you have the Heavenly start as well, so you've got Heavenly Duelist. You can go for Reaper if you're able to get the Kindred. Well, you have the Kindred, but I'm looking at specifically, like, can you go further than this? You've got the Yone now as well. So, yeah, let's see what he's able to make do with this.
Yeah, just gonna be able to push levels, has really good gold, and as you said, just finding the Kindred was necessary for the 4 Reaper. Finds it right away. No upgrades, but good items onto Kiana 1. It is Reaper Kiana 1. Kiana 2 would feel very, very nice right now for this board. But Bruce at least has good paths towards the Reaper setup that he wanted. We saw Relic with a similar start early, and he just never was able to convert it. And so Bruce, it's going to come down to that big roll down. Can he find the Cane? Can he find the rest of the composition?
Holding on to a lot of gold, though, actually going to resist the urge to level up here. Already on a loss streak, so it makes a lot of sense if you don't think you're going to be able to beat out some of these boards. Maybe just keep the 50 gold. You know you're going to increase that loss streak and just see if you can preserve enough HP past this point to actually have the money to go to level 8, find the Canes, and everything else that you need to fill out this composition. But you're already pretty unhealthy if you're Bruce. That's 40 HP you've already lost.
And now Bruce, we'll see what he decides to go for. Midnight Siphon, Heroic Grab Bag. Gifts is pretty solid for this board. It ends up just getting like an insanely strong Cane in the late stages. So now it's just a question of, are we going to just try and roll at all on 6 to stabilize, or do you just jam to 7? And I think generally Bruce is probably just going to want to look towards 7 quick as possible. Try and get, at least better odds to find his Cane that he just really, really wants.
Yeah,
Shuffling things around.
Huh. Interesting I mean, at least you are able to get in this Nico. So you have the Heavenly online just a little bit better, just to have 3 of those stats. And so maybe it'll help to make sure that you're not totally bleeding out before you can actually get to a point where you're level 7. But that point should be coming pretty soon. I mean, you still have 60 gold. You're fortunately rolling into Crest of it. Well, actually, it's maybe fortunate.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because you lose your loss streak here, right? Because you're going to beat Preston. However, you have enough gold that you could be like, all right, well, that's kind of last loss for now. Let's actually improve the board and try and win streak. But he kind of would have wanted that to happen the next round and then go 3-5, go to 7, roll down a little bit on 7, try and hit. 3-3 is a very awkward timing. You don't really want to spend a lot of your gold here on 3-3 to try and actually, improve and actually start winning. So Bruce, it's a weird spot to be in. I don't think it's a bad spot. He has a really good setup to try and play this Reaper. It's just, when do you go? And we see maybe a little rolling. He did just hit a Kindred too. Probably not a lot of rolling. We see him still staying at 65. Looks like just pumping levels towards 7. He's not actually going to commit. So I think he's fine going win-loss if he does. Probably would have wanted that to be a loss instead of a win.
Only can hope for so much and just gotta work with what you got. But as we head over to Relic's board, this is a player that's been very healthy, already on a 4-win streak so far, hoping to extend that as he ends up running into Altanawe, the other win streaker in the lobby at 6 wins. So only one of them, Casanova, gets a chance to keep this win streak.
Yeah, and Altanawe, great win streak and on 6 copies of Senna, so doing a really good job setting up for this reroll comp to just continue to cap out. Both of them on very high HP. And it looks like the Ghostly, the Senna, it's just going to do enough. Not enough damage coming out of the Kindred to make it happen. So instead, it is just going to be Altanawe keeping the win streak, 7-win. Relic finally going to lose. And the difference is Relic pumped to 7 and then lost. Altanawe was just slow rolling on 6 and finds the win. Less investment, better payoff. Very big for Altanawe and a terrible disaster for Relic, but he does still have a lot of HP and decent economy.
Altanawe has been doing amazing in this first half of the day as well. Ended up getting 2 third places as well as a 4th. So is within that top 8 so far for the tournament and hopes to keep that going with a win streak here. As we head into the carousel though, a couple of extra pieces getting picked up. We're going to be hopping over to Relic's board just to kind of get a check on, you know, where can he actually improve things? Because like, he did go up to level 7, as you said. That was a very recent development. But where do you go from here, Cass?
Well, I mean, he pumped on 3-3, trying to go to 7, and ends up getting punished because he lost. He's really just trying to play Syndra. I mean, this is just cut and dry. This is going to be Syndra. You end up replacing the Kindred with your Syndra, get those items on her, has a tier open, just looking for one more sword, and then you're feeling really good about it. I think the Relic, the spot is still very good to play into Syndra. Still 40 gold at level 7, which is very good econ. Has Exalted in, so he's going to be able to get even more XP from that. And I think it really is just like, all right, let it ride, econ back up, and then go to level 8 on the normal cadence and just try and hit your Syndra.
Just gonna make sure, and very healthy to be able to do that too. So not too worried about taking too many losses here, except for and doesn't have to worry about taking a loss at all because this Kindred's just gonna be able to get the job done at the end of the day. Toddy was able to find a Yone too, but still kind of looking at what else he's going to be able to make out of that spot. Meanwhile, on Altanawe's board, you have 60 gold, and you are on so many copies of the Senna and looking for a pair of the Shens. A lot of opportunity here, Casanova, to actually get some major 3 stars on the board.
Oh yeah, I mean, a really good spot for this reroll. Been able to slow roll and win, which is, I mean, just absolutely optimal. I'm looking at Altanawe for his roll down on like 4-1 if he's going to go for it, but also Prestivan should be cashing pretty soon, I'd have to imagine. 8 loss streak, 37 HP, is at 56 gold, level 7. I mean, Prestivan, we're going to see a big cash, and we saw he's committed to playing around the Kaisa because we saw him take an augment. It is, I can't remember the name of it. I think it's called Ricochet or something. It just is a buff towards trick shots, does an extra balance, and does
the
extra damage.
Ricochet, yeah.
Yeah. And he was able to pick that up, so he is just committed into finding Kaisa as soon as he cashes out.
Absolutely. I mean, even if you don't find, what if you don't find the Kaisa and instead you just find Zaya?
Oh wow, look at that. 46 stacks.
Okay.
And he's got it on neutrals. It's perfect.
It's even better. Okay. Well, it's Azir and Hui. Maybe not necessarily quite
10
what
gold radiant item.
Gold, yeah.
Yeah. 10 gold radiant item is pretty good, and I would say that Fist of Fairness is a completely reasonable item to play on Kaisa alongside your other 2 crit items. I mean, I think IE, Last Whisper, Fist of Fairness is a pretty reasonable build to be slamming, and now it's a question of, can you actually hit any Kaisas? We already see Precedent rolling quite a bit. Not able to find him yet. This is a really important roll down for Precedent. He has to get this comp together, and he's committed into Trick Shot.
Oh, there's one Kaisa, but that's it. Might have to sell something
his gold,
else
and he didn't find any frontline either. This is terrible.
This is so doomed. Because you had the 2 copies of Lee Sin. You can't necessarily keep them both in. You're able to get the double Nautilus instead, but there's still no way right now to actually get this Kaisa too.
And it's not like he's not clicking frontline. He's buying them. He just didn't see anything.
Not coming. Oh no. Precedent is so unhealthy too, has 27 HP and could not afford to miss that roll down.
Yeah, now he just has to rely on the just value of these items on this Ricochet Kaisa. And you can see the Fist of Fairness actually paying dividends there. The healing making the difference in this fight, I believe. Prestivan turns the loss streak around, but he has no money, no frontline, honestly, no backline. He's got nothing. And it's a prismatic. Maybe it bails him out, and maybe it kills him off.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to pay attention to who picks what. We already got Toddy that locked into Tiny, but Deadly. We're taking a look at what options we have here. Unfortunately, I'm a Story Weaver Crown person. I love that. If I'm in a Story Weaver spot, I play that more often than not. I think New Recruit is always really good if you feel like you are playing against a lot of like high level boards. But also, like, Lucky Gloves isn't bad if you feel like you're missing out on a ton of, like, item value.
Yeah, goes Lucky Gloves, has an anvil, but doesn't get the glove. You really wanted the glove off of that hit. Doesn't actually get there. Altanawe has been able to find the Senna 3, 1 away from Caitlyn, 2 away from Aatrox. Prestivan ended up grabbing, I think that was Stationary Support 3, so being able to get the extra support items and get the dummy, and he needed frontline, so a dummy is actually pretty valuable.
It is very, very valuable. We're gonna have to see if he's able to withstand this fight, though, because it is up against Altanawe's board, who has that Senna 3, but this Kaisa is just shredding through that front line. Maybe Precedent has finally been able to buy himself a second life with that dummy.
Radiant item plus the Ricochet is actually just making this Kaisa 1 a beast. If he can find Kaisa 2 in any semblance of frontline, he will be able to stabilize that top 4. But I'm just hoping he can buy enough rounds with the power that he has from his augments and item combination, even though his board is unupgraded.
Well, we'll check in on that in just a little bit, but we're hopping on board with Ripple's Perspective, who has been able to find quite a bit of the back line, but kind of still missing out on an upgraded Amumu as well as an upgraded Annie. And going to be running into Altanawe too.
Yeah, and Altanawe is quite strong. He's still a little bit off on getting, his frontline upgrades. He's playing Ghostly, so it is a war of attrition, right? You want to buy a lot of time, let the Senna deal with everything, and you need your frontline to live for a long time. But his board is still quite powerful, and it is strong enough to deal with Ripple here, as that Senna is just going to blast everything away. Ripple's still going to maintain second or maybe third place here when it comes to HP.
I mean, that dummy was also so impactful because you saw the Zyra actually got stuck casting onto that rather than the actual Senna. So positioning is going to matter a lot for something like that. Tech Summers, though. Tech Summers is at 21 HP. The second lowest in the lobby next to Prestivan. And feels like maybe struggling a little bit to actually get this composition online. This was the player that we looked... has the Bruiser crest, so that is nice. You put the Bruiser emblem on the Azir.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was tough for Tex because he was trying to go in that Fortune line, and Prestivan kind of had him beat out because of the Kabuko 2. And I think Tex made a good play to try and get around it, but I think it ended up being too far to salvage as far as where the rest of the game went. He just found an Azir 2. I mean, that's maybe an out, right? He's level 8. Azir 2 hit, maybe that finds some ways for Tex to live, but he's on a 5 loss, only 12 gold. It really comes down to, is that Bruiser frontline buffed up enough that this Azir 2 is going to make all the difference? Good items? Maybe if this was a Silas 2, I'd feel a little bit better, but it is 8 Bruiser. I mean, I feel like this can't be that bad.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Yeah,
We've got a Kane 2 and a Yone 2 on the other side here for Toddy's board. And we're just going to see how much it's able to do. I mean, Kane just chunks through this front line. The Kobuko, though, is still there, able to heal up. And we do get some pretty big stuns there onto the Kane as well as the Yone as the Silence pushes the back line.
It might be that bad. Yeah, it might be that. This Azir's doing like no damage. There's no Invoker in, so he takes like 9 years to cast. And then he doesn't even do it. Yeah, it's that bad. It is that bad. Oh, God, yeah.
That's so sad.
Yeah, but Prestivan lost as well, so maybe Tex gets bailed out by Prestivan going 8th, and Tex can at least just scrounge together an extra point. But our Port player is kind of holding hands because they just couldn't get the full uncontested spot.
But maybe we get bailed out here by a little bit of Go Fish. Let's see what items we get. Do you think players would help or like just stand still and do nothing if they don't want their competitors to get stuff?
And, you know,
they also always not moving.
Yeah, Riri player's not standing in any puddles either. And it feels like those two feel like their spots are very good and they actually don't want to hit any of these.
They don't want to help out their competitors. Well, it's going to be gold. It's going to be gold for everybody. Maybe an item component, I think, also popped out of those orbs. Tex has one more shot here, really looking for either the Silas or the Galio 2. Not able to find either of them. Thinking about taking out this Azir 2, though, in favor of being able to put this Aurelia in, which these items would fare a lot better. You've got the red buff as well as the Giant Slayer, but maybe thinks better of it taking a look around.
All right, let's see. Tex, can he survive? Going up against Altanawe. Altanawe playing Ghostly once a long fight, and Tex, I think, is gonna oblige because this is not gonna be a very quick one with these bruisers. Gives a lot of time for the Senna to stack up all these ghosts, but because Altanawe hadn't found any frontline upgrades, I mean, we are seeing Silas get on to the Senna. Silas won, but he's getting it done, and that survives. Tex gonna stay alive. Prestivan gonna go out in 8th. Not able to stabilize. That roll down was so depressing to watch. Prestivan just not hitting anything.
No, he really didn't, and that just sort of sealed the deal. And something else, I feel like, again, we're seeing another prime example of why Fortune just might not be the call for this event, Casanova.
Yeah, I mean, it's we've just seen it kind of fail time and time again, and I do wonder if it is just like undertuned, it's not good enough right now, or if the spots are just getting kind of unlucky, right? Variance does come into play, especially because it is a high variance like way of playing. You're getting a lot of resources, but you don't know exactly what those resources will be. It's from a table of multiple options. If you just get gold, then you have the variance of your roll down. Do you actually hit? And it narrows your compositions quite a bit sometimes because players are most likely just going to commit to trick shot. If you can't hit the right units, well, then you see what happens to Prestivan.
Yeah. It's not a... Prestivan's not in a comfortable position either in terms of the tournament. Was able to start the day off with a 3rd place, but has since finished 6th, 6th, and 8th. So when you take a look at the overall standings, it's very much in a position now where you're threatening to go out on day number 1 of this tournament. And you can't afford to do that if you want to make it to the Tactician's Crown.
Absolutely. It's a very tough spot to be. It's going to be really hard to crawl the way back, but it is still possible. Only 8 players being cut means that even with a very lackluster performance, you can sneak in. Prestivan definitely going to need 2 big games back-to-back to close the day, though.
Oof. Oh, now Altanawe, though, taking another big hit, was so healthy all the way up until the very beginning of stage number 5. It is going to be another elimination, though. Tech Summers going out in 7th place. And, you know, that one's not going to feel too good either after being yet another Fortune player that was unlucky.
Yeah, we knew Tex wasn't long for this world, and the fact that he was able to hold on for a 7th, I think Tex is going to be, you know, of course, upset with it, but happy that it wasn't an 8th here and that Prestivan had him. Now we're looking at Altanawe, who has been taking quite a few losses in a row, finds another upgrade to this board, a lot of 3 stars, but as we look around, it seems like some of these other boards have just been able to manage it, as there's actually an upgraded Kane here for Taji, as we haven't really seen a lot of, because it's been a very contested unit so far in the tournament, and even though he's focused by the Syndra, it's just a Syndra 1, he should be able to shred through this board.
Yeah, I mean, we ended up seeing that Orin get maybe 1 cast off. That's just how quickly that Kane was able to take it out, and that's going to be yet another loss here for Relic, starting to string those together as a last streak. Or for Altanawe, sorry. As we take a look at Ripple now. Oh, Altanawe's going to level. Able to get a Kanan of his own, so that's actually going to be 6 Ghostly online here, Casanova.
Yeah, 6 Ghostly for Altanawe. It's exactly where he needs to get, right? He needed to find this level 8 so he could put that in. Already having the 3 stars that were really necessary. Now it's just about trying to cap out the board even more, and a good way to do that, of course, was just getting to this level 8. Having Moonstone Renewer alongside the treasure chest, definitely rough hits, because Moonstone's one of the best, but you need this treasure chest to die kind of early enough to actually be good. And so it jumps forward, and you know, you hope the Moonstone stays around, and then you still get some decent items popping out of the treasure chest, as we do see yet another Kane. This time it is just going to wrap, and it is able to get into the backline, and Altanawe still unable to find any wins.
Oh, that's going to be yet another loss, and this means 1 more is going to knock Altanawe out of this 4th game. It's not looking too good for him, especially when all of these other melee boards have really started to make some progress here. What are you looking at here? What's caught your eye?
Yeah, Ghostly Emblem's a little interesting. I just don't know if Altanawe can actually make it work to go like 8 Ghostly. I think he just needs more items. You just make the board stronger, make the board tankier, buy himself more time, and we see him take a Warmogs, try and make a third item for the Shen 3, and I think that's probably correct. I just don't think there was a way to actually fit a Ghostly. You need 2 emblems to make it happen, and it just would have been the first one.
Yeah, maybe not able to make enough out of this game. Good thing though for Altanawe and Tech Summers is that both of them were sitting in the top 8 of our leaderboard heading into this game number 4. So taking a 7th, taking a 6th here is not the end of their game. Another player though that is going to be on potential for elimination is Relic, who just hit the 2-star Syndra. So that's a pretty big hit there for Relic. Was looking for that for a long time though. And getting to it now when you only have 15 HP definitely doesn't feel good.
Yeah, and another Kayn fight for Altanawe. Everybody has their 2-star Kayn this time around. And it seems like he's having a lot of trouble dealing with this composition. Oh no, the wrap onto Senna. That's just curtains. Altanawe is going to go down. There's no way he can actually win the fight with that happening. And Altanawe going to take a 6th here. And I know you said, look, he is in a good spot when it comes to points, right? He is in a solid spot. But Altanawe is in that direct race with Michael. And so it really depends. How did Michael do? Because if Michael took a bot 4, Altanawe is like, okay, it's fine. But if Michael grabs like a 1st tier and you take a 6, now you're behind a lot of points in this race between the 2 players trying to get that spot from LATAM.
You're right about that. And Michael was also in the top 8 heading into this game. So yeah, I mean, 7th and 8th place, they're holding hand in hand right now for that race in our leaderboard. So we'll see how that shakes out. Let's take a look at the overall standings after this game. But Relic now going to be the player that is so close to getting eliminated. And now you have to face yet another Kayn. Bruce on a win, just took a loss here, probably to replay or Toddy, but still, I think it's going to be a good fight win for Bruce, or maybe the Syndra's finally able to get the job done.
Yeah, Syndra actually making it happen for Relic, being able to hold on a little bit longer here against Bruce, getting those upgrades to come out, and Relic just trying to fight his way into a top 4 as Ripple it's a loss all the way down to 5. And just how many of these Kayns we got? I mean, Toddy, I think Bruce was on it, and then I guess that might just be it. It might have just been the 2, but we did just see Altanawe, it felt like, fight 3 back-to-back Kayns, and maybe it was just a reset on the matchmaking.
Yeah, it is Toddy and Bruce that are playing the Kayn. However, we still have Ripple playing like Silas. Relic as well has that in their board. And then I think we take a look at replays, which we'll look at later, but that is going to be Duelists instead, with the Lee Sin as the primary carry. So that's going to be interesting to take a look at, as replay is still on a win streak. So looking good for this endgame.
Yeah, replay holding it down with Duelists. Not a lot of players playing it. Hoope was saying that replay really the only player playing it in scrims and having success. You know, we saw a little bit of it from Super Pino earlier, but for the most part, Duelists are ignored, and replay taking full advantage of it, playing this uncontested Duelist line, just having full tempo all the way through, and he's got the full board online. I mean, if it can win versus whatever people cap out on, that's another question, but he's at least guaranteed himself top 4, 42 health going into this.
Well, it's going to be Toddy up against the don't think this is replay's board, is it?
No, this should be Ripple, I think, on the other side.
Yeah.
Playing around the Lilia. And the Lilia is just going to get taken out. Oh my god, look at this Kayn just running through, healing way too much, falling very low, but then healing it all back. And Toddy takes out Ripple, Relic in 5th, Ripple in 4th, and we've got our top 3 here. We've got 2 Kayn players, and then replay hanging out with his Duelists.
I mean, he's hanging out, and then he's also taking some names in the process.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately for Ripple, didn't get this Lilia 2 online fast enough. And I think as well, even though you had the Annie 2, it just wasn't quite enough to be able to deal with the pressure of these 2 Kayns coming out from Toddy and Bruce. But replay's board, check it out. This Duelist board is going crazy. 6 Duelists, plus you have Heavenly and Exalted in at level 9. That's just so much firepower.
All right, there's the big fight coming through. Toddy and Bruce, the 2 Kayn players. Just have to see which Kayn is able to get on the other quicker. Right now, it looks like Toddy got there first, but we do have the Edge of Nights that you have to contend with. Neither of them focusing each other down. Both Kane's going to be kind of the last one standing. More Ghostlies on Bruce's, but Toddy's can't survive long enough to reach the Morgana. Bruce lost his Kane first, but Morg with one last auto attack and all those Ghostly stacks able to get it done. Incredibly close between those two. Comes down mainly to fight RNG, actually, when it comes with those two items. You have the Edge of Nights, they proc, and then it causes a lot of shifting, and that retargeting is so important when they can actually hit each other. Question remains, will either of them be able to beat Replay?
Well, that is the question, and so far, the answer to that is no. Replay is still on a 9-win streak right now, and no one has been able to stop that train from happening. Toddy, though, is going to face the ghost of Replay as Bruce faces the real deal. So maybe here is where we get our answer, Casanova.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of extra damage here. Replay trying to get it done. We've got the Edge of Night proc already on the Kane. Finally, Silas is going to go down. He's living for such a long time, though, trying to hold out and take out the Lee. The Lee Sin goes down. Kane's still alive. Just up to the Aurelia, but it's an Aurelia 1. Replay falls down at least some amount of HP, finally losing the win streak as Bruce holds on a little bit longer. And we're still fighting for these top two positions because Bruce and Toddy might have game against Replay, but Replay has the health.
Absolutely. So if they face each other, then Replay is guaranteed at least a second place. But still has at least one more life to give if he does take another loss. Now, as we take a look at the board, we can start to figure out what kind of upgrades can be made here. Had 34 gold before starting
Aurelia?
to roll down.
Aurelia
That
2.
is an Aurelia 2. That's a big deal.
Wukong 2 as well, potentially on the table here.
If you can find it.
Rolls down, doesn't quite find it. Azir
Oh,
2, he does have
take it?
Azir in. Is that, I guess it's worth it, right? You're just trying to force extra power right now. Neither of them are itemized, so really this is just Azir being able to create some extra tankiness, some extra front line. Just getting one cast off Azir 2, that can make a big difference.
And you're also going up against a real player that is going to be Toddy across the way. And now you can see if this is going to be enough to actually get through these Reapers.
Yep, there's the cast, so you've got an extra Sand Soldier trying to help out on this front line. This time around, though, Lee Sin staying alive for the long haul actually just takes out the Kane. Toddy just going to go down, absolutely blasted by the duelists. And Bruce won the last fight, but it did kind of come down to Lee Sin getting focused, falling down relatively early in the fight. I don't know if that happens again. Bruce is going to have a tough time dealing with this duelist board.
It's going to be very tough. I think the thing about the Azir too is like Replay just needs to win like 2 fights. That was it. He knew that if he spent the gold now, that might be enough to just get him over the line versus trying to roll for something like the Wukong 2 instead. So it comes down to this. Casanova, if Bruce wins, then maybe we get a chance to see another fight and we get a chance to see what happens after the PvE round, but it could be this.
Look at where the Kane went. Didn't get the wrap. Ends up getting brought back towards the center. The Wukong instead is going to be the one wrapping back towards this Aurelia. He's going to go down, but Silas takes out Aurelia, and it's just Lee Sin remaining. Bruce has done it. He finds the win on that fight. Replay does have one more life, so we're going to go to neutrals and get another item. Maybe that makes a difference between the two, but Bruce gets the wrap that he needed to get to that Aurelia.
Wow, and Bruce still has money to work with. I don't think that there is a potential to actually get up. Well, there's no potential to get up to
no
level
upgrades.
10. So maybe no upgrades. You don't want to fish for like a Kha'Zix 3?
6 copies on level 9.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. I'm down. I'm down. Let's go.
Let's go, Bruce. Roll it down. You're not going to be saving the gold for anything else. And you get more gold. Would you look at that?
Yeah, I mean, there's... Yeah, you just can't get to 60 gold. There's just never a way. It's very close, right? Gets to 50
There's
gold.
one Kha'Zix. You know, I'm just saying.
True. Kha'Zix 3. Let's go. All right, so it is going to be the fight against Replay. Yeah, there's not even anything to roll down for. There's not a... You can't actually survive on stage 7 here. I think even a 1-unit loss, you're dead. This is just 50 gold that has to be wasted, and it's not really even Bruce's fault. He did cap out his board as best he could, and then he was trying to push 10. Just didn't have enough time. So kind of going to be down 50 gold for free. And the question is, can he get the positioning once again for that wrap onto Aurelia? We're going to see it going once again. Kind of similar positioning to last time. And the right side of the board collapsing. but they're not pushing towards the Aurelia fast enough this time. She's getting plenty of damage out. Silas is already gone. It's just down to the Kayn. Kayn trying to win this fight, healing up, but there's the cast from the Aurelia. Takes down Bruce, and he will fall Exaxes from there. The stage 7 damage too much, and Replay grabs the first place.
Replay with a first place, and just continuing that dominance that we have seen as he started to enter into this discussion of the big four in North America. Casanova, this is going to be another great game for Replay, and we get a chance to take a look at what this overall standing is going to look like and more about this game when we come back after this break.
Do you have so little faith in your own light? Only you can save us. But first you have to try. Once more.
Welcome back, everybody. We just finished up game number 4 of the Golden Spatula for Inkborn Fables. I'm Gangly, back in the analyst desk with Hupe-san and Ken. Welcome back, boys. How's everyone feeling after that last game, Hupe?
Amazing. It's amazing to see Replay playing a non-contested line with duelists. Finally, we've seen duelists performing well, and no one's doing it. Ken, you were talking about it. Everyone using Kayn, no one going for the duelist and actually perform with first place.
That visual tunnel on playing with the real great, real OP composition has have a lot of problem for the guys on that match, because 3 players going through the game to the Reapers, and we see when you choose to change your composition where it could go.
Well, we saw the game before, right? Sometimes there are players who want to only play Reaper, and they're not even willing. They would rather play 4-way contested Reaper than play something like Duelist. Now, Replay, he does have Keepers, but it's Keepers 1. And of course, Duelist is typically played with the keepers, but I think this is more a reflection of replay, Hoope. I think this is saying more about him and saying, I understand that Reapers are more popular and that people believe them to be stronger. That doesn't mean, though, that you can't win an incredibly strong lobby playing Duelists.
For sure, he's been playing it with keepers, he's been playing it with fine vintage, that is also a good possibility for this, and he's the only one at least prioritizing it. Within other players using it because they don't have much option, or because, as you said, Gangly, the importance of that keeper augment in the first place. And also I want to highlight Bruce and Toshi with the second place with Kane, and the importance of having that possibility of playing a lot of loose streak, and then in the mid game start punishing the lobby with a Kane 2-star that is so powerful. Within our replay, going for the Irelia, going for the Bolivar, no reroll. Remember, it's a comp that is starting to be played again with reroll, but that's not the peak of the composition. You want Irelia 2 and Lee Sin 2 as your main carries.
I really like how he can pivot from the comp from the Reapers and go for the comp for the Duelists, because he see that 3 other players are going for the Reapers. He needed to go through another way, and be that flex player is one of the most valuable things that one player can be here.
Replay, even historically, it's one of these players that people see him play on the ladder. He's not incredibly high. When he streams, he doesn't show off some unbelievable, untouchable gameplay. But when tournament time comes, he time and time again is able to show up. We talked about it in the pre-show. With his set 11 performance, he has passed Weijin Iverson and Dish Soap in career AVP, only behind Setsuko. And I think on top of his World Championship run, Replay is really shutting up all of the haters who see him play on ladder and think like there's no way this guy is good. And Hoope, it makes me wonder, what is it about someone that, I guess you see somebody showing up in tournament, but when they don't show up in ladder, people doubt them? Do you think those are just two different skills even?
I think it is. I think ladder is a proxy. Obviously, if you're good in ladder, you will be able to transform sort of that knowledge. But sometimes ladder is the quickest one. I'm the quickest one in this, in getting like the comp, getting the tech, knowing how to play it. But then in tournaments, the knowledge is more broad. So everyone knows what's actually broken. Anyone knows how to optimize the line. And maybe people like Replay that are able to play something that the rest will not play are the ones who get the advantage. We see Altenawe here with a great tempo, with the Senna going off again, now with a bottom 5. Relic, as you were saying, Gangly, he tried to play an uncontested comp, something similar to what Replay did with Duelist. He did it with the Syndra Fated. It wasn't enough for him, but at least he's summing some points, Ken.
I think the biggest difference between a player who plays competitive and a player on solo queue, it's because on solo queue the players are, we can be a mono comp on solo queue. You can focus on play one style, and maybe you can pick one on challenger. But in competitive, you have to be a flex player. You have to see the options that you had and pivot and go for the comp that is better for your play in that game.
Something I truly believe in is that the measure of a great tournament player is their ability to perform on the day. Because like Hoope is saying, all of these players know the lines, all these players know the meta. You're not going to find a knowledge gap that is that wide. I truly believe the reason that Replay is able to have this edge is because when tournament time comes, he's able to clutch it up and he's able to always perform. Now, we've got our standings, and I want to take a second to really look at these because we're 4 games in, 6 games on the day. Hoope, after 6, the points don't reset, but the bottom 8 are going to be eliminated from the tournament. So we're looking at everybody from Wilf below.
Yeah, Setsuko is just in the cutoff. We see Asa, Damian Spencer, Dishop, Toshi, and Kambulin Pino actually in a very top position here with the 31 and 32 placement. They need to get to day 2, and remember the points accumulate, chat. So even if you made the cutoff, you are not in a good position. You need to get the first place. You need to get the 16th place at least from day 1, and they're starting summing up. All the points will be counted towards the final ending. So Zelinsky also with the cutoff here, making good performance, an 8th place bad for him in the next step. And now we can see the detail of the top 16 to see who are actually performing well, who will be the top contestants for also day 2 and the next 2 rounds that we'll have, Ken.
Real quick, I want to take a second because we have to acknowledge that Bobzera is in 28th place right now. And I don't want to skip over that because that's a really important story for today. Bobzera has the power to control his fate for the Tactician's Crown, but needs to be able to get into day 2 so that he can try and secure that 21st place will guarantee him a spot. However, Ken, as we're looking at the top half of the standings, something that stands out to me here, 5, 6, 7, we've got 3 Brazilians topping the charts after a regular season that I think many people did not find that impressive. A lot of the Brazilians are showing up on the first day of competition.
Now close your windows because the Brazilian Storm is coming. Ego Illusion, Koala, Bio, they are playing very well today, and I think maybe we can see some Slooper coming up, and Eu Sou Lucas. There's a lot of players here to show how good Brazil is here.
The other storyline that we outlined at the top of the pre-show, Hupe, is Michael and Altanawe, right? These are the 2 players who are going head-to-head. They're playing heads-up. The player who outplaces the other at the end of day 2 will secure their spot for the Tactician's Crown. I know we're ready for a quick break. When we come back, though, the 3 of us are staying on. We've got 2 more games to cast, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
See you now. Wow!
I kept good mental. I kept rolling. I high rolled a little bit. I still got my first. And you know, GG's. Game is too easy. Hi, I'm Philip. I'm from North America, and I've been playing TFT since set 1. I mean, I guess to me, competing is just natural, right? I think it's...
Welcome back, everybody. We got game number 5, the Golden Spatula for the Inkborn Fables, coming up in just a few minutes. My name's Gangly. I'm back once again with Hupe Son for Ken. This time, 3 of us. We're going to bring you into the game itself. Now, listen, we've got 2 games left on the day, Hupe, and we've talked a lot about the format, right? Because points don't reset. And personally, I feel like that has a lot of implications on the way people play, or even like the mentality of going into day 2. How do you think it's affecting our players?
Yeah, normally in these steps, only the people that are very low in the table are trying to go for top 1, top 8. But I think now most of them will try to keep risking it because they're actually aspiring for that top 4 placement on day 3. So people are always aiming at the top. They will not play in comfort zone. Obviously, summon points, getting a little points is good enough. Maybe they will think about it in the top 16, but the bottom 32 or from 16 for 32 are looking for that first place.
And I feel like you could actually see the opposite of that happen as well, where normally the players who are at the bottom say, I need a first place in order to advance. This time around, though, they don't necessarily need to flip the scores all around. They just need to survive, right? If you can get to day 2, reset and come back with a new mentality, that's also another way that you can kind of, reset. And I imagine that there's some players that if they're able to keep their composure, will be able to find an edge by not gambling their entire game away.
Yeah. We have the lobby right now, but I think the real thing here is if you can go to the day 2, even with the points not resetting, is something like you are really focused on and getting the points for stay alive and get more games for show your play. I think that's the real thing that the players are focused on at this point for these 2 matches that last for today.
Taking a look at our lobby, you got SoBio. He is just laughing. He's having a good old time in his chat right now. But Sox commanding the tournament right now, doing a great job. So a player that, although he's coming off his CC3 win, was not really favored. Going to the Golden Spatula, looking to turn that on his head. But the lobby is ready. We're loading in. We got the portal selection, Vendor, Sentinels, Upgraded Champion, and Prismatic Party.
The majority is in Prismatic Party, so this is very good for the game, for the volatility that they could have. And now, because it's mostly the last 2 games, people are more embracing this volatility. But Upgraded Champion is the one that we will have. So maybe seek direction directly, depending on what you have. You could also sell it for economy if that's your thing. For now, let's see what we have. Super Pino starts with the Darius, good early game units, not in the best place he was before. In my case, I think he's my favorite 1-cost unit, even with the nerf. So let's see if that's an option for him. We saw him play in Dueles in a previous game, so maybe a good option for him.
Yeah, I think the most important thing here is if they will stay with the unit, if they use like a Kog'Maw or something like that, because sell the unit will give you 3 gold, and in the early game, that's a lot of gold. Then let's see how the players are going to use it.
Super Pino, one of these players from Latin American North, qualified in through the ladder snapshot, did not have a regular season that really matched his ladder performance, and honestly has really struggled in tournament, and thus far in Golden Spatula is finding similar results. However, I think there's something really beautiful to be said about these players coming in from regions where the ladder may not be as competitive. And I think Super Pino represents a part of the community that, yes, maybe he may not be finding the same results as the greatest of Latin America that we've seen time and time again, but he's on his way up and still new relative to the Tex Summers and your Altanawes and your Michaels of Latin America, of maybe a potential for LATAM to have future stars in the future.
For sure. Now we have the augment selection. Let's see what we have here. 3 Exalted in the early game. For many of the players will be a possibility. Getting a lot of experience in the early game will mean better tempo and better economy usage. Not anything amazing. He had the possibility of making 2 Jackshots or 2 Adaptive Gem. He decides not to go for it, and now he has the additional go for tempo with Buried Treasure, or simply gain a little gold and seek the possibility of skateboard for the loose streak. So let's see what he decides. He's still thinking about it. In the right, Relic already with Keepers. We have some augments of Spatulas for Prestiven. Socks already with the augment for playing Kane. And now, finally, we have the Story Weaver emblem, Ken. This is one of the comps you wanted to highlight. Tell us about it. We see it in David As.
Let's see if he can use the comp of the Story Weaver. I really like the comp. The early game is very, very good, very strong. You have 1 unit more with the Kayle. I think it can be a really early game strong that can get through to the late game with the Irelia, with the real care of the composition.
The stats on Duelist today, we've talked about it, have been really good despite the fact that a lot of people are not leaning into it. This time, though, I want to call out, Hupe, you said Relic's got the keepers. He does, but Pokigam with the Duelist, the Duelist Augment, Extended Duel, I believe is the name. This lobby, we might see for the first time contested Duelist. And maybe the player who wants to end up playing the Reapers is going to be playing uncontested instead.
It could be a possibility. I know Relic. I know he can play keepers even with Kane. So he doesn't like to be contested. And if he's going to be contested, maybe Relic will pivot out of Duelist. As you said, the one with the Duelist augment cannot pivot out. He has to play the comp, and Relic knows that. So my prediction is that Relic will be the one to pivot out and try to pay Kane because it's also his favorite comp. So maybe a possibility there. But as you said, it would impress me to see also two people playing the Sox. Obviously going for the Kane line, he has a good front line, and now simply try to maintain the tempo and trying to punish the lobby as much as he can and try to get as much tempo because he will not have the possibility of getting a good item in the carousel.
What a really good start, because with that front line of a Trox with a Sunfire Cape that can be just one unit but can tank a lot, and he already got one of the items from Kane, so I think it's a good start.
I also want to call out Philip on the other side has the Dryad and Duelist emblem from the Wandering Trainer. So
yeah.
I think at this point, Philip's probably scouting around and recognizing that there's both keepers who could be playing the contested Kane alongside Sox, or they could be playing contested Duelist alongside Pokigam. I think it puts Philip in a very strange spot, and I'm wondering if he's actually more likely to lean into the Dryad rather than Duelist because of that.
Yeah, he has some AD items, so maybe we will see some Gnar action, maybe Gnar 3-star, something like that. It's actually not the best spot for Philip. I think he will have to go creative here, not something regular, because as you said, he cannot go for the Duelist trade. So it will depend on items, it will depend on maybe game knowledge of how he can surpass this. David As, with 3 Exalted, Story Weaver, making a lot of economy here. Remember, as Ken was saying, in Story Weaver, you want to go fast into a Super Kale or 7 Story Weaver, so that the Kale has at least the bottom, the 2 latest emblems in blue, so she gets a lot of power, and then you get some power by the Zoe, you got a good tank with the Galio, but then the Irelia is the one who will give you the cap out in the late game.
Yeah, I really want to see how the David Diaz is going to play this game, because he already had the emblem for Star Weaver, but he didn't use it. He was looking for how to organize his composition, but now he's using that. He got the buff of green of the Kale. Let's see how he's gonna play, how he's going to go, especially his mid game, because I think it's the point on the comp of the Story Weaver that you really have to focus on to not get lost so much HP.
I want to call out Pokigam, who did level to 5 before that last round to maintain the streak. And so as we just take stock of the lobby, Pokigam and Relic, both of the 3-win streak on the bottom side, Pino and David Ace contesting the loss streak. So as we go into the back half of stage 2, we should expect the win streakers to be heavily scouting one another, and the loss streakers, again, very heavily scouting one another.
Yeah, so David very attentive to what Pino is doing. Pokemon with Relic there with the win streak. And let's see if David faces up against Pino. And it is. So this is the face-off for the loose streak. None of these players want to win. Both are weak. None have slammed any items yet. So now
versus forward. Pino throws the front line in the back line, tries to guarantee it, but even with the front line reversal, his board just has too much power on it, and he's actually still going to win the fight against David Ace. Pino makes half of the right play. Unfortunately, just too many raw stats on that faded board.
Continue again with Pino. Well, he already won, so the lose streak is not there for him. The Augment is not the worst, but actually he needed to keep losing because the Augment already gives him, he gets 2 experience for winning, 3 experience for losing. So actually it's better to lose in the early game where the HP is not so much damaging for you. David in a great spot, he only needs to win once again. And Relic, the only one with the 4 win streak, he's actually looking for that. And if he does, the economy will get a huge ramp up for him and he will start going for the tempo that he wants to aspire. He has possibility to roll, he has possibility to go to additional levels. And now Philip, from the other hand, still hasn't decided how he will use the emblem, how he will use the dummy. So no Prio still, either for Duelist or for the Dryad emblem.
That's what I'm gonna say. He only has an Yasuo, so he has 2 Duelists, but that doesn't mean anything right now. Let's see if he can go for the Duelist. We see on the last game that Duelist win the match. Maybe he can go for that composition, or maybe he'll go for Dryad. I think we didn't see any Dryad comp on this day, but I think it's a pretty solid comp.
Yeah, Philip, the thing to consider is Philip is not in the bottom half of the standings, right? He's not in need of points. And I think that, the fact he has the early Rek'Sai 2, he has some AP items. Yes, Syndra is not the composition that's dominating in the way that we've seen in the last few patches. But if you're trying to just play for points, avoid a 8th place, you want to play uncontested, I actually think, especially now that Philip had the open tier and Rod on his bench, playing for Dryad, if he can be totally uncontested, hit his board on level 8, play for a 4th or 5th and get some points, it'll feel really good for his spot in the tournament.
For sure, totally agree. I think that's the line he will going to get. He wants to get creative maybe for a reroll, but your line is a lot more consistent, Gatly. I think that will be the priority for him. Let's see how he does it. He was sustaining some things in Carousel and in the bench that will point it out to that direction. Pino slamming here the Shojin. So 5 Exalted for him, and this is pretty cool. Remember, there's a change of Exalted in the last patch that allows to gain more experience when you get the 5 in. So this is great for him. Let's see how he tries to pivot out of this, gain additional power, obviously with Exalted damage, but also with the additional XP that he's gaining from the trade.
Yeah, his board is not very strong right now. He got 2 loss streak, but I think with the experience that he is getting in all rounds, I think he can get up for the game after that. And let's see the Prismatic.
Yeah, huge power swing going to come in now. Prismatic augments being offered to this lobby that's already relatively rich because of the early Exalted coming in for so many of the boards. Seeing some choices come through, a handful of lucky gloves, 2 different players with the Infinity Force augments coming in. Those are the Reaper and Duelist players. Anything really stand out to you, Lupe?
Well, I'm trying to look at it. I'm looking at Prestiven, and the game is giving him the units to play Janna, to play this comp, but he has the Ginso. So Ginso is a good is good for Ash. He could use it on Janna also as a possibility, but the Janna with speed is no longer in the meta. Pino going for additional units. Defense for David as Prestiven with more damage, including Socks with the Freaky Friday. That actually one of the best augments he could get to play the Kayn. He will be able to itemize several carries with Death. And now Relic and Bio with the high HP, going for the tempo augments with Lucky Gloves, and this will allow them to itemize a lot of units, a lot of tanks, normally off tanks, and this will allow them to preserve a lot of HP. And even if they don't hit in the late game, they will ensure only by HP to get a good placement.
There are 5 players right now with Lux. Of course, they can change, they can pivot the comps for another way, but there are 5 players with Lux. It can be really difficult to play this comp in this game, so let's see if it changes. They go for the other comps, but for now, I'm looking cautiously of that.
Yeah, we saw Prestiven's board, and his board looked so close to being strong, except nothing was upgraded. He had pairs of half of his board sitting on his bench, and like you called out, Ken, the Lux being so contested right now did make it a little bit harder to hit, but we see on the right side, he finds the Lux 2 and the Janna 2. Now we're looking at Bio's board, who actually has got some really strong upgrades on a 5 win streak contesting Relic, but up against Philip. who still seems to be lacking direction, just kind of has a generic AP setup. And I imagine Bio's just going to run away with this fight.
For sure, he's holding the Kindreds. He has a pair in his bench. So Philip obviously considered to go for that line, but Bio also has the line to go for either. Bio can do whatever he wants, actually. He already has the Janna. He has a Kindred, so he can play Lilia, he can play Syndra, he can play any AP line, so he's actually probably scouting the lobby to see what's the best for him. Obviously, that Ornn will be very amazing for some of these players to get the Dryan line mixed up. So let's see what's the final difference. Pino goes for the Morgana, and possibility no one goes. They're prioritizing items, so no one going for the Ornn. Tells me that the Dryad plus Fated line is not being prio for some of the players, and let's see the rest of the definition and the choices they will make.
The Kindred from Bio is very strong right now, and the Janna is buying time for his front line and for the Kindred to get the damage that he needed. And he can use this mid game, his early mid game, to earn the gold for even go from level 8, level 9 when he need that. So I think it's really important the way he's playing right now.
David is playing a very unique variation of this Storyweaver in terms of the tempo of the game. Because I think when most people think of the Storyweaver emblem, they think of the Storyweaver opener, they think, I'm going to streak through stage 2, I'm going to have a strong board through stage 3, and I'm going to bleed out until I find my Irelia. David Ace is playing an extremely economy-focused variation of the Storyweaver. My concern here, though, is that if you don't have the upgraded Zoe, and if you don't find that Irelia on 8, or if you're able to not have enough health to really dig very deep on 9, I'm afraid of David just going 8th here because he's not going to be able to stabilize.
Yeah, it's not an easy spot to be in. He gets good item for the front lane. That is exactly what you want. But he needs the 7 Storyweaver. So he's level 8. I believe he will roll at 8 to try to get the Zoe and to try to high roll at least one Irelia. As you said, Gangly, normally he would like to win streak, stabilize earlier, and then go to level 9. I don't think he's in the spot to grid out more his composition, so maybe that will be the option he will take. Let's see if he surprises us. Meanwhile, Sox already with a good front lane. He already has the Sylas. Not many upgrades. We see the Jonek, we see the Darius only 1 cost or 1 star. It's not enough for him, but he actually has good echo. Let's see if it's enough for him. He wants to roll it at 8. He wants to get the Kayn first and be the one to prioritize the comp. So let's see if the roll down will be good for him.
He puts the Edge of Night on the Leon and still spending the item on not the Kayn. I think that's the real problem for him. If he didn't that remover, I don't know how he's gonna play the Kayn without the Edge of Night.
I imagine once he does go 8, he'll look for a way to just, sell his current item holder, try and make that transition. But you're right, if you don't have the gold to be able to make that transition happen, then you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. And all right, this is great. I want to see Philip's board because the thing we've been talking about all game is how Philip really has been lacking direction. I think that's the best way to kind of summarize the state of the game. Right now, we're still looking at a spot where, yes, he's playing this vertical Dryad, and he does have kind of a generic AP backline. But when I see this does Upe look to me like he's angling towards this Syndra line, right?
Yeah, this is now 100% Syndra. He's making useful of both his elements, both duelists with the Yasuo and the Dryad in the vertical, so he's actually pumping up the HP for all the team, especially for the Dryads mainly, but he actually needs the Syndra. No Kindred as a holder will be useful, so now he really needs to press D a lot on 4-2 in the next round, get the Syndra, ideally Syndra 2, and try to go for that front line with the Ornn that gives the space and additional items for the rest of the unit. So at least now he's using the elements that the games gave him, and he has direction. The problem is that maybe Sobayo will be contesting him. We saw him also with a possibility of playing this, but no. I think Sobayo is already committed to maintaining to this Janna line. I don't know, because he still has the Kindred too, so it's like a mix. Sobayo is playing Janna with the Faded comp, a little of everything, good front line. So maybe now in level 8, when he starts rolling a lot again, maybe we'll see the actual archetype that he will decide for.
Yeah, we are seeing the game of Relic too. He got a really early Lissandra, but I don't think that is enough for organize this game, organize his comp through this. because Lissandra with the Bandit Gloves, I think isn't enough for what he needs on this part of the game.
Okay, final augment coming through. We're hopping on board with Pino right now, who does kind of have this Lilia board in pieces, but the thing we've seen about Lilia is it's an expensive board to get online. And unless you hit everything, hey, Lilia pair is definitely a good way to start. But if you don't have a strong enough front line, wow, okay.
Okay.
Manifest Annie too as well. Listen, the point I'm trying to make is if you can't find the front line, it's great that you have the damage, but especially when you're rotating into these melee matchups who have a very high chance of wrapping into your backline, if you don't have a strong unit that can withstand the pressure of a Kayn, a Lee Sin, a Sylas, your Lilia is not going to be protected enough in the fight.
Yeah, and you need additional resources in this comp also. We see the comp, actually great synergies, but the Lilia is still not with 3 items. The front line is still not with 3 items. So it's a comp that really needs a lot of resources, maybe artifacts, even support items. Anything you can give to the comp is amazing because you have a lot of tanks, you have a lot of carry units that can resemble to that. So Pino in a good spot now in terms of the rest of the lobby with the comp he has, but he actually needs a lot more to start popping up. He only has 23 SP, so a good win for him. Getting a chunk of Philip's life and HP down to 22.
I think with the 23 HP that he gets now, he needs more front line for the Lilia get the damage that he needs for a win the rounds. But I think in damage, he is ahead of the rest of the lobby. That's a good thing for him, but the more front line that he gets, more time that Lilia will get to get the damage.
Earlier, we saw Prestivan spot, and I said, man, this looks like a great spot as long as you can hit the units. And Prestivan did hit enough to stabilize, right? 71 HP, 5 win streak, but now he's going towards the middle of stage 4. And this is the part of the game, especially after the carousel, where once people start getting their 2-star 4 costs online, I don't think it's going to be enough to just be on Lux 2, Janna 2, Yoramumu 2, Alawi 2 as well. He's going to have to spike, and he's really close. It's just a question of when he wants to start digging and how much health he wants to sacrifice to get himself there.
Yeah, I love the elegancy of his comp because the game gives him the Exalted in Malphite, and then the ghost that he got from the encounter is a Wukong. So he actually gets Heavenly for free and gets the Exalted also for free. So very good in recognizing this possibility for Prestivan. Still, even though he's not in he loses the win streak is normal, he needs now the 3-star. I think his position is still good. He's actually preserving as much of gold as he can, so he can ensure to hit, and now he's using the HP as a resource. So let's hope he hits. His position is not bad, but he's actually falling down, as you were saying, Gangly, on the rest of the comp. So he needs to press the roll button as soon as possible. Now, with possibilities of tiers here in Carousel, David getting in the face of Prestivan and negating this unit for him. Let's see if it's enough. So far, Sobayo in first place. Philip very, very in a bad position together with Pino with less than 12 health each.
We are seeing the last round too. David got the 7-star Reaver. You're seeing the flame around his name. He got the Zoe 2. He's very strong right now, and I think now he can control his game until he got the Irelia I think he needs.
All right, we're starting to see people really spiking here. We saw Syndric 2 coming in for Philip. We saw Lux 3 coming in for Prestivan. David Ace on the win streak was able to stabilize on that Storyweaver board. The question now is what's going to happen to all those players that didn't hit quite as hard? On the other side, Relic, he's got Kayn 1, Sylas 1, still itemizing this Yone 2. There's still a lot of power in the hands of this Reaper board.
Yeah, and Relic also with the possibility of pumping up even more his comp. He already has good itemization on both Yone and Kindred. Only needs now a good Kayn, and Kayn is the most important in this comp. He knows that he's still very healthy in HP, so now it's only a matter of getting good items on the next neutral round and be able to itemize good possibilities for the Kayn, and now he can start popping up. Pino complicated while we lose Philip. So Philip confirmed in 8th place. You were saying, Gangly, even though he gets an 8th, his points were very good so far, but now he loses space with the top of the lobby, the top of the ladder in this day 1 of the Golden Spatula. So obviously not a good place for him to get an 8th, but it's not as worse or as bad as for other players.
He got the Syndra 2, he got an Ornn 2, but I think the game isn't perfect for him. He isn't the Dryad comp that he was trying to do. I think doesn't go well the way that you think he was going to do, because he can go to the duelist. He didn't go for that comp, and bringing the idea for the Syndra, I think he's maybe a little out of meta, and that's very sad for Phil.
Wow, that is a tough loss for Pino. Sitting on a way to upgraded Lilia board, but this board from David Ace just has so much power, was able to burn through that front line, obliterate it, and he may not have had the damage of that kill anymore, but when there were 6 units all just charging towards this Lilia, unfortunately she didn't stand a chance, and Pino, despite being strong, goes out in 7th.
So David Ace is the one with the win streak now. He's flaming in fire there with 50 HP. Pokemon in a bad position with 18, and Prestiven, he's looking strong. He already has the gold now. He will probably roll again, and he's looking preferably for the Amumu. The Janna doesn't have items yet, but the Amumu is very important that we have a 3-star. And here's the roller. We're looking for Amumu, we're looking for Eloy, we're looking for Janna. And especially that Amumu 3-star will give you the positioning to stabilize that you really gun. The game is not giving him anything. Let's see if the roll. I think he will have to roll, and there it is. There's the Amumu. Great for him. Now look with the Anvil, the 3rd item for that Amumu, giving him a lot of resistance, and obviously the scaling that the Lux will need for the Ginso, and good spot for him, and so glad he hit again.
Yeah, I was going to say the one thing he's really missing, though, was Shred, and he did find that, though. He was able to make the Ionic Spark and the Amumu. I think that's the last piece that really brought his comp together.
I think now he stabilized his composition. I think he now will echo a lot for getting through the 50 gold, get the space for getting to the level 8, maybe level 9, and encounter this game. He will lost now for the David, but David has the strongest comp right now. He's with how much win streak I didn't see, but he's a lot of win streaks. Then it's okay for him to lose against David.
We just saw for a split second Pokegum playing entirely uncontested duelist still cannot find the Lee Sin 2 in a lobby where every other 4 cost has been found. Pokegum, unfortunately, just unable to upgrade that board. I was wondering why he was so low from what seemed to be a good spot. Man, that does not feel good for Pocky.
Yeah, for sure. The one who's feeling good is David. He's actually in the best spot for this comp. He has already the level 9. He has the 7-star Weaver. Going for the 3 Altruists. He has the Emblem. He already found the Wukong, and his comp can only get better. Now he's going for the Irelia 2, he's going for the Wukong 2, so his place is actually amazing. Going up against Relic, Relic still not with full itemization on the Kane. Kane still has 2 items, so it's not enough for him. He will be losing here. Pokegum still fighting, going up against Sox in the other place. Let's see if it's enough for him to stabilize, but no, the comp is still very good, so Pokegum with its last life with 6 HP, very, very tough. Also Sox in 5th place. Struggling out now. Final place. If you give a lot of gold, you can get the possibility of ambush here. So some of the players don't have this goal. Let's see if it's enough.
Wow, okay, all of a sudden, Pokegum is able to find the Lee Sin in the final shop and get a red buff for the Irelia from the Cho'Gath encounter. There's a lot of boards on here that may not actually get as much value from being able to have 3 additional components, because not every comp is able to have late game units at this point in time that could use those. Pokegum able to get an additional item for Irelia, a full item for the Wukong, and upgrade his Lee Sin. At 6 HP, it's not looking great for Pokegum, but if there's something that can get him back into this game, it's this. And right now, up against Sox, who's still running the Kane 1.
He couldn't ask for something better than this. Maybe this will save his life and give him a better position, or maybe even the first position on this match, because now he's strong and has a hope for maybe get through this game with a win.
Okay, so Pocky wins, Sox loses, goes down to 5 HP. Relics start winning now. Finally, he has the cane in place with good items. So now the composition is actually doing what it's supposed to. 3 threats for Relic, and now we see a lot of legendaries and good items for the rest of the lobby. Pocky thinking about the Hand of Justice, that's good for him. Prestiven going for the adaptive helm, and additional Dryad +1 for Sobayo, that he was actually looking for the... We didn't know if he was looking for the Syndra or the Janna mix. Obviously, it will be the Janna Dryad for him with the Fated, so this additional spat, additional emblem will give you a lot of strength. So both with less than 10 HP, Pocky and Sox fighting it out. Both in top position, and Sox still doesn't have the Cane too.
This Cane true, maybe he is the problem for Sox for getting more rounds on this game, because I think without this, I think maybe can be the last round for him.
All right, the two of them, we'll have to see where their matchups are. I'm sure there are some winnable matchups. It's going to be tough for Sox. He's going up against a Cane 2 on the other side of the board right now. Man, there is so much power behind Relic's board on the right-hand side here with all those Keeper shields. It is so difficult for the Cane 1 to get through, and that Cane 1 is going to fall. That's surely going to be the end for Sox. On the other side, though, Pokygom able to find a win over Sobayo, who's very close to making a Kindred 3. You can see it on his bench with Wave Painting. Man, Pokygom playing on a razor's edge, about to find critical mass for Sobayo, and maybe the last round that he'd actually be able to beat that board.
We're losing Sox in the 6th place. Remember, he got an amazing first 3 games. So even though he doesn't get a top 4 here, he's actually very good in placement for day 2. And now we stay with David As, still looking for the Irelia 2, still looking to ramp up his board, but Pocky obviously is also contesting him for the Irelia. The comps are looking great, are looking amazing. I'm glad to see again Duelist. Duelist is performing highly well in this day 1, but it's being played very few. So it will be good to see if tomorrow or in the next game there will be some adaptation as today for more prioritization, Ken, on this duel comp that is actually not as bad as people are trying to say it is.
Yeah, I think when people notice that the Reaper's comp can be pivoted for the Duelist comp, I think tomorrow you see more games that people are going to do that. Because we are seeing a lot of the Reapers. We know it's the best composition, the strongest composition, but if you have 2, 3, 4 players doing the same composition, maybe one can be with a good position on the end of the game, but all of them will be not so good as him. So I think the Duelist comp will be looked for tomorrow with bright eyes than we are seeing today.
Yeah, I think we got to pay attention to the matchups that we actually saw within the compositions themselves, right? So Sobayo and Prestivan going head-to-head, 2 comps really wanting to play front to back, but the front line of this Amumu 3 was just significantly too much, and we saw Pokygom go out in 5th, playing against David Ace and Hoope. We've talked about it, how the Reapers are so strong when you don't have single target damage. But when you have something like this Kale that's able to burst down a unit in the front line, all of a sudden this Lee Sin that wants to brawl through the fight over the course of 25 seconds, he doesn't get a chance to live. David Ace able to take out 1 melee player, and I actually feel like a large portion why David Ace was able to stabilize so hard was how strong this Kale 3, or this upgraded Kale, is against some of these melee matchups.
For sure, we're seeing in the left, David very, very strong with this comp, capable of bursting out anyone, especially that Kane. Even though he loses aggro, again, the next wave of damage from the Chaos comp from above. And now Prestivan hits Illaoi 3, so this is a huge upgrade for him, getting 2 front lines that are very, very important. So now the Kane will have to go past these 2 to access the back line. So it's easy enough. Prestivan against Relic. Very important for both 20, 39, and 50. Let's see if it's enough. Lux is wanting to gain some time here, but it accesses the backline. The Cain is now in the backline. He's actually destroying, but he goes against to the front line, and he decides he doesn't want to fight against the Lux. Let's see if it's enough. And now it's Amumu against the world. So Ken, it's looking good. Amumu is looking good here. La Taza, the teapot. And Bramble Best doing the damage, Ken. I didn't saw it coming. And this is also the strength of this comp. The Amumu actually giving a lot of damage and utilizing the itemization in his favor.
Yeah, that Amumu is tankier as hell. We are seeing David too. David really needs an Irelia to get the Irelia 2, but without that Irelia 2, this could be what separates him for winning this game, or maybe even getting a third position. So let's see if he can get that.
Let's find the Wukong 2, who has the Story Weaver emblem. So once again, that Kale is going to be even stronger. Right now, we're seeing that Kale up against Relic's board. And we've said the strength that the Kale has, but one of the benefits Relic does have is this shield of the Keepers, maybe allowing him to survive a little bit longer against the Kale, but it doesn't look like it. Although the Kayn wrapped around, I didn't realize the Kayn's in the back line, gets through the Zoe immediately on the Kale now, and that's got to be curtains. I don't know if there's enough DPS on this team now. The Kayn's able to heal up, the Kindred's dealing damage on the back line as well, and once this Kayn gets through, there's still a Wukong 2, but no more DPS on the side of David Ace, and just like that, this Kayn makes it happen for Relic.
My God, I didn't see that coming. Relic with the perfect positioning. He was positioning on the left, utilizing a little of the Umbral shield, and in the last moment he turns to the right while the Kale is actually in the middle. So the Kale is looking for middle placement while Relic stands for the back and makes the win. Now Prestiven obviously taking care of who he's going to face out. He will not go against Relic, he will go against David. We can see it in the swords in the right. So the position will be actually how can he get as quick as possible to that Kale, and if his front line is going to surpass, he decides to put the best frontliners, split it. So now, if the Illaoi loses, the Amumu will still be alive. So this is a good positioning for him, trying to spread the damage of the Kale and having the front line still available.
He needs the time for the Lux to get the damage that he needs. One time we see the Amumu being the savior, but look at that.
Wow, yeah, I mean, we talked about the matchups, right? The Kale really strong when it's able to burst down those melee carries, but the Lux and Janna, not only do they want the front-to-back fight, you have the backline access through the Lux. So the Lux says, I don't care if your frontline Galio is right there, I'll go straight through and I'll get that Zoe anyway. So I think we're gonna find this kind of rock, paper, scissors positioning battle in the last round. I'm not exactly sure who's going to win this one, but I think it's in the hands of all three players, and if they can outplay their opponents, that's really what we're going to see. That's who we're going to see taking this one.
We saw the Story Weaver emblem that David was going from Prest, even decides that he's the matchup that he wants to win. So he actually negates this emblem from David as David will be able to eliminate maybe a unit that is not so important, maybe a low-cost unit that doesn't resemble the comp so much. So actually, he's thinking that David is the final boss. So he's not thinking about Relic. Let's see now what happened. David against Relic will be the face-off. So let's see if it's enough. Kayn is in the left. Let's see if he can get to a backline and access the Lux.
Looks tough. That Kayn's going to be immediately on the Amumu, and he's targets. He does drop the aggro once, and he starts swinging, but the Lux gets on that Kayn, and the Yone's still alive, but I'm not sure the Yone's going to be able to do it. It looks like it's going to be curtains for Relic. There's just too much frontline on the side of Prestiven, and Relic is going to fall in third place.
Yeah, Prestiven and David are the final guys on that match. Let's see, because I think Lux is really good in positioned on every turn that Prestiven can use that for gain more opportunity to get the damage. But the last time, Amumu was the hero. Amumu was tanking, Amumu was dealing the damage. So I think David have to be very carefully how to gonna do the damage that they can against that Amumu.
Perfect position for David, going for the middle ground in his best carries. This will enable him to be the last who fall down with the Lux carry. So Prestiven will have to go front to back. He will not gain access to the backline or the important units of the backline with the Lux. Frontliners is still hopping up. Good damage also from the Wukong. I think it's not enough. The Wukong falls down, and now the rest is done. Is it good? The Janna, she tries to stample up, but the Kale is doing great damage here.
No, she did it!
He didn't hit the ulti. She had like 2 mana. to get the ulti bot, actually giving there the difference. That's why it's so important to get the rest of the unit up. He needs the Irelia 2. Irelia 2-star will give him that additional damage so that Kale is the one to burst, but the consistent damage will be by Irelia.
You made a great call out, Hoope, with the fact that Preston was able to split the front line in a way that allowed them to withstand as many kill ults as possible. This fight is going to be determined on whether Amumu gets one additional cast or not. That one bit of mana is going to determine whether or not he has enough tankiness to allow Janet to shield him again, to allow Lux to have one more cast. It's going to be played on a razor's edge. Prestivan is a player that has quietly had his career-defining set, averaging below a 4.0, a 3.8 across the set. Aurelia 2 found for David Ace, though, the underdog from North America that nobody expected to be here. He's on the bottom of the table alongside Prestivan, and both of them desperately want this win.
Again, enjoy this final phase of Ken. David versus Prestivan. Do you have a favor? Do you want to jinx someone? Don't do it, please. let's just enjoy together. So now the position again, Ken. Let's see who's the favorite and who can access the backline first. Irelia 2 for David can make the difference.
What that Irelia 2 maybe be the big difference from the last round for that round. Let's see, because the Lux is going to through the damage. Amumu is still alive, but I don't think. Oh my god, the respiration of the life that he gets is a lot, but I think David gets this win. Or not, let's see.
Lux falls, the Aurelia is still alive. It's going to be the Amumu in the back line, and 2 units alive, and just like that, David is going to win the round, and Prestivan alive with 1 HP. He's got one more chance to reposition and try and find a way to outcap this Irelia 2. But I'm going to be honest, that Irelia 2 having the backline access that wasn't there before, where it was just chip damage, now he's genuinely threatening to kill the Lux and the Janna without even breaking the front line, and it makes it significantly more winnable for David. Although we saw it, it came down to just another auto attack at the end. Either player, Hoope, can win this fight.
Yeah, it's up for everyone. It's great to see the cap level boards. As we know, TFT has a lot of interest, and now everyone has a lot of units, and they both got the high level of the comp. Again, the frontline split for Prestivan, allowing him not to fall against the kill and the burst damage, but the Irelia is doing great damage also. The Zoe accessing the backline quickly. He's trying to go for the Amumu. The Amumu is almost about to be finished, but the shielding again in the last moment for the Amumu, making the difference. And now the Irelia versus the world for the Amumu is making the damage, and the Illaoi takes it away in the end. Again, great fight, and they give us the most excitement in this moment. I mean, that Amumu was amazing. The Irelia was great. Great to see this amount of not only the gameplay, because we enjoyed the gameplay so far, Gangly, but the fact that the place has been so hype in the end, it makes us obviously dream about this performance. And I don't know, I want to play on this is finished. I want to play TFT.
There is so much to be said about TFT because it is a game of variance, and there are things out of your control, but we saw such an exceptional example though of players taking control of their game, making small optimizations in fights that came down to the last auto attack, and Prestivan able to take that when he's at the bottom of the table does a huge wonders for his tournament life. Now, we're going to take a quick break and send it over to the analyst desk to dissect that game even more, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a minute.
My name is Dobbs. I play TFT since Set 1, and I'm from Brazil. I compete in TFT because I love the way the game works. It gives me a challenge. I enjoy trying my best and getting to improve in the game, and that keeps me thinking that I just need to keep going and get better. I'm a person that likes to compete. I like competing in anything, like a video game, a soccer game. When I started competing TFT, and then I realized that it's so great, and I just stayed, and I just want to keep going. The way I play to the game, I play that with energy, with anger. I might get crazy sometimes, but I always I'm always trying to do my best. So I'm never giving up, and I just try to do the best I can so I can keep going to the regionals, keep going to worlds. Maybe I play with us that once again. Well, my greatest inspiration in TFT, I guess, is a friend of mine, and it's Ego Illusions. I just play the game alongside him just from the beginning, and I guess he keeps me like trying to do my best so I can walk up next to him. He might not be the best player, but I think he try his hard, so I appreciate that. This clip is from the game that the 7th game in the Brazilian qualifier, and like I was facing Tanjo, and he was like 75 out cash out from Fortune, pretty big, and his arm just puts a QSS in his Wukong, and my Yone was managing to wipe his whole board, and I should lose that fight if that item was anything else. And it was like, if he eliminates me, I lose the tournament, he would win. So that fight was like, I wouldn't believe that I won because he was like so strong with the fortune. And in the later one, I managed to get a little better, and I managed to eliminate him and like get the win in the Brazilian first qualifier. So that round was like the point changing in the game. I just like to thank the people that roots for me, because I'm still playing because of them. There are a lot of people that keep watching my YouTube and me on Twitch. And
hello everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the America's Golden Spatula Cup. My name is Decker, and I'm joined by Casanova to talk through the action of that 5th game. And there's a lot to cover. Casanova, I think the biggest thing we are following right now is which 8 players are on the brink of being eliminated from the Golden Spatula after just one day of competition.
Yeah, and 2 of the players who were kind of near that area, they were towards that bottom 8 in danger, were David Ace and Prestivan, and they were both able to make top 2 in this lobby, which is going to buy them some buffer going into this final game and perhaps rescue them from a really tough position and rescue them from potential early exit. And Prestivan needed the first even more. They're at 14 and 13 respectively going into this game. Now they're both going to be at 21 points coming out of it. And usually, we don't know the exact number, somewhere between, like 22 and 24 is the expected kind of cutoff. And we'll see, we'll see how that actually pans out, because we never, the math always changes every time depending on, if people are bombing out or doing really well. But both of them getting very close to that cutoff off of these really great top performances.
Prestivan, though, at the end of it all, especially on those final couple of fights, made it so close, but managed to get the job done with this Janna and the Lux reroll, that Amumu 3 also being so important to make sure that there was enough time for both of these champions to actually cast. But maybe off the back of something that's a little bit risky. Casanova, we had a Wandering Trainer game from Prestivan as well as from Philip, but it worked out so much better for Prestivan in this situation.
Yeah, this is the second time we've seen Wandering Trainer hit Porcelain, and then the player immediately just go into this Lux reroll. And I think that +1 Porcelain, being able to enable kind of that 4 Porcelain Amumu relatively early on, is just so incredible. He just becomes so tanky. And I think, this was even upgraded more because Prestivan also had Invoker on it, so being able to pair that up with the Janna on the reroll has worked out really well both times we've seen this. So I think it is something players are looking for when they click Wandering Trainer. If it's Porcelain, well, let's go into this 2-cost reroll line that has been quite powerful over the course of the tournament.
And something else that's been really powerful has been all of these Kayn rerolls, the Reapers, whether you're leaning into the Kayn, the Yone, or the Kindred. And something that can beat that, though, is the Story Weavers. We did get a chance to end up seeing this Story Weaver line actually come out from David Ace, but it was very conditional in order to get there.
Yeah, David Ace being able to play that, having the emblem on 2-1, I think is the big difference maker, right? And so being able to get the AP kill, which blasts a lot of frontline when they're all stacked up like this Kayn comp does, and actually take them out really quickly. So we saw David being able to get a bunch of wins because of that. And with that composition playing into the Story Weavers, which we have not seen a ton of yet, he's able to find that second place, and now he's at 21 points in 22nd place.
Yeah, and that 22nd place might be able to buy him that extra life. But you can see where that point cutoff is right now. We're looking at 25th to 32nd place. Those are our players that are going to be going home at the end of today. So the points cutoff might be around 23 or 24 as we head into this final game of competition. But as we look at the top end, Casanova, this is where we start to turn our attention to the players that are in the running for that best average placement. As a reminder, our points don't reset between today and tomorrow. So you keep what you got here, and we replay and Asian Iverson, they're holding hands in that first and second place spot.
Yeah, and I wanted to quickly call out, we've been following the race, Michael and Altanawe. They're both even, 26 points apiece. The last two games, they both were already tied, and then they both went 6th, and then both went 3rd. And they're just keeping steady across the board this whole day, and it is the coolest thing to watch, right? Because that is that head-to-head competition, and no one is giving an inch.
And let's not forget that we're still having all of our eyes turned to our Brazilian players. Babzera is the one that is leading in the qualifier points right now, but depending on his placement, that could change who ends up actually making it to the Tactician's Crown for Brazil. So definitely something that we're going to have to keep coverage for as we head into the rest of this weekend. But Casanova, we only have one more game ahead of us, and it is a dire situation for those players that are looking at potentially going out in those bottom 8 spots.
Oh yeah, it's going to be tough for them. We're going to have to see if they can hold on. Babzera got to see if he can hold on to extra placements in order to get those qualifier points. Because then, if he doesn't make it to day 2, the destiny is not in his hands anymore, and it comes down to if another Brazilian player can get a very, very high placement.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen, shall we? 6th and final game of the day for day number 1 of the America's Golden Spatula. And we send it back over to Gangly, Ken, and Hupesan to close it out.
Thank you, Necra and Cass. I think you both did it so perfectly. Listen, we've got so many stakes going into this final game of the day. We've got Michael and Altanawe, the race for the qualifier points of Latin America, and Hupe, they can't stop tying each other.
Totally. We now have the lobby. Let's see it, because we have a little surprise, or the person to see. You've been highlighting him since the start, Gangly, and also Ken Babzera. Babzera has 16 points, and he needs approximately 23. So he needs a second place. Go to day 2. This is the player to watch, and obviously Michael. We have Ego, Spencer. All of the rest of the players already are almost ensured to qualify for the next stage of tomorrow. So very important for Babzera to get a second place here. If not, he will lose the chance to go directly to the Tactician Crown, the Worlds of TFT, and he could be eliminated in day 1.
Keep in mind, too, the player he's competing against in qualifier points is in this lobby. It's Ego Illusions, the player who's in 2nd. And if Babzera does fall today, Ego Illusions is going to need to make a run just like today. He's currently in 4th place overall in points. He's going to need something along that top 4 in order to get enough qualifier points to pass Babzera, even if he falls right now. But we're going to be seeing a beautiful head-to-head between these two Brazilians in this last game.
Yeah. Babzera isn't playing the way we see Babzera playing during this whole Inkborn Fables. I'm really don't understanding what's happening to this game. Isn't the way we see him, but it's the last chance today that he has to show how good he can do. So let's see if he can be the Babzera that we know and love.
Totally. He's been performing very well since the start of the set. As we were telling the narrative of him, he started last year competing seriously, and now in this set he's actually performing amazing. Also, Lucas in the screen right now, some possibilities. He maintains now the pair of Cogmouth as a possibility. Now he gets the Story Weaver deck on his store. Let's see if he goes around that. He decides to go for the Bruisers. So a lot of pairs, but not actually the final decision of what he wants to play. So not the best early game for Elso Lucas now.
It's an interesting spot. I'm a little surprised he's holding the Tahm Kench on the board and not even keeping the option of keeping it on the bench in case he wants to sell it, because it's a very strong shop that he has in front of him. And I think what he's telling us right now is that he's not prioritizing the Story Weaver. He does not want this opener in favor of something along maybe more of the AP as he's holding the Kog'Maws. We see silver augments coming through, though. May not be as game warping, but we can see even on the right side people like Fritz and Bobzera choosing augments that will give them clear direction with branching out and Caretaker's ally.
See the rest now. Ken, what are you looking for here in the augments? Actually, as you were saying, Caretaker Islands, I want to see what Butser is getting, what is the 2 cost. Michael also going for possibilities, and also Lucas simply going for this front lane or this Story Weaver basic situation. I don't know what he's going to pick. This will be interesting. He goes for blue. So he goes for power in the early game and simply try to play tempo. He could go for an AP line. He could play Kaisa in the later stages of the game. So actually very flexible and good possibilities for him, Ken.
I think also Lucas are just using the Story Weaver right now. He's just not gonna use the rest of the game. I think just for getting some early game composition. And for now, using the blue Kayle is going to get him a lot of power. And we are seeing now winning this round against Bapzera he's preserving some life, some HP for the rest of the game.
Also want to note the Exalted in this game. You have Lux, Diana, and then a few things that don't traditionally slot into that composition, but there is something like a Silas. And Lux Janna, while it is relatively rigid on level 6, opens up a lot on level 7 and 8. It wouldn't surprise me to see somebody see the Lux and Diana in the Exalted and say, hey, I'm going to play that, and then on level 7 I get a free Exalted. And with Silas, a really strong unit, even without the traits, he's going to feel pretty good being on your board.
Totally agree. That's something the players should have in mind, especially the ones who have that AP line with the natural possibility of getting the Lux and the Diana in. So now Michael, good front. He has the RE2 to have a little damage, not committed still with any comp. His augment is very, very flexible with the Fist Gloves, and his items are promptly going for AD line. He prefers to go AP sometimes, so I don't know what he's going to prioritize. In my position, if I have those items, I'm thinking Kayn. And we know why. Kayn has been performing very, very well in all of these games. And let's see if the tempo is enough. Obviously, this Ahri will bring a lot of possibilities. And what the carousel grid goes, what the neutral ground grid goes, will be the final topic of what he wants. Lustric for Ego Illusions, Lustric for Spencer, Eusoluka, Milk, and Dishop are the only ones with win streak.
I think he is going to Kayn too. Michael has a strong front line right now. This will save him some HP, and that area I think he can help a lot with the damage that he'll need to stay with more HP than the average.
We saw for a second Spencer there with the open board, looking to open fort, play full loss streak. That is Spencer's comfort zone. He's one of the players on the bubble right now for the cutoff. And we saw Spencer was really one of the players leading the charge back in set 10 when the open fort playing 0 units on stage 2 meta kind of became popular. I think this is a comfort zone for Spencer, and it doesn't surprise me to see him opting into this when his back is up against the wall.
Yeah, and now we see Fritz in the other side. Fritz very down in the placement with the points. Mathematically not possible for him to get to day 2. He has the emblem of In Shadow, so a possibility for him to go for that vertical, very difficult to implement. You need the 7 in Shadow for them to work, so you will need to Udyr, you will need to stabilize, you will need a lot of tempo, but if you get to the cap of that board, is actually very, very strong. So let's see how Fritz performs with this possibility. Playing it with a lot of tempo, I don't think he will reroll. He will just simply try to go to level 9. That's normally the way he likes to play the comps. And I think this meta that doesn't, it punishes you a little if you want to go to level 9, has not been the best for him in this competition.
This soap we are seeing right now could be going for Duelist. It has he has a Kiana and Yasuo right now, and we see this comp winning a game before today. So I think maybe we have to focus on him to see if he is going to go to the Duelists.
Ego Illusions on a 3-loss streak, competing with Michael and Spencer, both of which are in his pool right now. The question is, who's going to be weaker? Ego Illusions with the fast swap does not hit either of them. Instead, finds Fritz, who is on a 2-loss, but does not look like he's trying to contest with the 3-loss streakers. It's going to be a free win for Fritz. Ego Illusions maintains the loss streak. What I'm watching right now is on this right side, Michael actually wins a fight. I think it might have been against Spencer, but Spencer does maintain that lose streak, and now there are only 2 loss streakers remaining and 2 win streakers remaining with Dish Soap and Milk on the other side. It's an important fight, Upe.
Yeah, totally. Ego versus Spencer, we saw it in the last game. The one who lose the capability of getting the win streak or the lose streak is actually in a very bad spot. So because normally the ones who are making win streak, they're punishing the lobby, they're upping levels, they're using the economy in their favor, and the ones on lose streak, they already lost a lot of HP, so they need to maintain it and be able to ramp up and come back into the game about this. So we're looking at Babsera now in the place. We see Spencer, but it's actually Babsera here. He's going against Fritz. And it would be interesting to see if Ego Illusion and Spencer is facing up against each other. So Fritz now against Bapicera. I like to call him Bapicera, just for knowledge. I heard Michael call him that way. I know it's Bapicera, but he's Brazilian. So Bapicera is like, I don't know, I feel the flavor of the Caribbean in Brazil. Brazil is not Caribbean, but either way, I like Bapicera. So that will be the name for now. I think he will not have any problem with that.
I think not true. We are seeing Spencer. Spencer already got the 50 gold right now, and I think this will help a lot for him to get the comp he wants. He will have so much gold for use for going through the 3 stage, for looking for the units, for looking for upgrading the level. I think it is a good spot for him with the 5 lose streaks he had right now.
Yeah, we talked before about someone maybe opting into the Lux reroll because of the Exalted Variation. Spencer has Lux 2 on his board right now, does have the opportunity to make something like a Shojin and the Gnasher's Tooth. Depends on what these other components are. Drops another tier and some frontline items. Doesn't have many slammable frontline items quite yet, which could be problematic, but the fact that he's on this loss streak does mean he probably doesn't mind losing on 3-1 and then making a decision that's more committal on 3-2.
Yeah, for sure. Waiting for the augment, see what you get. Maybe you get some better angle to go for this. He decides to go for the Shojin. He wants to go to play the Lux. And Ego Illusion, who did a big lose streak, now is committed to playing the Kog'Maw. He rolled a little. He rolled to 20 gold. He didn't get a lot of units. He got a lot of Malfit, but actually he won a lot of Cho'Gath. He wants to ensure the front line. He still has Cho'Gath 1, but he has the Kog'Maw 3-star. So I think he will stay on low level. The Kog'Maw is not enough. You need him to ramp up. You need him to actually spend a lot of casting time so that he get a lot of range and access to the backline. So not the best spot for Evolution Ken. Meanwhile, we're seeing here the fight of Akiyana 2. That is one of the best units you can have in the mid game.
It's very, very strong. Talking about that Lux comp, I think it's important to remember that Lux comp is not a comp to play when you start with a lose streak. When you are not with a lot of HP. He needs to get strong right now, as soon as possible, to get a good position for the late game. Will be more suitable, more chill for him.
We're seeing the roll down right now. Has Unified Resistance, a great composition for, a great augment for this composition. It looks like he's just rolling for a relatively flexible frontline, really not finding a lot of units. Rolls very deep now. Finds a lot of 4 costs, but nothing really upgraded. Finds a Loon. 6 Luxies is a lot, but none of the other pieces of this composition.
He's a Mumu.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh,
it's tough.
Man.
Actually, you want to roll like 6 and maybe one Amumu, one Ilaoi to play the Lux. He gets 6 Lux, but it's not enough. He doesn't have the front line. And as you say, Gangly, he burned up a lot of his economy. It will be very hard for him to come back into the game. He will have to keep rolling at 6. So he will not get to level 7 very frequently. That's okay. If he gets the Lux, he will need to naturally gain some of the units in level 6. It's not easy. And now we see this shop. He's the only one with the win streak, 7 win streak, playing the duelist the way you wanted to be played. Yep. Keepers as the fair augment, you gain a good Quillana 2 as a holder for items and getting the good tempo, forcing the lobby, and then in the late game trying to go for that Lee Sin and that Irelia that we've seen so far that is well performing, in case you preserve a lot of AP the way this shop is making it.
We are seeing this shop right now. He is really going for the duelists. They already got 4, and then have the heavily too. With Kiana, he's really carrying him through this mid game, and I think it's really important for him get this mid game continuously growing up, continuously to echo his economy for get a chance to get to the late game with the composition that he wants.
All right, I want to draw a lot of attention to what's going on with Spencer's board now, because I think if people are not super well versed in TFT, it might be surprising that Spencer, after rolling and missing, what last time we just saw him was at 8 gold and just a 1-star frontline. But Hoope, I think you said it perfectly, which is that he needs to continue to roll on 6, not only because he did not have the frontline already. I think the most important reason, however, though, is that once you snap your lose streak with Lux, you desperately want to maintain a win streak through stage 3. And in fact, Spencer being able to maintain a 3 streak in the front half of stage 3, get exalted in, is going to do significantly more for his economy than if he didn't roll at all. So heads up play by Spencer, good for him for building a strong enough board to get those wins. The question is, how much more does he have to roll? It's really going to come down to him checking his matchups to see how strong his next opponent might be.
Yeah, he had some possibilities here in Carousel, so the Amumu has been taken. That would be a good place for him to start building up. I think he had the pair, so with the Amumu 2, I think he could start considering other options, maybe keep rolling at 6, or now opens up the possibility of going to the next level. And yeah, he already, he didn't have the pair, it was a ghost.
So he's gonna roll.
Yeah. He's gonna roll here. Let's see. He's looking for the Amumu mainly and starting to get close to that Lux. Only 2 Luxes left, 1 Lux less. There's the Amumu, and he will try to maintain 10 here. He only needs 1 Lux. He already has a good front lane. So we saw terror. We saw crisis here for Spencer, but now things are starting to look good again.
Check the matchup though. Dish Soap is in the rotation. If he does rotate into this win streaking Dish Soap, this could be horrible for Spencer. And it is Dish Soap who's level 7 now, has the Keepers online, multiple Trickster's glass. This Kiana 2-3 items with a huge shield is going to do so much. It's just going to be a question of whether or not this Lux has enough to contain her, and whether this Amumu can weather the storm and hold on for the Lux and Janna.
Maybe even if Lux 3 stars, maybe he can't control that Kiana. Kiana is very strong now, watching all the other units do the job, but I think this Soap is real strong right now. He still has 100 HP, 8 win streak, 9 now. The game is really good for him at the time, and I think if he uses the experience that he has, he can go through the game with very patiently working through the game, encountering these duelists and getting a really good position for the game.
Yeah, totally agree, Ken. He can go to level 8, roll a little, maybe find the Lee Sin, find the 6 duelists, only to stabilize. Not needing to get the Lee Sin 2, only get Lee Sin 1, then go again to level 9 and get the Irelia. He has a lot of possibilities, so actually he can do whatever he wants. He can try to maintain this win streak by rolling a lot on 8, or he can simply acknowledge that maybe it's not the strongest comp on stage 4, and then bypass that level to go to level 9 and ensure he gets the ideal cap with the Lee Sin 2 and the Irelia 2. Spencer now fighting out against Michael. Michael with good augments, going for it. Already has the Lee Sin, has the Keepers. He has a Kindred for fun. Also in the back, getting good damage in, and also utilizing that unit or that item that he has, at least momentarily. That is the Archangels that the Orn gave to him. So Spencer, again, taking a punish here. His comp is not bad, but he didn't hit the Lux 2 3-star. He was only 1 away a few rounds ago, but he's very close to stabilization, and we hope that now he can see a lot of rods, a lot of additional tank units, and no swords. That's what we need. We don't want to see swords here.
And it does beg the question of whether there's a world where Spencer maybe even should have rolled down to 0 to try and maintain that streak, but those other boards with the Trickster's Glass were just so strong. He does find the Lux 3, But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this spot is doomed, but I don't envy this compared to where it could have been when we saw his spot on 3-2. I feel like his position went from something that looked incredible to now you're at 50 HP, you're at 22 gold. I imagine in this spot, Spencer sees himself with 15 more HP and 20 more gold. And now the question is, how well can he pilot this? Because keep in mind, he's on that bubble. He's one of those players that we're expecting to need at minimum a top 4 to try and advance into tomorrow. We'll see if this is going to be enough.
Is that an Irelia, Ken? Is that an Irelia for this show?
Yeah. Oh my god. When the game smiles for you, you just have to smile back.
Dishope having quite a season already. Going top 4 in both Tacticians Cup number 1 and 2. In a good position now, though, 25 points. And in this last game of the day, looking to put himself in a great position to have a lead for the second day of the competition and maybe even a top 8 for the final.
And now he gets extended duel.
Extended duel.
Actually, Unified is not the worst here. He already has a good defensive. I think it's extended duel, but I think he's thinking about it because Unified is actually very, very good also in Duelist. Gift from the Fallen also is amazing in Duelist. So he has 3 tier S augments, and that's already, there it is. He actually rolled it down and got Gift from the Fallen. I think this is a very good metric. Normally people will go for the Duelist augment, but Gift from the Fallen is perfect. He knows he will get to level 9. He knows that the Duelist has a lot of units that actually don't do work, and if you're able to bypass a lot of that power to the main units, to the Lee Sin, to the Irelia, you actually get stronger than if you get an augment that benefits the rest of the Duelist.
The game is really, really, really good for this shop right now. The game with 6 Duelists, with that Kiana simply destroying the other compositions on the mid game, and now with the early Irelia that he got, I think just to stabilize the game, going through the level 9, even thinking going through the level 10, the game is really, really, really good for this shop.
We saw in the last time that when we saw replay win with the Duelist that so many of these fights come down to the Irelia in a 1-versus-1 battle. And if you have, like Hupe said, all of those stats compiling onto those last units, you absolutely can see a world where this Irelia does the job and maybe Dishope even cruises to minimum top 4. And like you said, Ken, I think there's absolutely a world where he's pushing for top 2 here.
Now we're seeing Babsera. Remember, Babsera needs a top 2, maybe top 3, but top 2 to ensure to be able to pass to day 2. And his position is not great. He has 6 HP. His board looks good. He has Exalted In, he has the 5-inch shadow, but he still needs a little more front lane, especially. His front lane is very weak right now. He has a lot of damage. So let's see if it's enough. He's facing up against Fritz, that's also playing the vertical of In Shadow. So let's see if enough. If Fritz is going or fighting it out with a Kai'Sa, doing good damage, a lot more frontline for Fritz, but a lot more damage for Babsera with this Senna 3-star. I think it will be enough, but the Kai'Sa is accessing the backline and totally obliterates the Senna. But in the end, the Kai'Sa, with the full Ghostly pumping up in the end, gets the win. So good win for him, and now Lucas up against Spencer.
The lack of front line from Babsera is what is costing him his HP right now. He needs to find these units as soon as possible to stay alive and keep his dream of the second place or more in this game.
Udin for Fritz? Nah, he took it away. Michael took it away in the end. Probably he needed it. Just to remember, they used to be in the same team in Isurus Gaming. Now Michael in the new team in Toronto Ultra. So they work together. They're still in the day. So it's very tough to see that in his face, Fritz is getting punished and not getting the Udyr.
And I think you made a great call out before, and I think it probably is the right time to circle back and kind of bring our attention to what I would consider the main characters of this game, right? Michael, who we're watching right now, going heads up against Altanawe on the weekend. The winner between the two of them after the end of day 2 will automatically earn a spot in the Tactician's Crown. And Babsera, who's currently at the bottom of the standings or very close to it, needs to get a 21st or higher to guarantee a spot at the Tactician's Crown. If he falls below that, it's no longer in his hands. It's then up to Ego Illusions, and the question is whether Ego can make the Cinderella run and take that spot from Bob Zera, which so many of us thought was nearly guaranteed.
Go for it, Ken. You have the two now, the Lilia going up. Milk, I feel Milk is Brazilian sometimes because Brazilians are prioritizing a lot of AP lines, and I always see Milk with the same archetype. Maybe there's something there. They're planning something out together. Do you have some info regarding this, Ken?
I don't know. I really don't know that, but maybe it's just maybe he screams a lot with Brazilians. Maybe he just likes the Lilia, like the Brazilian players. I don't know, but
maybe he likes the samba. He likes the jogo bonito.
Oh, yeah, maybe he likes to play soccer. I don't know.
Amazing to see. Spencer now trying to go for the third item in these logs. Very important for him. He has one short gangly from the item in Amumu and one short in the item of your logs. You normally don't want to look at this. You want to have the 3 items on your carry as soon as possible. So he actually suffering about this. So last in HP, good utilization of Exalted, but it's not enough. Now he with the handshake of the Stand United. Let's see if it's enough for him. He will need to go more into the horizontal of this comp. So he wants to go to level 8.
All right, up against the Kane 2 from Michael, and man, this is going to be so positioning based. We do see that Kane is going to be stuck on the Amumu at least for a bit, but the Yone does have the access just in time for Lux to ult him, but no. The problem is there's so much damage on this side of Michael that even with the good positioning of Spencer, trying to angle that Amumu toward the Kane itself, there's just too much raw power. Spencer tried his best there, but unfortunately going to take another big hit, falling to 18 health, and this is not where you want to be when you're a player on the bubble like Spencer.
Yeah, this game that Michael gets could be what we really need to get a good position today. I'm looking for the boards for all the players, and I think he's the only one that is going for the Reapers. So it's really good for him to already got the unit more important, most valuable for that composition and getting winning now.
Yes, let's see for sure. Now the final moment to get those items completed. So the anvil will be very important. Lucas rolling here, trying to find the Asir 2. Going for the vertical of Invokers. He finds the Lilia, so this is huge for him. He wants to find the Annie. He needs that front line. Annie has 2 items, and it's very important for her to be 2-star, to be able to tank out any Canes, any frontline units. There's a lot of threats with Duelist also gangly. He doesn't find it. He's close, and this will be tough for him because he has good damage, but the front line is lacking a little.
It's certainly lacking. He has the Nautilus to it, has the Alawi to it. The problem is he doesn't have a strong 4-cost itemized tank. And you can see here that Kane not on the same side as the Annie. We'll have to see if it's actually going to wrap. It's possible with the makeup of Michael's units, but no, he does go towards that Annie. But Annie 1 is just not enough to withstand the damage of this Reaper board. And listen, we have seen the volatility of Lilia time and time again, because the reality is these boards will flip on whether or not you get one more cast. And that could be because you have a 2-star tank in the front line. It could be because you have that one last item on your carry. For one reason or another, we saw Michael rip through the front line of Ego Illusion, who does find the Annie 2 now, but it might be too late for Lucas to really do too much more damage in this game.
We are seeing Spencer too. He already has 18 HP, and we saw that he was unable to control his game even with the Lux 3. And this could be complicate the things for him in this match, because he still need more the front line. And for now, he doesn't get too much like that Super Amumu that we saw last match.
For sure, also Lucas managed to get the Annie, but the access to the backline is still easy for Disho from the left. Annie's in the front, and he needs to guess. According to what he faces off, he needs to guess where it is. So also Lucas is defeated. So now he confirms maybe 8th place. We need to see if the rest of the lobby maintains this way. And Illusions also KO for Brazil. Bad news for us, Ken. Bad news for Brazil.
yeah, bad, really bad news. But we still have Vapzera. We still have Vapzera. The dreams go on.
That's right. And if you're Bob Zera right now, there's nothing that makes you happier than seeing Ego Illusions go bot 2, right? Because Bob Zera, he wants that spot in that day tomorrow, but if he does it, it doesn't mean that it's lost. If Ego Illusions doesn't make the deep run, Bob Zera will maintain that spot. So it's important to see how many points Bob Zera can maximize from this position. Even if he does not get the win, even if he does not move on to tomorrow, every single qualifier point he can get by climbing every single space might be the difference between him making it to the Tactician's Crown or not.
Okay, Spencer again, Michael, the Kane accessing to the backline, making good damage. Also deleting for completely with the last whisper. So good damage here for Michael. I think he's eliminating Spencer here. And yes, Spencer goes in 6th place. Good for Michael going off against this race that we have been telling you guys since the beginnings of the transmission with Altenaue, whichever gets the best placement in these 3 days will go to Worlds, and that's the placement that each of the participants of this Golden Spatula has. Sox already got Worlds. Babsera is the one who has the running up position or the position to get it from Brazil, and Michael together with Altenaue are fighting it for Latam. Final possibilities and a lot of emblems here, Ken, to try to close it out in the end.
Let's see how they can use that, because the emblems is real strong to upgrade a composition that you already got in. Because now we are the late game of the game, then you already know what composition you are going through. Then picking an emblem helps you get more of that composition that you already do.
Looking at Milk, it actually didn't even notice the Brazilian tag on Milk. It truly is Brazilian Milk in this lobby. Playing the AP board.
They make it real. Amazing.
That's right. Don't let your dreams be dreams, people. Milk can be Brazilian too. And he's up against Fritz now, like Upe said. No longer in contention for advancement on today, but Milk at 27 points is playing to maximize his chances in making it into the final lobby. Looks like he is going to fall to Fritz, who does have so many threats with this Silas and Kaisa dealing a significant amount of damage. Milk not out yet, though, still at least 1 life with a minimal loss, maybe even 2. But Michael, potentially falling in 5th, has the Wukong 2 in shop. Has no real way to buy it, though.
Not for now. Going for the variation, no? Everyone's going for the Bruiser. He's going for the Heavenly. Obviously, the game gave towards this direction, but he likes it. He knows that the cap of Celestial, when you get to the Wukong, can be better in some position, and he's one who loves to play around also Morgana to get the Sage, to get the Omnivampirism, and also to get a little of chill damage or reduce the speed of the opponents. That is normally very good in this meta. Fritz against Babsera, Ken, important for him. Babsera fighting it out with 21 HP and Fritz only with 15. Let's see if it's enough. Fritz looks like he's very, very strong and he should be able to close it out. But Senna is still alive. She's not ramping up, but no, it's a victory for Fritz. Babsera will stay in 1 life from now on. Unless... No, it's good. It's good.
No.
Not this time.
Unless...
Not this time.
You saw the dream, Ken, right? You saw the dream there.
Believe in magic, but
yeah, believe in magic, man.
Magic.
You believe in magic, but not in miracles.
Look at the HP totals right now, though. Dishop at 77 HP and the immediate drop to 16, 11, 8, and 3. And think of the stakes. Babsera, if he can secure a top 2, if he wins 1 more fight, might even be able to just guarantee himself a spot into tomorrow. Then you have players like Michael fighting for every single placement because he doesn't know. Maybe Altenaue is winning the lobby in somewhere else, right? So many stakes going into this final stage of the game. The question now is who is going to pilot their pot of gold better than the rest? Lots of roll downs coming down.
Yeah, there it is.
I was going to talk about exactly that. The soap is still with 77 HP with a 4 win streak, and with that GP at this point of the game, you can take it easy to watch your opponents destroy each other because the HP that they got. Anyone has more than 16 HP. So controlled, so chill for this shop right now.
What's here now? The face-off between Fritz and Michael, both from Latin America South, one from Chile, one from Argentina, both friends. part of the same group study. X of the same team is Urus Gaming, so let's see if it's enough for them to tackle it out. Frontline still surpassing each other. Silas gained a good advantage from him. It's not enough, so again Fritz, and he takes out Michael and Babsera. Confirm Babsera is not advancing to day 2 unless I don't know, Gangly, if the math is already done, but we will have to wait to our results. Maybe some weird results in other lobby will enable Babsera, but probably will not be enough for him to advance.
Wow, a 4th place finish from Babsera will probably put him on the edge, but it might be the outside looking in. And on the flip side, Michael with a strong top 3. We don't know where Altanawe is. And so, Michael, keep in mind, both of them advancing to tomorrow means they have another 6 games. So today is not playing for the spot at Worlds. What it's playing for is an edge for tomorrow. It's playing for padding so that if you have the low roll tomorrow, you've got 1 or 2 extra placements. It looks like at this point, Dishop's got 77 HP. He's got to have enough time to cap out his board one way or another. Fritz's board does look extremely strong, but I think one way or another, Dishop's probably going to find a way to win this game, and it might even be right now.
Yeah. Oh, 1 HP! That's gonna last one more round, but I think Dishop is really, really strong, and there is any way that he loses this game. And I think there's no way I can jinx that result true.
Okay, let's see your power, Ken. Let's see the possibility of the power of magic of Ken. If this shop loses, Ken, you will have it coming for you. No, but I agree. He's very, very strong. Fritz still has an opportunity to keep improving his board. He doesn't have the Udyr 2, but he doesn't have HP to get to it. He doesn't have the gold. So now possibly the final face-off, Gangly, between Bishop and Fritz, Latam versus NA.
So much power here on the Duelist, but some of those units are going to fall. And in the back line, you see the Udyr is on the Irelia, and the Irelia is going to fall. Now Fritz has so many units alive, and there's too much damage. He's going to take out Dishop, but Dishop has time. He's going to be able to upgrade the units on his board. He doesn't have Wukong 2 yet. He doesn't. He might even be able to replace some of these units with stronger legendaries, and he might be able to deny Fritz some of the units he needs to cap out. It's going to be a really hard-fought battle at 2 level 10 boards.
I think that Caster's jinx is really true. but he already got a lot of HP, so there will be real difficult for Fritz to win this match.
Very important that Dishop...
he denied the Udyrs, right? So Dishop recognizing, listen, maybe I can actually just win this by denying your cap. And you know what? If I get it, I might as well play it. The disruption from Udyr cannot be understated. We saw it in the last fight when the Udyr gets into the backline, was able to deal with that Irelia. You see Dishop this time saying, you're not going to get me twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But Fritz actually might have even reacted to it. He does get through, but I don't know if he's going to be able to wrap into the backline. And if that Irelia stays healthy, it might be enough. That Udyr does kill its target. It's moving towards another, but there's a lot of frontline units there still protecting this Irelia. We got 2 Udyrs facing off, but the Irelia 2, the Udyr 2 is enough. Dishop takes home the game, is going to end the day with 33 points.
Totally amazing. A dominant performance for Dishop since the early game, having a great tempo with the Duelists and performing greatly. This is what we expect from him, being able to use lines that others are not and performing amazing. Ken, what do you talk about the Duelists? What do you think was amazing about this game?
I think that the Duelists is a comp that we'll see a lot tomorrow. The guys of these games are looking through that. They are looking at Reapers as a really difficult comp to achieve, to a really difficult comp to get, and Duelist is a really good comp to pivot when you are going for Reapers. So I think Duelist is a comp that we will see a lot tomorrow.
Dishop is one of those players that's in that big 4 of North America, right? Historically, one of the best performers we've ever seen. And his edge that he's always had is that where other players need to react, he has more game plans than anyone else. And Hupe, you said it best. It's like him to be able to play a line that other people are uncomfortable with. Beautiful performance from Dishop and great job there. Now, 6 games are done today, but don't go anywhere because we have an analyst desk to break it down to see what we just saw, and I think we've got an interview coming up right after that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute.
Whoa.
Do you have so little faith in your own light? Only you can save us. But first you have to try. Once more.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back as we start to look at the end of our day number 1 at the America's Golden Spatula, our regional finals. It is Casanova and myself to talk through the end of the day details. And Casanova, it's been an amazing day of action, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure. And just capped off Dish Soap with a really cool Duelist game, right? Duelist, not something we were expecting to be, as dominant. We've seen a couple times in a row now, Duelist having great performances when it shows up in the game. And I think probably due to just people taking it only when it is a perfect spot for Duelist.
I mean, Dish Soap kind of got like the perfect spot. What better than to be level 8 with like 100 HP and 60 gold and all of these augment choices at your disposal just to make the comp that much better with an early Aurelia. Dish Soap was able to take those win streaks and convert it into a first place, but the rest of the story of this lobby was whether or not Bapsera would be able to make it to the second day of competition and try to shore up a spot to the Tactician's crown with enough qualifier points from Brazil. And Casanova, I don't know if 4th place is going to cut it.
Yeah, it's probably not. I know we were going into that game really feeling like he was going to need a first or a second to actually kind of clinch a spot into the next day. And the big thing with that is if Bapsera had made it, he would just need to claw his way to a 21st place finish overall in the tournament to lock in a spot at the championship. But now, if he didn't make it, it opens the door for Brazil and especially Ego Illusions to be the one to kind of take that spot away from qualifier points. And I think, you know, when we highlight that, the other side of it is to highlight for the NA players and why it's so important that Dish Soap got this first, is that Mismatch Socks already earned the spot from North America for the championship. So qualifier points don't matter at all for any of these other North American players. They all need to make top 8. They all need to make top 4 if they even want a chance to make it to that championship. And so Dish Soap really wants to be in a great position to make top 8 going into tomorrow. And going into this game, he's like 13th. Now he should be squarely in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, he had 25 points entering into this last game, at least above 30 points. That seems like the threshold to make it into one of those top 8 spots. The points do not reset. So all of the points that our players were able to grab today, those continuing on to compete for day 2 of the competition, will be able to keep snowballing that in terms of making it to that final lobby for day number 3, where only 8 players will remain. But this lobby was so interesting in the fact that Casanova, I think we talked about Story Weavers being a vertical composition that players could actually go for if given the opportunity to have a spat, to be able to get an early Story Weaver start. But we also ended up seeing this game where Fritz was able to grab that second place off a vertical Ink Shadow. And I think that's a composition that's really spiked in strength from this patch.
Yeah, it's so cool to see, and very rare that we actually get to see that vertical, but it popped off here. And now, Necro, look at these standings, and Brazil on top. I mean, Weijin on top at number 1. But after that, Koala, Espelto, Bio, and Tori, they're in our top 4. Ego Illusions also in our top 8. Half of the top 8 is Brazil right now.
Well, I would be certainly a little bit nervous if I were Bapsera looking at that leaderboard. I'd also be a little bit nervous if I were North America because of looking at that leaderboard too. You've got Weijin Iverson that is at the top of those standings, as well as Brazil taking so many of those top 8 spaces. Michael Altanawe still neck and neck though. They're still neck and neck for 32 points to see which one of them will be able to make it forward to the Tactician's crown. But Casanova wouldn't be a day number 1 of a TFT tournament if there wasn't just a little bit of heartbreak. And unfortunately, we are sending home 8 players after a grueling 6 games. And unfortunate, Tech Summers and Bapsera, they're out.
Yeah, I mean, Texas made so many championships in the last few games, 7th, 8th, 8th, or 7th, 7th, 8th, 8th, and he just, even with such a strong start, could not convert. And then Bapsera just needed that day 2, just needed a couple more placements. He needed 5 more placements in this tournament total. He's finishing 26th. If he gets 5 more placements total, Bapsera goes to the championship guaranteed. Now he has to sweat it out and see if Ego Illusions can actually pass him up.
There is possibility there because all of those Brazilian players at the top right now, if they make that final lobby, they are getting a decent number of qualifier points, so it could push them over the edge. We'll be able to do some of that math a little bit later, but it is also so heartbreaking to see the other players that unfortunately did not make that 23-point cutoff. David Ace at the very bottom of that, just able to make it into that day number 2. He is in, and that means that the dream is still alive. These players will have these points as we kick off our games for day number 2. So that is something that we are going to have to keep an eye on. But let's close out our day strong. We do have an interview with our points leader, Weijin Iverson. First of all, welcome to the broadcast. Second of all, congratulations. It is so awesome to see you at the top of the leaderboard once again. Weijin, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. Feels really good to be doing another winner's interview again.
It's so good to have you. It's like you're born to be here, I feel like, a lot of the time, so.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's regionals every time. There's just like a buff for you when we get to the end of the season and it's heading towards Worlds. And I mean, is there something different in your prep, or is it just kind of when it's time to clutch up, you feel like you've kind of got it under control? Because it doesn't seem like nerves have ever had too big of an impact on you.
Yeah, I do think like I'm a player who kind of gets better as the set goes on. Like I get more familiar with all the lines, get a better mastery. Also just like trying a little more on regionals in general, like usually finding a few people to study with, and we'll just like sit down, grind a lot of games, do a lot of VOD review. So I think the combination of those two things really helps me shine around regionals.
Regionals, this set is particularly interesting because we had a very, very small patch in between Tacticians Cup 3 and now. Do you feel like knowing that things haven't changed too much has helped you? What about the flexibility of this patch overall?
Yeah, so I initially thought that it was going to be like a disadvantage to me and that the playing field would be more level because everyone was going to have like the same experience and stuff. But I actually think that it's been kind of an advantage for me. I feel like I've been comfortable with a lot of these lines for a while now. And even though there was some small patch, I think there has been like a few more viable comps like Ink Shadow and stuff that have started popping up. And I also think I've done like a good job of learning them. So I feel really confident right now.
Yeah, I mean, and since the last time we got to talk to you, that you've signed on to Fnatic, right? And now you've got the org support. We just saw the announcement of Dan coming on as the coach. Has that had any big impact in your ability to prep more? How has the support from Fnatic been for your journey here in TFT?
Oh yeah, of course. It's been amazing. Like everyone I meet at Fnatic is so nice and welcoming. In terms of just the performance, I feel like I've been doing like similar things to before, and I feel like it was kind of working before, so why switch it up? But yeah, we're gonna be preparing super hard for the 4v4 tournament, the Esports World Cup that's coming up. So yeah.
Wow, so you've got a couple of big things ahead of you. You get a chance to prepare for that, but you also have to look forward to tomorrow. So, Weijin, how are you feeling after day number 1? Are you still feeling really good about your play? Do you feel like there's anything that you would want to go back and review heading into tomorrow?
I feel good. I feel like I was really happy with my play today, and I did like a really good job of maximizing my placements. Being the points leader is like a super great feeling because if I have another good day tomorrow, then I can kind of lock down the AVP slot and guarantee worlds. So at the same time, like even though you might think that you should take your foot off the gas once you're like have a bit of a lead, I feel like I don't do that at all, and I need to keep like preparing super hard just to try and secure that AVP slot.
Right, it's good to hear that. I'm curious if there's been any unique lines that you've seen, because a lot of the time right now we have, a similar patch to previous, and pretty much all the lines have felt relatively straightforward. We see a lot of Kane, we see a lot of the like classic reroll of the Lux right now. We're seeing some Syndra, just kind of the normal forecast. Is there anything unique that you got to see today, or anything that you're kind of expecting maybe will pop up more? Like Duelist was kind of the surprise of the day and how well it did.
Yeah, so there's a player from Brazil, SoBio, who played like an Invoker Ashe comp against me, and ended up winning the lobby, and that was like a really big surprise. It was a super creative board with like Exalted and like a Luden's Azir and a Fishbones Ashe. So honestly, I was super impressed by his play in that game.
That's so cool. Well, that's great. Weijin, we don't want to keep you too long because I'm sure it's been a really long day of competition for you, and you got to get that rest before tomorrow. But before we let you go, are there any shout outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, absolutely. I always have to shout out my parents. They're super supportive and always watch me whenever I play in tournaments. I also just want to shout out like the people I've been preparing with, which is mostly Replay, Ripple Overdrive, and Philip for this tournament. I feel like I've learned like a ton from them about lots of lines, and I had like so much confidence in not just like myself, but like us as a group going to this tournament. So yeah, I've been great preparing with them.
Well, that's awesome. Weijin Iverson, congratulations once again on being the points lead after day number 1, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Really, it is like he's born to be at the winners' interviews like every single time we come to regional finals. I think it's like a history on repeat.
Yeah, he's always fun to talk to, and I think it rings true. Him saying, he kind of scales up throughout the set. We were even talking about that earlier. Is like sometimes it feels like Weijin had some like struggles throughout this set so far, but he's always somebody who's a threat to win at regionals. And well, day 1 he's already points lead. I like that his mindset is keep the pedal to the metal, because you can just play for that AVP win. Even if you just do amazing tomorrow, then your day 3 gets a lot easier for you if you don't have to go top 4.
That is so true. And I think when he calls out the preparation that he's been able to do with Philip, with Ripple Overdrive, I think these are 2 players that you definitely have to look at as like really smart studies. Ripple Overdrive was one of the players that was able to actually make it into the tournament from his placement at the Tacticians Cup 3, and Philip has always been such a creative player. I feel like that's like kind of the perfect wheelhouse to really operate in. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Philip and Weijin Iverson get a chance to do tomorrow and into the rest of the weekend. But Casanova, that is it from us. That's gonna do it for day number 1 of the America's Golden Spatula. What do you think of our competition so far, and what are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
I mean, this was sweet already. I love that this is, you know, our first like a regional as the Americas, right? This is the first time that we have the Americas as everybody together, this kind of taste of international tournament. But I think when we get to the championship, there will be this camaraderie among all the Americas regions. And so seeing Brazil come out so strong on day 1 when they've been statistically the weakest region, but Gangly brought it up that these are the best of Brazil that have come in, and they are all extremely good. They're cut above the rest, and they have been proving it here. And I'm really, really excited to see if they can hold on to those spots going towards that top 8.
Ken was saying already at the beginning of our broadcast, gotta watch out for Brazil, because they are a region that can make the magic happen.
Exactly. He said, don't believe the stats, believe in the magic. And it's happening right now.
It really is happening before our eyes, and there's still so much more to unfold as we look forward to day number 2 and day number 3 of our competition. We hope to see you there. 12:30 p.m. Pacific or 3:30 p.m. Eastern is when we're going to start our pre-show before we get into our first games of the day at 4 p.m. Eastern or 1 p.m. Pacific. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow for day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula.